Oh, did you hear me, Gwen? Welcome back. Sorry. My mic wasn't on. I thought it was. I put makeup on this morning. I had a commenter. I don't think they're a subscriber last night, but they said I was unprofessional because I didn't wear makeup. So sorry. You guys had to sit through a whole day with me with no makeup on. I don't really wear that much makeup anyway, but I got up extra early so I could put on just a dab of makeup. Yeah, bless his heart. Dr. Bodden is actually a legend. So, I mean, think about it. He only knew what information he was given, so he didn't have the full story. And honestly, he didn't have to have all that information. He really just needed the autopsy. So, I mean, in his defense, he can't explain things that he doesn't know about. So, I mean, I felt badly for him because he is an absolute legend in his field. But also, he's 89 at this point, and listening to him talk, it definitely made me feel like where I work, there are very, very intelligent elderly people there. I mean, I have doctors, I have lawyers, I have people who were CEOs of companies that live there that are in their 80s and 90s. And when they talk about their past life, basically, they can go on and on and on and on about that. But if you talk about something that is kind of, you know, current, they really don't know what to say. They get kind of flustered because they are older, and they have very bad short-term memory. So it is kind of sad to watch. And I think that is where poor Dr. Bodden is at this point. And he did get flustered very easily, so I feel badly. Okay, it's 10 o'clock there. They said they would be on. Oh yeah, I know you don't. He just didn't know. He was easy. She actually was pretty hard. Uh I think in his prime that would have been like a killer cross-examination. It was a killer cross-examination. Um I think in his prime that would have been crushing. But she really went after him. She did a great job though. She really did. I don't think so. I think he actually wanted to testify last week, but after seeing what happened yesterday, I think he changed his mind, but you could tell he was like not happy about it. I think that's what took so long for him when they went uh, and took that break for him to discuss it with his attorney. I think they were kind of probably more than discussing. I think they were arguing about it because I think he really, really wanted to testify. And his lawyer was probably like, dude, it is not in your best interest. I don't know about you guys, but I had every intention of watching uh, Daniel Garcia and Karen Reed. I was like going to catch up on those. And then there's a whole new trial. Karen Swift, I guess she killed her husband. I had every intention of catching up on those trials, and I passed out and did not wake back up. I was so drained yesterday. And then there's the TikTok murder trial, and there's also one of my favorite YouTubers, Fall from Grace, is all over YouTube right now, and I feel really badly for him, actually. I mean, he did make some poor choices, but every lawyer that he actually brought up on his channel is talking about him, and I think it's sad that they're making a lot of money talking about him. And then also Corey Richins gave I haven't even seen it yet. Carly Gray. Oh, I have to look that up now. Gosh, there's so many. But I'm definitely following Corey Richins, but she did come out and say something. Haven't even seen it yet. But she's pleading innocent as well for poisoning her husband with fentanyl, and then writing the children's book. Have you guys heard about her? That's pretty cold-blooded, actually. And I'm still waiting for the Lindsay Schaefer. I think her last name is Schaefer, where she killed all 3 of her kids and tried to kill herself. Oh my gosh. That's terrible. Man, people are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, that spell shit, that spell thing, man. It's so funny. Like, my phone won't spell curse words, but I need a new computer. You can hear mine. Oh my gosh, I did the trial when I had this channel the first time, and I had to delete it and start over. I think I still have it on it. I think I reposted that video, but the daughter who killed her mom because she was her name was Sydney, because she was being kicked out of college, basically, and she didn't want to tell her parents to find out, and she tried to keep it from them for so long, but she ended up like hitting her mom over the head with a frying pan. And I think then she stabbed her mom a bunch of times. But they were like the perfect little family, apparently, according to everybody else. But yeah, her mom ended up finding out she was being kicked out of school. and she killed her mom because she was on the phone with the school. That's just nuts. It's kind of like the Chandler Halderson case. Same thing. Kill both his parents. Just so they wouldn't find out he was not really in school or not really had a job. It's just nuts. Consequences and repercussions are not a thing anymore. I don't think people realize that actually exists. They are getting younger and younger. They seriously do not understand consequences and repercussions. I mean, really. I think it's because that parents get them off and don't show them that there's actual punishment for their actions, that they actually have to. Uh, I mean, not to say it was right or wrong, but when I was younger, we actually got whoopings. I mean, I actually had to go out and pick a switch. I remember that. I remember going to pick a switch, and by God, if I came back with the wrong switch, whew. Trust me, I got a branch. Gone are those days. They sure did not spare the rod back then. Got some people slowly but surely trickling in. Where are you from, Gwen? Michigan. Okay, I've been to Michigan. It's been years. Okay, I don't know if I've actually been to. I've been to Michigan. I don't know if I actually been anywhere significant. I think I've been through it. I think oddly enough, I think I spanked mine twice, which is probably why uh, he's very impulsive, like I am. Change his mind every 5 seconds, like I do. My boyfriend says I let him. I baby him too much. He's 24, and I still follow him on. He still has the app on his phone where I know where he's at all times. Yeah, I bet it's pretty up there. It's very green. We don't have that here in Austin. Yeah, I've been to Wisconsin in the winter. I had to go for a work conference because I used to work for Kohl's department stores, and it's based out of Menominee Falls. Holy crap. It was negative 11 degrees. Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Mine is 24, and he is a truck driver, and he's thinking about stopping that and coming here to be an awesome police officer, which is scary, scary, scary to me. But him and his wife may have to come stay with us for a little while they transition. And I'm like totally fine with it. But my man is not. He's like, absolutely not. They need to get an apartment. And I'm just like, ugh. But they can just stay here for a little while until they transition. And he's like, no, a little while will turn into a long while. And I'm not doing that. Yeah. I mean, that wind like cuts through you, like through you. I don't even care. They are always running late in this court. I swear. Oh yeah, it's fine. This chat is great. I know, right? The bird. I will say all the downtime this trial has had has given me a lot of time to catch up on other trials. Yeah, I can't believe, what's shocking is that the defense actually tried to get, I can't believe they asked to have the medical examiner testify yesterday. I think that's what they were asking anyway. It's how I took it. And the prosecution was readily prepared with those cases to nip that in the bud real quick like. So um, that's pretty crazy. That would have just delayed the trial even more. And honestly, I guess if the judge would have allowed it, I guess he could have done a Zoom testimony. I mean, they do it all the time. I think I mean, what maybe if you think about it, 2 hours tops each closing argument. Then he'll give the jury instructions. Then they'll go deliberate. I have a feeling, hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll come back with a verdict today. I don't think they're going to be out long. I mean, that one juror, if they keep her, she has a wedding to get to tomorrow, so she's not sticking around to be in limbo for this. This will be the fastest day of the trial. I'm thinking. I don't know. The closing arguments will take longer than the deliberation. I feel like this jury's ready to go. I mean, Alex Murdaugh's jury took 45 minutes. I feel like the defense attorney throwing in that ME yesterday seemed like he wasn't quite ready yet to do his closing argument. Because Christopher was prepared to testify, and then he kind of took that off the table. And then when he threw in having the ME testify, and then he didn't get his way on that, I feel like he's not ready. Oh, the bird. The bird, the bird, the bird is the bird. All right, the bird is back. Yeah, it's disgusting. I think he could get an appeal on inadequate defense, though. Honestly, the defense didn't do a whole lot. Good morning. How are you, Miss Murphy? You made it back. Our little live did pretty well yesterday. I had like 200 people on here by the time it was all said and done. It was pretty cool. I was surprised. Yeah, I was seriously expecting maybe 20 people tops, but towards the end, it got pretty busy. For me, that's a lot. To other YouTubers, that's nothing, but for me, I'm happy. And everyone's really nice and respectful. I like that. Yeah, I've never really paid attention to the long crime chat. I usually just turn the chat off because it's so busy. It's like constant, and it's hard to pay attention to the trial. So I don't really get involved in the chats and other things. I'm too busy trying to pay attention to the trial so I can recap it. Sometimes I don't get it all right, but Also, I'm watching like one, two, three, four other trials right now. So it's a lot. Yesterday, I literally passed out after this. I had every intention of watching and catching up on the other trials. And I passed out. I don't know what happened to me. I was so tired. Yeah, it's tough because, I say I self-appoint myself an alternate juror, but I also get to see things the jury doesn't when they do the outside of the jury conversations. So it's not really fair because I do get to see things as well as you guys do when you watch these trials. You get to see them discuss things out of the presence of the jury, so it's kind of an unfair advantage. But uh, also, I have kind of a different background than your average juror, so um, I look at things in a different light. So I would probably not get picked for a jury. I've never been called for jury duty. Has anyone on here ever been called for jury duty? I think I asked that a couple times ago. I've always wanted to be called for jury duty. It's been like everybody makes fun of me because they think that's crazy, but I always wanted to be. It would be my luck if I got called for jury duty that it would be like for insurance fraud or something just not fun. But I probably wouldn't get picked, and I would be the holdout. I'd be that holdout juror that's like, I need to see this, I need to see that. Yeah, I've never got to go, so I've been a defendant. That sounds terrible, but when I did loss prevention, I had to go as a defendant for Kohl's department stores because I stopped a shoplifter, and they took me and my company to court uh, for damages because I caught a shoplifter and they didn't think it was fair or right. And I had to go defend my actions for catching them stealing. Yeah, I've never even gotten a notice. Sucks. I'm weird. I was more excited to turn 18 than I was to turn 21 because everybody wants to turn 21 so they can drink. I can't drink. I get the Asian glow, so drinking is not something I can do, so whatever. But my favorite, I couldn't wait to turn 18 so I could be old enough to vote. That was my thing. And then jury duty. I couldn't wait to be called for jury duty. I'm such a nerd. Yeah, it's hard to separate your feelings from facts when you go. I see that a lot. I notice that in these juries, in these trials, but you just have to like the field that I was in. Like I mean, I caught shoplifters for so long, and then I moved up in the executive world. But I mean, you lose empathy real quick when you're catching people stealing. Especially when they use their kids to do it. It's really awful. I don't know about you guys, but my least favorite thing attorneys say, especially when they give these closing arguments, it's literally my least favorite thing because it makes me feel like they're dumbing down the jury, is when they say, use your common sense. That drives me absolutely insane. I hate when they do that. I feel like they're um, basically making the jury uh, like they don't have a brain or something. Yeah, it is pretty bad. Yeah, I can't stand when people use their kids to steal. It's awful. You know, the youngest shoplifter I ever caught, this is funny. She was a toddler. But she knew what she was doing. It's so funny because she was shopping with her mom. She was in a stroller, and her mom was looking around a jewelry display. And the little girl, I promise you, this little girl, she took uh like she had found a little necklace she liked, and it was in a little jewelry box, right? And her mom was on the other side of the display, and the little girl picked up the necklace, and she looked around and she stuffed it under her bottom in the stroller and kept going, and the mom just moved along. The mom didn't know it. This poor little 2-year old, she's stuck it under her butt. And I like walked out and I was like, "Hey ma'am, I'm so sorry." I go, "But your daughter has she's sitting on something." And that mom was so embarrassed. I didn't, obviously it's just two, but she was like, "Oh my gosh." And that little girl looked at me like, "Woman, I had that, okay?" She was 2 years old, bless her heart. She took that necklace. It was funny. It was funny. That was the cutest thing. It's terrible, but it was cute. It was too cute. She thought she had that necklace. She just sat on it. Yeah, bless her heart. I swear. That's what we say in Alabama to everything. Bless your heart. And that can be a compliment or it can be an insult. It just depends on how we say it. Okay, they are like 40 minutes behind because he did say 10 to 10 their time. Yeah, that's so untrue. So like uh it actually affects everyone. The It's crazy. But now shoplifting, it's so funny. I hear on the news and stuff they're talking about ORC, organized retail crime. That has been a thing for years because I dealt with organized retail crime when I was in LP, which has been years ago. I have, uh, they cut back on loss prevention back when I was in my 40s. Sounds terrible. Um, so they cut back on that years ago. And now they're all of a sudden talking about all this, how they grab and go. That was a thing back then, but they didn't talk about it like they talk about it now. Um, so I don't know. They act like it's a new thing, like a new trend or something. No, it's not. That's been going on for years. Um, so this whole grab and go, this whole organized retail theft that's happening, that's not a new thing. That's always been going on. But they just don't do anything about it anymore. Now you can just walk in somewhere and take whatever you want because they know they're not going to get prosecuted. Ugh. Law and crime needs to get their stuff together. Well, if you're following the Karen retrial, they have Brian Higgins back on the stand again today. Yeah, this is a circus, this trial. Hi, Nicole. How are you? Welcome back. I am well rested. I was telling everyone I got off the live yesterday and had every intention of catching up on some other trials, and I literally fell asleep. I was out. So I have a lot of work to do tonight. I know. My boyfriend said he came home from work and I was asleep and never got back up. He was like, "Are you okay?" Yeah, we had a nice group show up yesterday. Like it got up to 200 people. I was surprised. I was like, "Whoa, I'm famous." No, I'm just kidding. I know we probably know this courtroom like at least the ceiling anyway. We know that ceiling pretty well. At least there's no cobwebs. At least we know they keep that pretty clean. Yes, so I'm keeping up with that. It's that I don't know if that's going to go to trial, and it's crazy. He's waived his right to a speedy trial. So I don't know if it's going to go to trial in 2025 or 2026, which is really really bad. But I'm on the fence on that one. I don't have enough information. I don't feel like I don't know. You guys can say what you think about it, but I don't know. I don't know. It's very circumstantial. I'll just put it that way. I I gotta see all the evidence. I don't know. I find it. Let me just put it this way. I find it very shocking if one person can stab four people that many times and no one scream, wake the other up. I mean, I believe a couple of them were in the same room together, and no one make a sound and no one have any defensive wounds. It just seems strange to me. So, uh, and they don't have any real hardcore evidence other than supposedly the knife sheath. And I also, because I have a background in forensics and criminal justice, I saw the way they took out the evidence And there was a lot, to me, just based on some of the pictures in the video, a lot of cross contamination. There was a lot of passing off the evidence. Hi, Lucy. With other officers and people, and they put it also in a U-Haul truck. So there was a lot of stuff just stuffed in a garbage bag, stuffed in boxes. There was a lot of things that was touching each other. I don't feel like it was a well done crime scene. Just to put that out there. I did a video on that. I don't think it's on this channel. It was when I had to redo my channel. I had a channel before this. And they destroyed the house. Yes, Gwen. I think that was a huge mistake. Huge. Like for the Alex Murdaugh case, they were able to go to the scene. I think that made a huge difference because to me, the Alex Murdaugh case was a circus as well. They didn't have the weapons. They didn't have anything. None of the shell casings matched any of the weapons on Alex Murdaugh's property. For me, that's a huge issue. And they were showing weapons that were similar. But if you don't have the actual weapon, I didn't think that should have been allowed in. So for Bryan Kohberger, they don't have anything. They have circumstantial theories at best. And the cross-contamination of the evidence is really bothersome to me. So I don't think they handled it very well. His alibi is really crappy, though, Gwen. His alibi is, I was driving around looking at the stars. Seriously, you were driving around looking at the stars? Give me a break. You got to have something better than that. But, I mean, maybe he was. I don't know. But I think that they are reaching. I don't know where he came into the picture. Still not really explained. His phone was not really pinging over there because I think his phone was off or something. But I feel like they didn't do a very good job in tearing down the house, not being able to have the jury have something to look at, physically look at, and go see and see the layout. Like, how did he get into the house? Because there was no forced entry. How did he get, that house is pretty big, apparently. It had like several levels. How did he get in, go up to the levels? Would the other people have heard anyone scream, depending on what level he was at, as he's stabbing people multiple times? I mean, it would have been nice to have the jury to go see that house, I think. Yeah, that they were not professional. I mean, it's Moscow Police Department, for God's sake. You know, that's the thing with little areas. This is something they'd never seen before. So. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there were no defensive wounds. I find it very, very strange. It's just a strange. And I know the parents, I feel terrible for the parents because I know they want it to be him. I know they want closure and they want someone to pay the price, but I also am a huge believer in innocent until proven guilty. And I really, a lot of lawyers say they would rather what's their saying? They'd rather let one guilty person go than allow however many guilty go than send one innocent person to prison. It's kind of a catch-22 phrase, but it is sad. Like, I wouldn't want to send someone innocent to prison. But then again, the Innocence Project, if you guys haven't heard, is taking up Scott Peterson's case over Lacey Peterson.
On May 29, 2024, court march operated by our court clerk, Sue Hall, our official court reporter, is present. She is the official record. The court smart recording is not available for release. This is State versus Christopher Greger, case 21-1881.
Ooh, she colored her
Counsel, please
hair.
put their appearance on the record.
Your Honor, Christine Lento appearing on behalf of the state.
Looks much
Assistant
better.
Prosecutor Jamie Schroen for the state.
Good morning, Ms. Lento. Good morning, Ms. Schoen. Good morning, Your Honor. Mary Bellucci on behalf of Mr. Greger, who is seated to my left.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Greger again appears appropriately attired in a gray suit and tie. I have not heard from jury management yet about all the jurors being present. I understand there's some challenging issues with parking today. Yesterday, we discussed certain exhibits that the defense wanted to move in, and that was D4, D5, and D8. Is there an agreement amongst counsel as to that?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor, there is.
And that,
There is no D5, but it'll be D4.
And D4 was amended, I think, from what was actually used during the trial. It's a 3-page document now, and those 3 pages should be put in their entirety.
all right, so D5 is ID only. D4 is admitted by consent, but limited to 3 pages by agreement. Is that right?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so D4 in evidence as amended and by consent. And then what about D8, the release signed by Ms. Mitchell?
Judge, we're not putting that in.
We're not putting that in?
We're not.
Okay, so that is ID only. And then, Ms. Schroen, before we open, you wanted to confirm about S-125?
I confirmed with Ms. Hall about the S-125 and 126 were ID only, not in evidence. I just didn't want to put them in the evidence pile that goes back.
So then after your closings and the jury charge, if both of you could go over the evidence jointly to make sure whatever in the box is appropriate evidence to go back to the jurors. And then defense is not using a PowerPoint, but the state had an opportunity to view the exhibits that the defense may place on the TV screens, correct?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And you have a copy of the PowerPoint for after the defense is done to review the state's?
We printed one out, we do. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. All right, so we have, just to amplify on the record, at the request of counsel, a second flat screen TV. This one positioned essentially at the opening of the jury box where the jurors would enter closest to seat number 1 and seat number 9. It displays simultaneously with the images that are on the large screen TV, which is permanently mounted on a wall. Do we want to turn that flat now again? Then it doesn't need to be tilted towards me. Ms. Grimaldi, can I ask you to? I think we just did that before because they were putting some wires behind it. You can even turn it towards the audience if you want.
Yeah, I was looking at it. We'll be able to get. And they can still see that one if they want to. That one. It's actually hopefully it's more natural than this.
He looks really concerned. I'm so glad she colored her hair. It looks so much better. Sorry. I don't mean to be judgy, but that black was terrible. Oh no. Wait. Okay, it's her. I thought that was her the whole time. Oh my gosh. Who is that? I'm confused. They must be sisters. Look at they look just alike.
We could send somebody, Ms. Grimaldi, and an officer. I'm going to give them a couple minutes to get settled in the jury room when they get here.
Okay. I was so confused yesterday. Oh, there's the mom. Oh, she's here. Can't believe it. So I wonder if, since the defense is going first in closing, because usually it doesn't go that way, it's really weird. If the prosecution, since they go last, does the defense get a rebuttal? Because usually the prosecution goes first in a closing, then the defense, and then the prosecution gets a rebuttal closing. So I'm curious as how this works out here, because I've never seen that before.
Madam Clerk,
Where's
I
my
believe we
Jersey
get to-
girl at? Do you know how that
Did
works
not.
there?
All right, so that's agreed to, D13?
Yes.
All right, so D13 in evidence.
It's okay. I'm just curious because I've never seen a defense close first. It would make sense because doing a closing and then another closing and then a rebuttal, that's just a lot of time. You can't get it all out in your first go round.
Received. They're on their way, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Where are they parking in Timbuktu? Is that even a real place? I used to say that when I was growing up. Timbuktu.
Good morning. Let me go to the jury room and get settled.
Okay.
Good morning, China. How are you? Hi, Selena. How are you? You must have known they were going to be running behind because here they are. The jury's just now getting in, and they have to go to the jury room and drop all their stuff off and then come back. So we've just all been chatting.
All right, 1021 jury in the jury room. Let them get settled for a minute.
Why is their time off? What? Am I going crazy? Are they on a different clock than we are? This happened yesterday. What time is it in Jersey? Where my Jersey person at? What the heck's going on? What? Miss Murphy, what time is it there? I swear, I'm losing my mind. That's what I thought, right? I'm not crazy. Okay, I mean I am. I might be certifiable, but this time is messing me up. And I don't need to be any more confused than I already am in this life. Yeah, I'm surprised she's there. She hasn't been there the whole time, Lucy. So I'm surprised. I mean, because she's going to hear basically the entire trial summed up today. Are you laughing at me, Miss Murphy? Come on now. We all know women are nuts. We're allowed to say we're nuts. Don't let a guy say it. If a guy says we're psycho, they're probably they're going to die. Yeah, Jersey is busy. We are the queen of nuttiness. I can tell you that. But we make sense though. Like we understand how we are.
1024 jury out.
Oh, are they? Okay, I see. I guess in order to stream it, yeah. Makes sense. They're just trying to mess with my emotions.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Understand parking was a little challenging today, so I hope that worked out for you. Any issues or concerns you need to bring to my attention? All right, great. Seeing none, the order today is the summations first by defense counsel and then by the prosecution. We'll obviously try to take a break between the two of those, and then depending on where we are in the morning or lunchtime, and at some point we'll get to my jury instructions to you, my final charge to you. We have a second TV set up. As you can see, they're going to be simultaneously playing the same thing. If you have any difficulty seeing or hearing anything, just please tell us right away and we'll stop it or start again or adjust it however we have to. Anything from counsel before we begin?
There.
All right, Mr. Gallucci.
I don't like this guy.
On April 2nd, 2021, the world lost a shining light named Corey Mitchell, a 6, almost 7-year-old boy who died. That is tragic. No child, no matter what age, should die. But he didn't do it. He did not kill Corey. And they did not bring in one police witness, one doctor, one expert, one single layperson that showed you any evidence that Christopher caused an injury to Corey that killed him. Oh, they brought in cell phone records, they brought in text messages, they brought in phone calls, they brought in internet searches, they even brought in police from Alcoa, Tennessee. Ms. Lento yesterday sat here and cross-examined Dr. Bonnet. Her cross-examination consisted of, did you review this text message? Did you review this phone call? Did you review this record? Did you review this record? Her cross had very little to do with medicine. She touched on it, but most of it had to do with, did you know that he had a school teacher that reported seeing a bruise? And the doctor agreed with her. As a matter of fact, at one point, Dr. Bonin said to her, I'm agreeing with you too much. But he also testified that none of that stuff had absolutely anything to do with Corey's death. Nothing to do with Corey's death. The one person that might have been able to come here and explain to you Corey's death would be perhaps Dr. Ragasa.
It's not worth
Dr.
Lucy.
Ragasa was the medical examiner. Dr. Ragasa is the one that dissected Corey. Dr. Ragasa is the one that prepared the slides. Dr. Ragasa is the one that took each and every organ out of that body. Dr. Ragasa is the person that ordered the exams he thought were appropriate, such as a lung culture, not a blood culture. Dr. Larkin, who works for the ME's office, was another person. Took a CAT scan. Now, did we hear from the medical examiner? Did we hear from the one person who did all of these tests, who ordered all of these tests? No. His report, every single expert, forget about Dr. Bonin, forget about Dr. Bonin. Dr. Andrew relied on their medical examiner. Dr. Feingold relied on their medical examiner. And yes, Dr. Bonin relied on their medical examiner. Relied on those slides and relied on that report. We heard Dr. Ragasa's name mentioned more in this case than we heard Christopher's name mentioned in this case. He was the one that did the autopsy. The person that did all of the work here. We didn't hear from him.
No, either
And I'll
side
show
could have
you
called him
why.
at the beginning of May before he went out of the country.
I'll show you why. I'll show you that there was a concerted effort to show you bits and pieces of things. Let's show a little bit of this. Let's show a little bit of that. At one point, they introduced a text exchange. Part of it, I got up and I introduced the whole text exchange. So you don't get to pick and choose little snippets of what you want you to say. You deserve the whole story. What else did they give us? They gave us a doctor. Dr. Deacon sat here in his chair. 10 minutes before you walked in here, we did a hearing with Dr. Deacon. She testified one way. We brought you into the courtroom. She testified another way. They gave you a nurse, Lindsay Carnivale. Okay, I'm going to get to Lindsay. Lindsay Carnivale. She's a member of Justice for Corey. She's the one that said that Christopher was under emoting. By the way, that's a word I never, ever heard of in my life till I stepped in this courtroom. Under emoting means that he wasn't emotional enough to her liking. Member of Justice for Corey. We all want justice for Corey. We all want justice for everybody. Justice is not convicting a man for murder who did not commit a murder. That's not justice. Justice is an honest and complete look at the evidence. Justice is you using your common sense. You were chosen out of hundreds of people to sit here and deliver justice. That's why you were chosen. One of the only things we agreed on is we believed that you were the perfect people because you would listen to the evidence, you would listen to the judge's charge on the evidence, you will go back in that room and you will apply that to the evidence. Good morning. I'm Mario, and I have the honor of representing Christopher. And this is my summation. And this is it. You don't get to hear from me again. Some of you may be very happy about that. Some of you maybe look forward to coming here every day and watching me prance around the courtroom. But this is it. This is the last time I get to speak to you, and I'm going to talk about what we know. What we know. What did the evidence show us? So where should we start? Let's start at the beginning. Beginning in this case, we find out that Dave Greger, Christopher's father, receives a phone call from somebody. He introduces herself as Rebecca Micholo, and she's looking for some type of support for a child that Dave Greger had never met. And this was back 2018. Child was 5 years old. We know that Christopher takes a paternity test. And guess what? He's the father of a 5-year-old child that he never met. So, what does Christopher do? Quits his job working for Urban Teachers down in Baltimore, Maryland, moves back to Monroe, New Jersey, and moves back into mommy and daddy's house. And what do they do at that point? They have a plan. They meet, as families do. What are we going to do? We now have a 5-year-old child of Christopher's. So they decide as a family how they're going to go forward. They meet young Corey for the first time in August of 2018. At that time, he's 5 years old. 5 years old. They bring him into their home. I believe Dave Greger testified that he went through the house to find the objects that his 4 children used when they were growing up in the house, and they tried to make it comfortable for this young man. We know if that was in August, come October, September, October, and if we throw in August, 3 months later, this 5-year-old boy who's been with presumably his grandmother, Rebecca, they now get parental custody of this child. Within 3 months, the Gregors now become the residential parent of a 5-year-old child they have never met until 3 months earlier. And that speaks volumes. Volumes
That's
on
funny.
how the Greger family, within 3 months, become a residential parent of a child that they just met who is 5 years old. And what did they do? They embraced it. They embraced it. You heard Dave Greger testify that they enrolled him in the schools in Monroe. Christopher was working down South Jersey. He would leave early in the morning. Dave would get him on the school bus. Dave was retired from the state troopers. He would get him off the bus. Christopher would come home. They would do homework together. Dad would play soccer and basketball and baseball. He told us all those activities they did to bring this young man into their home. They set up a room. He had his own bedroom. Grandpa became like a dad. Dad was working and he would come home. And they moved all merrily along as a nice, happy family until January of 2020. And what happens in January of 2020? Brianna loses custody and visitation. Why? She has a drug issue, which is, people have drug issues. People could rehab from drug issues. But she has a drug issue. And now they went from having no child to now being the sole parent in charge of this young man within about 5 or 6 months. This arrangement continues until Brianna finally, she testified. I'll get to her. Believe me, I'm going to get to her. But so she finally cleans up her act and begins to get some visitation with her son. Her son, that her mother during this time had visitation with. But she did not have visitation with him. She gets 1 day a week and every other weekend. We know Christopher moves out of the house. He moves to Barnegat in August of 2020, I believe. And at this point, everything is hunky-dory. Everybody is fine. She's got her visitation. As a matter of fact, at some point, there was testimony that the two of them were basically living together. She testified that they were looking at homes together. And then what happens? Something happens. Because that relationship now becomes acrimonious. And as I was sitting there last night and over the weekend thinking about this, I'm like, what happened there? What happened that everybody was on this beautiful path, and then all of a sudden, everything went downhill? And I remembered the conversation that the state put in with Mr. Cicero, the conversation where he called DC P&P. And during that conversation, he said some things. And in those things, he said that I'm concerned that the baby's mother, Brianna, is relapsing. I'm concerned that she has entered back into a relationship with her ex-boyfriend. And this is now, when we go forward, is corroborated actually by Brianna and her testimony that, and I'm going to get to it, but she reaches out to Justin for a bump, if you remember, a bump. Can I get a bump? I'll get to it. But that's where we start seeing now this relationship, oh, maybe this is going to work. Maybe these two kids are going to live together and going to raise this kid, Corey, together, and everything will be fine. Well, that's the furthest thing from the truth. We know what happens. So now, on March 19th, not her regularly scheduled visit, she asks permission. Can I have Corey? Because remember, she only has visitation rights. So it's once a week, every other weekend, she wants to see him. And what does Chris say? Sure, go ahead, take him, but I want you to bring him home at whatever time. He allows it to happen. And what happens? She doesn't return. She says she hit traffic. They argue. She arrives late. And she ends up meeting Christopher at the gym. And we see this chat going on between the two of them. This acrimonious chat. I'm going to take over some of your parent time. Tit for tat, the two of them, back and forth. Drop them off. And she does. She drops them off at the gym, and we see Christopher go to her car, and we see them have a discussion. We can't hear the discussion, but you could see that that discussion was not a happy discussion. And what do we see next? We see Corey going to the gym with his dad. We see his dad point to a treadmill. We see that young boy get up on the treadmill all by himself. We see that young boy operate that treadmill all by himself. This is not the first time that child was on a treadmill. That child knew exactly how to work a treadmill and knew exactly what to do. And then we see what we saw. I didn't like it. I'm sure you didn't like it. I don't really care if you liked it or not. And I don't care if you liked him or not. Because it doesn't really matter. Because every single expert said, even their experts said, that treadmill had absolutely nothing to do with his death 12 days later. And I'm not conceding, by the way, endangering. I don't want you to think for a minute, oh, Mr. Gallucci's up there saying, oh, he's guilty of endangering. Absolutely not. It's not the way I would run a child on a treadmill, but I don't have a relationship that he had with his son. I could tell you what I saw in that video. I could tell you that when it was finished, I saw Corey get off that treadmill. I saw Corey run out of a gym. I saw Corey walk out. Everybody makes a big deal about the fight. I gotta tell you, when I first saw that video and I saw him grab his head, I was like, so, name one single doctor, Deacon, the doctors from Community Health, Dr. Ault, Dr. Andrews, Dr. Feingold, even Dr. Boggle. Name one doctor that said there was any evidence of a bite mark to the top of Corey's head. Not one. We have two body charts. They went to great lengths with two body charts from two different doctors. Did any one of those doctors indicate that was a bite on the head? There was a bite mark on the head. No, not one. So what was it to me when I go back and I look? I see a frustrated father. I see a father who's frustrated. By the way, Corey kept getting back up on that treadmill. There's only one time he puts him on.
Yeah.
Corey keeps getting back up on that treadmill. And the point he tries to put him up on the treadmill, he's trying to get his feet on the side, not from the where it's running. And you see
This
him
guy
go
needs to
down
stop
on his head.
talking.
To me, after looking at it again, and after reviewing the evidence, and after looking at the medical records, and seeing that not one single doctor said that was a bite, that was a frustrated father. Ah!
He needs to stop talking about this treadmill, you guys. Like, seriously, get off the treadmill.
But that's what that was.
Oh my gosh.
No physical evidence.
He's horrible.
And how else do we know that Corey was okay after that treadmill? 2 days later, he's with Grandpa and Grandma. He's down in Barnegat, looking at houses. Dave Greger testified that they saw two homes. One home was close to the street, and they were concerned because Corey was running around. He was energetic. It's 6. What 6-year-old isn't energetic? A 6-year-old that just got really hurt badly on a treadmill is maybe not energetic. But not a 6-year-old that did not get hurt on a treadmill. 2 days later, he's energetic. He's fun. They go to a relative's house. They hang out. Corey's bored. He wants French fries. That's all he wants. What 6-year-old doesn't want French fries? Hell, I want French fries. All right? 6 years old, he wants French fries. They go out to dinner. They take him down to a restaurant that's on the bay, I guess. Corey eats French fries. And he's got a bruise to his head. That they see. And they discuss. He visits Brianna on the 23rd. 3 days later. She doesn't do anything. She doesn't call DCP&P that day. She doesn't alert anybody to the fact that my Corey is hurt. This is her visitation day, the 23rd. 3 days after treadmill. And I'm going to get to this. But, the bruises were different ages. I'll get there. 3 days later, she has him. Not an issue with bruising. Not a word. Not a call to DCP&P. Nothing. 3 days later. The 27th. 7 days later. This child
Oh, bless
is
her heart,
trying
y'all.
out for a football team.
Oh.
A football team. 7 days later, the boy that was supposedly abused on a treadmill, who's injured and hurt, is trying out for a football team. 7 days later. The 28th. Now she goes to DCP. I see Bruce. I see this. I see evidence of this. They call the police. And the police come. And by the way, I don't have to do a thing. I could have sat in that chair through this whole trial and did absolutely nothing. I told you I would, but I could do absolutely nothing. The burden lies right here with Ms. Schron and Ms. Lento. I called the police on my case to show you that 2 police officers responded to check out Corey. 2. Officer number 1 was Dugan. He actually looked at Corey, didn't find anything wrong with Corey, noticed some bruising, didn't think anything of it, had a discussion with this other officer, and actually testified that he believed that Christopher and Corey had a good relationship. This was an investigation for child abuse. 8 days after the treadmill video, 2 officers, not 1, 2 officers go down and they meet Corey, they talk to Corey, they look at Corey, they speak to Christopher, and what do we get from that? We have a good relationship. Officer Roman, I believe his name is, he comes in too. And what does Officer Roman say? Officer Roman says that he has seen in the past Corey and Christopher up at the turf field playing football. He's seen them together playing football. And I believe it was Miss Lento. I may be wrong. Your memory is what's right here, not mine, not anybody's, but yours. I think it was Miss Lento that asked him what he was doing at the football field. And I believe he said he was throwing passes. As a matter of fact, I believe Officer Roman went so far as to say he was diving for passes in the end zone. Diving. That's what 6-year-olds do. They dive, they fall, they bump, they hit things. It was 8 days later, 8 days after treadmill. There's nothing wrong with Corey. 0 wrong with Corey.
Obviously painful. Brianna left the courtroom. It's so sad.
Every single time there's an issue, we roll out treadmill. Treadmill.
Stop talking about it.
And I'm sure, I can guarantee you, before you leave here today, we're going to see treadmill. Guarantee it. Guarantee. Not one single person, not one lay person, not one doctor, not one police officer, not one expert has said anything about that treadmill causing an injury that killed Corey, or better yet, that caused any significant injury whatsoever to Corey. We have body graphs. 2 doctors, Dr. Deacon, Dr. Ung, do body graphs. And I'm going to get to the information that we're given in a minute. But in the body graphs themselves, do they delineate on those body graphs the injuries that were caused from falling on a treadmill? We know they didn't see any bite marks to his head. Do they delineate, oh, this bruise must have happened from a treadmill, this bruise must have happened from a football fall, This bruise must have happened from OE6, although one of them,
Hi,
I think,
Amazing
was taken
G.
in Arkansas. Deacon did testify that, 6-year-olds fall. On April 1st, we're now 11 days after Treadmill. 11 days. Brianna applies for a emergent court order. My son is being abused. 11 days later, by the way. She's had him through those days. But 11 days later, now today, why? Why? I thought about it. Why 11 days later, out of nowhere, does she just do this? Well, he does have bruises. He does have bruises. And what does that mean? Aha! Maybe I could get custody. Maybe I could have more than just visitation. Maybe the court now will give me my little boy. And I don't have to run from Jamesburg down to Barnegat once a week. Here's my shot. Oh my gosh. To get my boy. And what happened with that court order? It was denied. Denied. Yet again, she got struck down another time. But in the court order, it says both parents, mother and father, should schedule a visit with the pediatrician together. And alas, here's my opportunity. So when she gets that, she sees that language, what does she do? She runs him immediately down to a pediatrician. She actually testified about this. Not in so many words, but she testified that she was trying to get full parental custody back, and that she was working on cleaning herself up. And here's her shot to do it. So she violates the court order, and that's important. Not because she violated a court order. We should always obey a court order. I'm not saying that you should go out and violate court orders, but it's important to this case that she violated a court order. She was assigned a DCP&P worker. I think his name was Mark Wolnowski from DCP&P. By the way, I don't think we heard from him either. Yet another person that we hear throughout the whole case. We hear DCP&P, we hear about a worker, but none of them came here to testify, to tell you anything. Bits and pieces. So at IV Pediatrics, what do we get? We get a pediatrician, Dr. Flesher, Dr. Deacon. She's the one that we did a hearing. And at the hearing, she testified about how she was speaking to Corey and how she got information out of him. And then after that, you all came in. It's like a dress rehearsal, I was calling them. You all come in, and she completely changes the testimony as to what she did with Corey. And I got angry with her. And I'm sorry, I yelled at her. I wear that. I yelled at her. I lost my cool. Because she lied. She completely changed testimony from a hearing 10 minutes before you walked in. She used the word, I had to prod it out of him, the treadmill. I needed to press him. Those are the words she used in order to get information out of a 6-year-old child. Corey actually originally told her he hit his head playing football on the turf. We know he was playing football. We have testimony that he was playing football. He was at football tryouts that week, so we know he's playing football. Officer Roman confirmed that he's seen him playing football. She's prodding a 6-year-old based on what? And this is what's important. And this is what Dr. Bodden testified to, and Dr. Andrew testified to, and Dr. Feingold testified to. She made her questions and decisions based upon information that who was giving her? Who was giving her that information? Brianna. Brianna, the person that is looking to get custody, went to a court to get custody, didn't get custody, and instead of doing what the court said to do by taking them together, she decided on her own, you know what? Let me take him to the pediatrician now. Dr. Deacon testified. Brianna stayed in the room the whole entire time. She got the history from Brianna. Do you think that Brianna in her history told her that she was in the process of cleaning up? Do you think that Brianna in her history told her that she's still taking methamphetamines? Do you think Brianna, in giving the history to that doctor, gave her any of that information? Do you think that Brianna told her that I had Corey on the 23rd, I didn't say anything, I watched him at football tryouts on the 28th, the 27th? Do you think that Brianna gave that to Dr. Deacon? She didn't. How do we know that? It would have been in the record. There'd be a record of what Dr. Deacon was told by Brianna. Just like it would be in the record that there were bite marks to the top of his head, and the chart she made, there would be bite marks. Dr. Deacon confirmed, and this goes back, by the way, now to treadmill, and child abuse. This goes back to that. She confirmed that he did not appear in any distress and that he had multiple bruises in varying degrees of time. She did not indicate on her chart which bruises were from a treadmill, which bruises were from a football practice, or, as she stated, what bruises are from a 6-year-old child. The 6-year-old children fall, bump into things, and do stupid things. She testified.
When did they know about the treadmill video, though?
She testified to this. Normal bruises you can explain with falling and playing like children do. She did notice a fresh scratch on his belly button because it was still moist. Well, who had him? Brianna had him. So how did the injury to the belly button occur? And by the way, I'm not saying that Brianna abused his child, but I'm just trying to show you that he's a 6-year-old child. And he had a fresh abrasion on his belly button while in her custody. What does she do next?
Very
Dr.
critical.
Deacon tells her, I want him to stay. I want to do further studies just to make sure he's got no underlying injury under his skin. So we'll take him by ambulance or whatever, I guess to Jersey Shore. I forget what hospital. Like I said, it's your memory, that's right, not mine. I believe it was to Jersey Shore. And she said, no, 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 I'll take him myself, which is fine. She wanted to take him. She thought it'd be quicker. It's her son. So she takes him to community health. They do an exam there. And what happens at the end of that exam? They want her to take him to Jersey Shore. And she says, I'll take him. Again. And this is important. It's important because if he goes by ambulance, who are they speaking to? Corey. If she takes him, who's conveying a history? Brianna. She needed to be in control of every one of those medical visits. If she controls the medical visit, she controls the narrative.
He's 6.
And we get to meet Dr. I think I'm pronouncing his name right. Remember him? I think Ms. Ferrante did the cross-examination of him. I believe he did the wrong calculation for blood pressure. His blood pressure was actually high. He didn't know that he had done the wrong calculation until Ms. Ferrante, a lawyer, pointed out to a pediatrician doctor that he had done the wrong calculation on calculating his blood pressure. But Dr. Ong said something else. He was a very scary little boy. That's what he said. Very scary little boy. What 6-year-old child that has now been to 3 different medical facilities, it's now close to midnight, he's going from hospital to hospital to hospital, he's being pressed, he's being prodded. What 6-year-old kid is not going to be scared? What was going through Corey's head? What's going through his head? Why is mommy taking me to all these places? Why are they asking me all these questions? What I can tell you is that that kid was probably exhausted. What happens when you're tired? Your immunity goes down. What happens when your immunity goes down? You get sick. And what do they want you to do in a hospital? They want you to wear a mask. Why do they want you to wear a mask? Because there's infections and diseases and bacteria and stuff in hospitals and medical centers. So this little boy, in a matter of 12 hours, is in 3 different medical facilities, and he's exhausted. His immunity is compromised. Let's get back to child abuse. Dr. Ong determined that he saw nothing unusual, nothing. This was nothing unusual. That the bruises were bruises. There was nothing unusual about Corey. He was in fine condition. He did state that he saw some bruising that he believed was made within hours. He did state that in his report. And once again, who was with him in those hours? Brianna. And once again, I'm not telling you Brianna's abusing this child. I'm not. But I'm saying 6-year-old boys, they bruise. He has scratches at his navel, and now Dr. Ong is finding fresh bruises on his body that he said were caused within hours. So now we have bruises from football, bruises from treadmill, fresh scratches from Dr. Deacon, fresh bruises, fresh scratches from Dr. Deacon, fresh bruises from Dr. Ung. So how are you now? You're supposed to do this. How are you going to differentiate what bruises and scratches and contusions were caused by a treadmill, were caused by football, were caused by a 6-year-old being a 6-year-old? Not one doctor gave you any of that information. Not one doctor. Not one doctor said there was anything wrong with Corey. Zero. How could you possibly form an opinion for child abuse if we can't even discern a particular injury afforded to that treadmill activity, let alone murder? Murder. What else did Dr. Ung tell us? He said that a child is different. Child systems are different than adult systems. They run at a higher metabolic state, and that they de-escalate very quickly. Dr. Bodden testified yesterday. Dr. Bodden, who has been doing this for maybe 300 years, but Dr. Bodden came here and he testified. He's testified for the government. He's written publications and given lectures on child abuse, forensic pathology. He agrees with Dr. Ung. Children de-escalate very quickly. Very quickly. And Dr. Bodden actually talked about pediatricians. Pediatricians are not forensic pathologists. Pediatricians treat children. Pediatricians don't do things like a forensic pathologist does. They don't do things like Dr. Feingold does. You go to a pediatrician, he looks in your ears, he looks up your nose, he looks down your throat, hits you in the knee a little bit, takes your blood pressure, does your heart rate, takes your pulse. You got any complaints? Feel good, doc? You're good to go. They don't do anything other than that. Dr. Bodden testified to that. A pediatrician is a doctor of treatment. A forensic pathologist is an expert on death. So what does Brianna do next? She takes him home to Jamesburg. We see the picture of her bedroom. She's got two beds in the bedroom. She testified that he slept with her that night. Now, that's not so innocuous. That's really not so innocuous. When do children most likely want to sleep with mommy? When they're not feeling well. That's when they want to sleep with mommy. So it's not so innocuous. Just like her refusing to have somebody take Corey, from one place to another. That's not so innocuous either. That's her controlling the narrative. A narrative that she needs to control in order to finally get her child. So what does she do the next morning? As a parent who just traipsed your son through the whole night from doctor to doctor to doctor, because you believe your child is abused, who went to court to get an emergent order because you think your child is abused, what does she do? She takes him to Christopher.
She had no
So
choice.
how concerned was she really? How concerned was she really that he was abusing him? This is all her narrative. I see a light. I could finally, he's 6. I may finally be able to have custody of this little boy. She brings him to Christopher. Oh, it would have been a violation of a court order. She's already violated the court order when she took him to the doctor without him. The court order was you and the baby's father are to take the child to be evaluated by the pediatrician. And even if she's violating a court order, if you're a parent and you think your child is being abused, do you give him to the abuser? No. So how serious was she? This is all just a ruse. There's a way for her to finally get custody of this kid. Excuse me, Corey. And it gets better. It gets better. At 3:30 in the afternoon, she testifies, or she testifies that he calls her at 3:30. Corey is lethargic, Dr. Bonnet, sign of infection. Corey's legs hurt. Corey's been sleeping all day, throwing up. I need his insurance cards. What's the next thing she does? She calls up or texts on Facebook Messenger her ex-boyfriend, and I guess drug dealer, Justin Wondren, and she asks him to bring her a bump. Not, oh my God, the baby's father just called me and my child is sick and he's taking him to the hospital. May I get a bump? I didn't even know what a bump was until I asked her, and she was gladly explained that it's methamphetamines. It's drugs. And you snort it. That's what she was interested in. I'm going to use that word.
Oh my
Talk
gosh.
about under-emoting. That's the ultimate under-emoting. That's not Mommy of the Year.
Yeah.
That's not, I'm so concerned about child abuse. That's, let me get a bump. And was that it? No. Moments later in the same conversation, 15 minutes later actually, I'll get it myself. I just don't want that much. 10 minutes later, her son is in the hospital. 10 minutes later, back to Justin. I asked you for a bump. I don't know if you could add inflection to Facebook Messenger. I did. Are you coming here or am I going there? Brianna says this, you need to come here. 4:38. Hurry up. Do you think when she was making emergent orders to judges to get custody of Corey, she was including in the order that she's bumping it up? Do you think she included that information in the order? Do you think when she met with Dr. Deacon, she told Dr. Deacon she's bumping it up? Do you think when she met with Dr. Ung, she said she was bumping it up? Do you think for 1 minute that had she told any one of those doctors, that any one of those doctors would have said, here's Corey, go home with him? No way would that have happened. So she excludes that in the history she gives to the doctors. She testified that she started calling hospitals to find out where he is because supposedly he's not answering her. Well, he's in the hospital with his son. We're going to get to this hospital. He's in the hospital with his son. We had Sergeant Coles testify. I actually even called him. Sergeant Coles testified to the Celebrite and phone calls and hundreds of phone calls, text messages, internet searches, and yada, yada, yada. Did we have any of them come in and say, hey, Sergeant Coles, did you check, Brianna gave me the cell phone. Did you check Brianna's cell phone to see if she called all the hospitals in the area? Who cares? We know she was more interested at that point at snorting methamphetamines while her son was in a hospital that she knew about. He told her that. He told her what was going on. He didn't willy-nilly just bring him and say, let me take him to a hospital. He called the mother. He's sick. He's lethargic. She had nothing to do with Corey's death. Nothing at all to do with Corey's death. He had nothing to do with Corey's death. That death was exactly what Dr. Von testified to. Corey died from natural causes. But do you think for a minute that if those three separate medical facilities were given accurate histories by Brianna, accurate histories of why she was there, instead of them focusing on, is this child being abused? Are these bruises from abuse? Are these abuses from football? Are these bruises from a 6-year-old running into a wall? Do you think that maybe they would have taken a different approach? Do you think they might have said, let's look at this, look at that? But no, we were getting a history from her. This is the same person that DCP&P relied on. This is the same person that she called, DCP&P called and sent her to doctors. Do you think that she would still have custody or visitation for that matter if they knew she was pumping it up? Every single doctor, even their experts, Dr. Bodden, said one of the most important things is taking a history from someone who is lying, giving an inadequate history. It's not going to be held to a diagnosis. Your job is not to judge her. His Honor is going to give you a charge. It's a credibility charge. It's whether or not you find her testimony to be credible. And he's going to explain in that charge that if you find her testimony to not be credible, that you can disregard that portion of her testimony, or you are free to disregard all of her testimony. Well, if you disregard the portion of the testimony where she's not telling the truth to a judge, to DCP&P, to Dr. Deacon, to Community Health, I don't remember seeing a doctor from Community Health either, to Dr. Ung, well, that's why you're jurors. You get to make that decision. And while I'm here, after Corey passes, she and her family become a one-man wrecking crew. They go crazy. I can't make this up. I was actually reading this last night. She testified that she woke up one morning, and I believe it was her mother, and a friend. I may be mistaken, but it was at least her. That she wakes up one morning and they decide, well, I think it's Saturday morning, instead of maybe going to see Corey at his grave, going to church, working on my sobriety, let me go to the local supermarket, let me buy dead fish, ham hocks, and goose egg stones. And let me go to Dave Greger's house, because I think that's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. To now run to Dave Greger's house and throw dead fish, ham hocks, and goose egg stones at his house and on his lawn. Is that normal?
She just lost her child.
Is that something you would expect from somebody who is grieving? And look, everybody grieves differently, and I'm going to get to that. But I don't think that grieving is waking up in the morning and buying dead fish, ham hocks, and goose egg stones and throwing them at somebody else's house.
Well, she can't kill the guy.
Who does that? Maybe somebody bumping it up thinks it's a good idea.
Yeah, no.
And she starts a GoFundMe page. GoFundMe. Justice for Corey. And then an administrator, you know what? I don't think she set up the GoFundMe page. I think an administrator on the page set it up. She was one of the administrators. I believe she testified that she knew it was set up. And she testified that she did profit from the GoFundMe page. She profited from her son's death. And GoFundMe became very expensive because they have fees attached to them. So they decided in their infinite wisdom, we got to increase the profit here because GoFundMe is taking too much money for us, so let's set it up as Cash App. And what did she say she used the money for? She used the money for burial. She used the money for funeral costs. And she used the money for court. I don't know what she had to use the money for court for, but she used the money for court. Now we come to the drop-off. So she drops Corey off, and I already went through why is she dropping him off here, but she does.
That's right, Gwen.
To Christopher's house at about 9:02, 9:03. And at that time, she accidentally, never did this before ever, but accidentally videotapes a conversation between her and Corey. You play it, please, Ms. Rodney?
Look, we all see him as a jerk.
Certainly.
The jury sees him as a jerk too. I don't think the jury's this gullible.
He's your other parent, so it's his right. He needs to see it because you went to the doctor, and I just want to make sure he sees that, okay? I'm not sure.
Hi, Jenny.
It is.
Stop it.
Counsel, I thought we agreed you'd hit play a second time. I think the first time it starts, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't seem to capture the beginning. So Mr. Ferrante could just play it a second time.
No, I asked to stop it. There's a reason I asked to stop it.
You can
Yeah,
do it.
he's inside. I don't know why the car's not here. That's strange. Yeah, see? Well, he's your other parent, so it's his right. He needs to see it because you went to the doctor, and I just want to make sure he sees that, okay? I'm not sure where he is.
Stop it. Dr. Andrew, did you hear Corey moan in that 33-second video? No. Dr. Feingold, did you hear Corey moan in that 33-second video? No.
Yeah.
Dr. Andrew, did you hear Corey yawn in that 33-second video? No. Dr. Feingold, did you hear Corey yawn in that 33-second video? No. This is in evidence. Go back. Go listen to it. He moans and he yawns. And I'm going to get to the diagnosis you're making on a video.
Now we're not mean here.
So you got to say to yourself, how does she accidentally take a video that she's never taken before, just so happens to take the video the night she's going from hospital to hospital to hospital, violating a court order, telling doctor after doctor after doctor what's going on, going home, trying to get bumps. What's the one thing that's missing on that video? Them. You don't see Corey. You don't see Brianna. And I'm telling you right now, that was no accidental video. When you walked through that door, the judge didn't instruct you, hey, leave your common sense out there. We picked you because you have
Thanks,
common
Nicole.
sense.
Even though we don't like this guy, we're
That
still
was
very
done on
Christian-like.
purpose.
We're not going to throw stones.
On purpose. Trying to set up another, all right, judge said no.
Just doing his job.
Doctor said no. Let me do a video. And on purpose. We don't see Corey. We don't see Brianna. That's on purpose.
That's right, Jenny.
I think it was 8 words. At one point in the trial, they said 13. I went back the next day, I counted it, it's 8. You got a transcript, you counted. Dr. Andrew, a forensic pathologist who works on dead bodies, modified his time frame where the blunt force injury occurred on a 33-second video where the child says 8 words. He doesn't hear him moan, he doesn't hear him yawn, but he's able to move that trauma to a time frame of when he's the only person who had control of the Corey. Because if he doesn't move that time frame, guess who else is in the middle of it?
I got it, Nicole. I get you.
Brianna. 1 year later, a forensic pathologist, and I'll get to him, but I'm there. Forensic pathologist that they got in New Hampshire. They didn't call their own medical examiner.
Nor did you.
The person, Dr. Ragasa, who did the autopsy. But they go to New Hampshire. He gives them a report. The report puts it right in the middle of the two of them.
Yes,
We
they
can't have
will.
that.
They might have to take a
Let's
break.
give them the video.
He's going on and on.
Let's give them the picture. Do we have the picture of this, Rodney? On the front?
Yeah, this is going to end today. They're going to give both closings, and the judge is going to give his jury instruction.
Is that the picture of a man who either
It's literally the only picture they have.
his child is in the process of killing his child, or is at this moment planning on, all right, let me take this picture, and I'm going to get to this picture. Let me take this picture now before I beat my son. Let me take this picture now before I kill my son. So their doctor from New Hampshire comes here and says, that picture, that 33-second videotape without any people in it, except voices, gets him to modify his opinion and rule
Oh, God, my heart is breaking for her.
and puts the target completely on him. And a year later, we see him arrested. I believe Ms. Ferrante had the office here yesterday of him getting arrested. And
There usually is no cap on the closing arguments unless the judge
So-
gives them one, and he didn't give them one.
let's talk about Christopher for a little while. Between March 20th and April 2nd, March 20th is the point where we have the turnover. 4/2 is the day court passes. So who do we hear from first? Kim Peace. Kim Peace was the lovely school teacher. She comes here and testifies that she saw a bruise. She was upset, or another teacher saw a bruise. They discussed it. They decided that they were going to contact GCP. They were going to do whatever they needed to do. This is the same teacher, and it's in evidence, that wrote a lovely little letter for him, making him out to be the father of the year. The same teacher
Thanks, Selena.
that now says that he wore long sleeves on a hot day. Okay? Maybe he was cold. And indicative of child abuse because he wore long sleeves on a hot day. By the way, he was in school the week after Trenton.
You guys are pretty great.
He didn't have long sleeves on then. If they were trying to say he's trying to hide his abuse, wouldn't he have had long sleeves on him then? Wouldn't he even kept him out of school then? If he's abusing his kid like they want you to believe, he would not have sent him to school. Or if he did, he would have covered him in long sleeves. He didn't, because he's not abusing his kid. The other thing is, they talk about this vacation to Key West, and you have the class dojo. I believe it went into evidence. If not, I'll explain it to you. He says to her, we're going on vacation to Key West. My family is going on vacation to Key West. After he says that, he then says, we will be appearing virtually. Is there anything else I need to do? And on cross-examination, I didn't know that he meant that he would be appearing virtually. He says it right in the class dojo. He wasn't looking at school for spring break, I think, and then the family was going to Key West. By the way, if you're about to abuse or murder your kid, are you doing it right before you're taking them on vacation with your family to Key West? No. They had a system. Thumbs up, thumbs down. She testified. She very rarely gave it thumbs down. If Corey had an issue, which were few, she would go on class dojo and let him know about it. She also testified that Brianna never communicated with him. He did all the assignments. He was a good student. He was on time. And he was always dressed
Gwen, that video's
appropriately,
terrible.
I guess, except for that one day that he wore the long sleeves on a hot day. There was a reason he was the residential parent. And you see that through Kim Peace. He's a residential parent because he's taking care of this child. He's got a network. He's got his father, his mother, 3 siblings, one of which lives down here in Barnegat. He has a network and a support system. He's got a master's in education from Johns Hopkins. He's teaching children in the Baltimore inner city. That's why he's got residential parent. He appeared virtually every single time he was supposed to. And this is a theme. Every witness comes up here and just changes things. You have a letter that you say is parent of the year. They come in here and now he's not parent of the year. You have all these issues that were non-issues, and now all of a sudden Corey passes, and now he's an ogre. They gotta make you try to, I mean, I say this and I hate saying it because it's such a color, whatever it is, but you're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, and it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. By the way, he showed up to school with the bruise. That's why they sent him to DC P&P. If he was hiding it, why would he send him to school with the bruise? He's not hiding anything because he didn't do anything. Now we're at April 2nd. Brianna drops Christopher off at Corey's. Prior to the drop-off, we have the accidental recording, and we learned that he, through Sergeant Coles, we learned that that whole morning he's in communication with a woman named Marcy. That him and Marcy are talking back and forth about getting together. She asked Marcy about how's Corey? Is Corey all right? One word, yeah. Not. Oh, he's sick. He didn't say that. Yeah. Just got home. I don't know what kind of evaluation he could have made, but the answer to Marcy was yeah. So, as he's speaking to her through the whole entire day, there's conversation, according to Sergeant Coles, back and forth between them. Pizza. Do you want me to get pizza when I come over? Do you want me to bring a deep dish? Do you want me to do this? He's making arrangements with this girl, Marcy, to come to his home to hang out. So, if you are abusing your child or going to kill your child, are you inviting a witness? Are you inviting Marcy to come over and share pizza with you? A person that could sit there and visually see your son? You're not doing that because you're not abusing your child. Use your common sense. None of it makes any sense. A lot of it makes sense. $11:53. He texts Marcy that he's asleep. Corey's asleep. It's 11:53. Takes a picture of him still sleeping on the couch, which I just showed you. That was at 2:02.
It's a long nap, y'all.
Like I said, is that a picture you're taking of a kid you're about to kill? Is that what you're gonna do? Is that the picture of the kid you're about to abuse? Did it look like he was abused already? We know Corey throws up and he defecates himself. The CSI detective testifies that he smelled the vomit in the house. And they make a big deal about the clothes in the garbage pail. Clothes in the garbage pail. The defecated clothes are in a garbage pail underneath a McDonald's bag. They made a big deal about it. He's a guy, and I hate to be a sexist, but a guy who has a 6-year-old and his kid did poopy in his pants and his underwear and soiled himself is not clean that stuff. He's taking it and he's throwing it into the garbage pail. And if he was going to hide it, would he have just put the McDonald's bag on top? Doesn't he think that if he's in trouble, that if he abused his child, that if he killed his child, he would put a McDonald's bag on top of the defecated clothes? No!
This guy's so aggressive, y'all.
Ridiculous. He's ordering McDonald's to feed his child. If you're killing your kid, are you feeding him first?
You know what's interesting is there no toxicology report. I haven't heard that
You know
at
that
all.
Corey gets very sick very fast. Very sick very fast.
That's a long nap, you guys.
That's what I'm
11
saying.
something
Shows that
to
he
after
compensates
2,
very
he's
quickly.
still asleep.
We know he calls Brianna. We know he drives him to the hospital.
That's questionable.
Stops right in the middle of the emergency room. Right in the middle of the parking lot, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that's questionable.
He's not meandering into the emergency room. Goes in the emergency room, and what's the next thing we get? We get Nurse Doyle. Watch this now. This is amazing at how long it takes anybody to help.
Because they say if you have a slight concussion, even you shouldn't go to sleep. That's a good point, Gwen. I'm wondering.
Try to put him down, and it can work. Try to talk to somebody to get some help. Daddy holding his son. Does that look like under-emoting to you? We still don't have Nurse Doyle. Still standing there with this child. Does it take a doctor to see that that child's in distress? Concerned about making sure that they are identified and they have their stickers on them. Southern Ocean Methodist Memorial Medical Center. Now we see Nurse Doyle. Now, is Nurse Doyle doing anything to see Corey? Where's your video? I couldn't see his face.
Yeah, I will say that I don't feel like the hospital was very
He's a nurse.
urgent enough.
Go around the other side of Christopher and take a look at his face. In hindsight, you want to just yell at Doyle and say, do that. Still leaving him in the middle of the ER, that child in obvious distress. Moments matter. Still no help.
Yeah, remember this is the height of COVID, you guys, though, and I feel like they were like super slow to help. I don't know about you guys, but I honestly, like I always say this because I have kids. I could not fathom. I couldn't
Are you
imagine.
voting?
I don't know what I would do if something happened to my sons.
Now we get them to bay number 6 after 4 minutes and 16 seconds. It took Southern Ocean Medical Center 4 minutes to render that child who was in obvious distress any aid. Any aid. The nurse said I couldn't see his face. Well, walk around, Christopher. Take a look at his face.
Yeah, that's true too, Lucy.
You didn't need to
Amazing,
look
G.
at that child's face to know that that child was in obvious distress. Well, he told me he was at the hospital the day before and they released him. So what? So what?
Right?
This is what
Yeah.
was presented
He didn't
to
like
you.
run into the emergency
Get him in
room
the back.
screaming, "Help my son, help my son." Yeah.
Now it's all hands on
Any
deck.
a mother would be doing that. We'd be like freaking out.
He told us, Nurse Doyle, that he was pale. Bottom said sign of infection. Lethargic. Bottom said sign of infection. He had agonal breathing. I don't know what that is, but I guess that's not normal. Bottom said that the breathing would be disturbed. Doyle noted all of those things. All of them. Now it's all hands on deck. They take Corey into the back. I believe it was room 6, I said. He goes into distress. They intubate him. And they begin to do CPR for 49 minutes on a 6-year-old. 49 minutes. They bring him in to say goodbye. No, he didn't wait for the doctor to go, all right, time of death is 5:03. They brought him from the room they put him in, the patient waiting room. Oh, Lindsay Carnivale, she just cracks me up. I'll get to her. But why do we have patient waiting rooms if that's not where the parents are supposed to sit or family is supposed to sit? We have them so you sit so they could do their job. So you're not in their way. Do you want to see your loved one intubated? Do you want to see your loved one having CPR performed on them?
Yes, I want to see everything so I know my
6?
baby is all right.
So they took him out of the room and they put him in a family waiting room. That's odd. According to Lindsay Carnivale, that's odd. Corey dies. Did anybody officially go, all right, time of death? No. They bring him in to say goodbye.
I'm kind of with you, Gwen. I think the concussion theory is a good theory. I hadn't thought of that.
He can't even get in the room. Look at him.
I didn't realize he was out that many hours.
Look at him. That's what they call under emoting. They had to get him a chair. He's inconsolable. That's not a man, oh my God, I killed my child. That's a man, oh my God, my child is dead.
Or it's an, oh my God, I didn't mean to kill him. Crap. I went too far this time. How am I going to explain this one away? I got to go to Mexico.
He under-emoted.
Where's the nearest exit? That's what he's thinking. I got to get out of here.
He was clinical when he gave a history. Because he was calm. When he gave a history, he was calm. When he explained to the doctors what was going on, he was able to put himself together and say, Doctor, this is what's happening to my child right now. Please help him. Did she want him to be one of these parents? Oh my God, help him. No, he was calm. She got upset. He was calm when he gave his history. Was that calm? Was that under-emoting? Was that emotional? His oxygen level was 85%. Dr. Bottom. It's very low. Should be about 97. Sign of infection. Sign of a breathing issue. Lindsay Carnevale. We might have put the pulse ox on his finger wrong. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Jeez, dude.
You're giving him CPR, you intubate him, and you're telling us, the jury, and the people here, well, the oxygen level was low because we put the pulse ox on wrong. Come on. Dr. Bonnet, loopy, hypoxic, all signs of low oxygen.
All right,
Yes.
China.
Science, not text messages, internet searches, phone calls, Facebook messages, medicine, science. So, blood force trauma. The argument is that he beat that child to death by blunt force trauma, that the trauma he incurred on that child left no bruising, but we could see it underneath.
He does, Jenny.
In the skin that there was bruising. So we had, I guess, invisible bruising. That's the blunt force trauma. With such force that he lacerated his heart and his liver, although even Dr. Andrew agrees that the liver had nothing to do with the cause of death. So let's think about that for a second. We see a red mark on Corey's chest. Every doctor testified to this circular red mark on his chest that occurred when he was in the hospital. They all agreed that that is not a bruise. That was from a medical device or a pad. So you're telling me that a pad that they put on this boy when he got into the hospital left a bruise, but the blunt force injury he caused, we can't see. It's not there. It's not there. It's inside. It's inside. It wasn't the chest injury. The chest injury happened 12 days prior. Every doctor testified to it. Deacon noted it. Hogg noted it. Andrews said it had nothing to do with his death. So, where is the injury that he did that caused Corey's death? There is none. None. Corey died from an infection. A rapidly growing, spreading infection.
Where
Whether it
was
be
this
pneumonia,
infection?
which he thinks is over 50% chance, is what he told Miss Lento.
It's not a very big chance.
He did not die from a homicide. He died from natural causes. This is Dr. Otto. He reviewed all of the medical records. He reviewed all of the information necessary to make a medical diagnosis. No, he did not review the Alcoa, Tennessee roadside videos. No, he didn't review Kim Peace's class dojo. No, he didn't read the text messages between him and Brianna. But what he did look at were all of the medical records. Dr. Bob, a person that the government called to reinvestigate the assassination of John Kennedy.
Yeah, when he was in his prime,
Martin
dude.
Luther King.
Bless his heart.
A laceration that size, he would have been dead in moments. There's no way he could have died in that home, drove him to the hospital, went through whatever they did to him in the hospital, that's another, whatever they did there. Why did he go? Big deal. We spent days on him leaving. Days on him fleeing. You know why we spend days on him fleeing? Because if you are thinking about him fleeing, you are not thinking about the medical records. You're not thinking about the things I just spoke about. You're not thinking about the fact that there's no injuries. You're not thinking about, you're like, oh crap, why did he go to Arkansas? Who cares? He did go to Arkansas. He did. He got in his car and he drove straight through.
Oh my gosh.
He turned off his phone. He didn't want anybody to find him. He wanted to be alone.
Yeah,
He was
old son
grieving.
alone.
And I don't know a single person in this room that can tell somebody how to grieve. His grieving was to run if he was leaving because he was guilty of committing a crime. When he got stopped in Alcoa, Tennessee, and he gave them his car and telephone, oh, they had warrants. They didn't know that they had the warrants yet.
It was in Arkansas.
He gave it
We
to
know they had
them.
the right state. They were in Arkansas.
And they let him go. So now you think to yourself, if I'm guilty of killing my son, or I'm guilty of beating my son, and they've now taken my car, and they've now taken my phone, skedaddle, I'm out of here if I'm guilty, right? So if he's guilty, if the reason he left was because he had the consciousness of guilt, that's when he would leave.
I don't know. He's never heard of using an inside
That's
voice.
when I go. They take my car. Oh, wow, they're right on me. And by the way, when he comes back, he isn't arrested for the endangering for 4 months.
No, Janice. Hi, Janice. They haven't given it yet.
He could have been in
Hi,
my
Patricia Ann.
bedroom at that point. He stayed. When they wanted him, he was hiking in West Virginia. They called his father and they said, we want him to surrender at 9 o'clock in the morning. Dad, I can't. He's in wherever he was, West Virginia, hiking. Well, if he's not here at 9 o'clock in the morning, that's an issue. Dad called Hertz, tells them, well, wherever he called the car rental place. Stay open late. I got to get my son here. He drove throughout the night, not knowing what he was going to be charged with. Consciousness of guilt? Consciousness of guilt? Is that a guy that's guilty? That's a guy that says, here I am.
Yeah, this lawyer could almost be one of those mega church preachers.
They only charge him with endangering the welfare.
Give me your money.
They don't even charge him with the murder yet. So for almost a year, with the endangering hanging over his head, then you saw, please.
Oh gosh, what now? His dad looks upset. You know, it's crazy. He's sad right now, but he did not shed a tear when they showed that picture of Corey. Yes, that's what he said, Nicole. But his parents didn't show any tears when they showed the picture of Corey. But now they're showing emotion. It's weird. I feel like this video is not helpful. Yeah, she is in court today, kind of. And she wasn't crying at all. She didn't look emotional. I wonder if they're going to show their faces when they show the treadmill video, because I'm sure the prosecution will show it. Yeah, I get a sense of coldness from his dad. Very authoritarian.
How many police were there? I don't care if there were 5,000.
Okay,
I don't care if they brought the whole South Pacific in there to arrest him. He stopped, put his thing down, complied. And what was important to me was, yes, sir. No, sir. Okay, sir. They wanted him back. He came back. They wanted to arrest him over, it might have been a year later. They arrest him again for the murder. Fleeing? Fleeing? Grief. His 6-year-old kid just died. He left to be by himself, to grieve, to cry, to be upset.
Mr. Bellucci, we're almost 2 hours. The jury probably needs a
Really?
break. Yes, we're
No.
5 minutes short of 2 hours, yeah. So
I don't really have.
well, you want a couple minutes to
uh,
go over everything, ladies and gentlemen, take a short break, and then maybe we'll take a late lunch after Mr. Bellucci finishes. I mean, I just know
You
you're
should
sitting
have
on
gave him a
chairs for
time.
almost 2 hours. That's a long time. So
Yeah.
again, don't discuss anything about the case. Gonna wait for everything, both sides of my instructions, but take a little break in the jury room and we'll bring it back.
See, this is crazy. I can't believe he's cutting him off in the middle of his closing, but he should have gave him a time limit. He should have said from jump, you guys got it like 2 hours max on your closing, because most judges will give them a time limit. And I'm surprised he didn't, because this guy's just rambling on and on and on and on.
Yeah. 5 minutes short of 2 hours.
I was looking for.
All right, please be seated, everyone. Thank you. Unless you need to stretch your legs, which is understandable. So I'm not going to hold you to an exact time limit,
See?
but how much longer do you think you have?
So that was 22 pages and I got 36 left.
What? Shut up.
Judge, I have about 4 pages left.
All right. So then the plan should be,
And like the end is, keep it over mind.
right. All right. So I think the plan would be that we take a lunch break, come back and do the state summation after lunch.
Oh, man.
Well, right now I'm on the record. I don't know if council has anything outside the presence of the jury. I want to address some people in the audience, though. When the sheriff, it's not, some people left, but when a sheriff's officer tells you to move, you move. Several of you did, but one of you didn't. And it was a distraction during Mr. Bellucci's testimony. And the only reason I'm calm right now is because it was like an hour and a half ago. But I almost stopped him because I saw Officer Kennedy telling someone to slide down and someone arguing like they were entitled to a particular piece of bench. And that's inappropriate to do that. I wouldn't let it happen during the state summation. I wouldn't let it happen during the defense summation. When I was a defense attorney or when I was an attorney, I tell you what, the judge would have sheriff's officer drag you out of the courtroom for doing that.
Ooh.
Sheriff's officers have control of the courtroom. You follow their directions. It's a criminal offense to refuse to comply with the direction of a law enforcement officer. And when the officer tells you to move down, you don't stand there and argue with them about it.
Ooh.
So fortunately, the jury didn't seem distracted by it. They seemed to be paying attention to what was going on. But it's on call for. And all those people that did listen, and most of you did, I thank you for that. But the officers here, they run the security of the courtroom. And when they tell you to do something, you need to follow it.
Oh, he ain't
Take
playing
a few
today.
minutes. I need a break. I'm sure the court clerk and the court reporters need a break. The sheriff's department will determine whether they close the courtroom or not.
Uh-oh. Dang, y'all. He is done with this trial. He's hot mad. So as far as the dynamic between Christopher's parents, I think his mom is very submissive. And the father is quite authoritarian, obviously. He's a state trooper. He's worked for Homeland Security. And I think he has a lot of pull. And as far as the custody battle went, I think the grandparents were very, very involved in that. And just my opinion on this defense attorney's closing argument, I think he was, I think it's very unfair the way he was going after Brianna and her substance abuse. A a lot of people suffer substance abuse, and I don't think that's very nice of him to say the things he was saying about her. You know, going through a terrible custody battle like that, people deal with things differently, and I think that's wrong of him to say those things he was saying. I think it's ugly. It just is ugly. I don't think that was her first priority for, you know, say like, I need a bump. I mean, I'm sure that was how she was coping with what she was going through, because she was at a loss. I mean, you know, she's trying to get her kid back. I mean, my God, she had access to her child, whether she had custody or her parents were basically taking care of him. She had that boy until he was 5. She had Corey until he was 5. And then all of a sudden, she loses him to a guy who hasn't been in his life the majority of his life. And then he dies when that guy comes into his life. Holy crap. How would any mother feel? That's terrible. Yeah, it's completely irrelevant. I mean, and so, I mean, if she fell into that rabbit hole of substances, then, I mean, no one can judge you but God. So I think that that's horrible that he's using that against her. Everyone has a bad low point in their life. So I think that's mean. Yeah, he's pretty low blowing on this situation. He did say in his closing that she had nothing to do with Corey's death, but he is painting her as a very not caring mother. But also, you know, the jury's not stupid. If she was so uncaring, why would she take him to a pediatrician and 2 hospitals if she was so uncaring? If she weren't concerned about his uh you know, possible abuse. So I don't think that the whole asking for a bump or whatever is relevant. I think it's just the only thing he has to hang on to. He can't accuse her of being abusive, you know? I mean, she had him for 5 years and there was never any abuse complaints against her in those whole 5 years. So, if the worst he can do is bring out that she had a problem with substance abuse for a stint, and this was obviously after Christopher came into the picture and they took her child away from her, I don't see where that would be something he can hang his hat on for too long. That's just me, though. Yeah, there's no explanation for why Corey died. There's no I am curious, like, why did he suddenly start throwing up and why he would defecate himself? That just doesn't make any sense. I'm curious if there was any toxicology done. I didn't hear anything about that at all. It's just a short break. I think they're just, he's going to come back. He said he has 4 more pages and then they're going to take a lunch. So the prosecution will come back, do their closing. I figured their closing arguments would be about 2 hours apiece. Then the judge will give his instruction, and then the jury will be. That's what I was saying. I agree with you, Gwen. I think a concussion is probably the closest thing. Yeah, because the sleeping, that was a really long time to be sleeping from like 11 something till after 2. So that's crazy. No, they'll finish today, Selena. They'll finish everything today. The jury will get it today. Yeah, because also you can have vomiting and stuff with concussion. So I think maybe something happened that morning when Corey woke up. I'm wondering if, because I think Christopher did do something to him to punish him for, staying with Brianna too long. I think that Christopher did punish Corey out of spite to Brianna. And I think this time it just went too far. I don't think he meant to purposefully kill him. I think that he just did something to him, and then this happened, and he rushed him to the hospital because he wasn't waking up. And I think he panicked when he died, and he ran away because he was like, holy crap, he died. I don't know what to do. Yeah, I think it was non-intentional death, but I think he did definitely do something. So I didn't even think about that, Gwen. That was a good point with the concussion, and that you definitely do throw up, and you should not go to sleep. You shouldn't be able to fall asleep. So I think he being asleep that many hours, and when he woke up, when he threw up and defecated himself, that made Christopher become concerned enough to take him to the hospital. I don't think Christopher planned on him dying. Yeah. Because I don't think anyone knew about the treadmill video's existence. I don't know when that came into the frame, but Corey did say something about the treadmill. And also in the closing arguments, I did notice when he said he got on the treadmill by himself, he started the treadmill by himself, he did all those things by himself, so he was used to being on the treadmill. I think he was used to being on the treadmill and doing all those things by himself, because that's not the first time Christopher has made him get on the treadmill and do those things. So I wonder if that has always been some type of either punishment, or it's either been a punishment or they've always worked out like that together. But I think it's been more of like a punishment when he comes back from his mom's. And if you see how hard he hit his head on that treadmill, he could have had a concussion. And also on the 29th, he mentioned something about the 29th yesterday. Something on the 29th, but we didn't see that. But I think something happened on the 29th. He could have had a concussion and nobody knew it. Yes, I think he did hurt him, but he did not intend for him to actually die. Oh, I'm sure they could find more videos. Yeah, I think the treadmill was a form of punishment, because I mean, he was going full speed on that treadmill. That was pretty fast for a 6-year-old. I mean, like I said, I've taken Orange Theory classes, and I mean, I used to work for Orange Theory, and I don't run. If you see me running, y'all better run too. That means something's going down. So, but those people at Orange Theory, they take that stuff seriously, and he was running as fast as those people at Orange Theory do. It's crazy. Yeah, he definitely took it too far this time. I don't think, and it's as much as a monster as he is, I don't think he intended for Corey to die that day. Selena. Yeah, no, I'm not a runner. Look, and whoever said the 50 is the new 30, they're lying. They ain't 50. They don't even know what 50 feels like yet. Oh, I am 50. I just turned 50 in February. Oh, y'all weren't here when I first got on. I was telling Gwen, I put makeup on today. You can't really tell because I don't wear that much makeup, but somebody left a comment in my comments last night and said that I was very unprofessional because I didn't have makeup on. So I apologize that y'all had to look at me yesterday without makeup. I'm so sorry. So I did put a little makeup on. I don't wear that much anyway. But I don't even know if you can tell I have makeup on. But someone said it was unprofessional of me to not have makeup on. So I apologize to y'all that I didn't have makeup on. Thanks, Selena. Now I need lots of compliments about the makeup, okay? I need you to be like, oh my gosh, you look amazing. I'm just kidding. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's called Korean Beauty Care. Y'all should check it out. It's called Anawa. I'll put it in the comments. That's why I make it a little box so you don't have to actually look at me. I got it done. Okay, so my beauty care is Anawa. It's K Beauty. Very good stuff. And then the makeup is actually Chanel. No, I did not buy it because I don't make that much money. And my shirt is by Corey Limited. It's a Korean brand. Yes, thank you. It's like, what are you wearing today? So yeah. Yeah, someone actually said that in my comments last night. I was like, whoa, dang, really? Oh, yeah, yeah, that's hilarious. I couldn't believe they said that. It's like, wow, the video is really not about me. It's actually about Corey. But okay, I'll put makeup on this morning. I feel so badly. Everybody had to look at me. No makeup. Oh, who are you wearing? Yes, I'm wearing Corey Limited because I support Korean products and brands. And it is still Asian Heritage Month, so I do give those little tidbits of Korea this month. Oh my gosh, what's controversial, Gwen? What is it? Yes, God has a lot of little angels, more little angels than he should have. I know, actually, I pray for you have to pray more for our enemies sometimes, or more for the bad than people who are good, who are right with God, because we already know people who are right with God or where they're going, or that they're in line with Jesus, than the ones that aren't. We have to pray for those that aren't, because they need God more than those who are not. Yes. Yeah, I pray she stays on the right path, because losing a child, it's so easy to fall.
Back on the record, the jury's still in the jury room. We're going to give them another minute or two. Anything from counsel outside the presence of the jury?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I pray for that woman right there, because she has been living with, I would think, a very domineering dynamic for a long time. She has another kid. Well, God made us in his image, and he already knows our, I don't know if you believe in this stuff or not. I'm kind of on the fence, but there's this chick on TikTok that does this thing with these metal.
12:39, jury's out.
Do children pick their parents before you actually get pregnant? Does the child pick the parent? And it said yes. I don't know if that's true or not, but God already knows our journey before we start. So yeah, the people who don't speak up and do anything are just as bad as the ones who are doing the abuse.
Mr. Gucci.
I agree with that.
I once saw a play, and in the play, they had to stop it. And all the characters just backed off the stage. And when they walked back in, they started the exact word that they had finished with, and they just picked right up. Unfortunately, I'm not an actor, so I can't do that. But I'm back. So, where was I? I was talking about him fleeing. Well, their word, fleeing. My word is left. Fleeing and leaving are two different things. Fleeing is meaning I took flight. I went somewhere to avoid something. Leaving is I left because I needed to go. And that's what he did. He left. And I just discussed with you that had he wanted to go, he had every single opportunity to go. And he didn't, because he's got nothing to hide. He didn't do anything wrong. And how do we know that? We know that from a number of reasons. We know that I don't think that they've proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. As a matter of fact, I don't even think they're close, but I'm biased. Dr. Bodden talks about blunt force trauma. And he talks about the blunt force trauma that was incurred during the vigorous CPR for 49 minutes.
I did watch the
And he
trial,
said
Glenn.
to you,
It was absolutely horrific.
he said, CPR is supposed to be vigorous. You're dead. If you're getting CPR, you're dead. And they'll do anything to try and get you back. And one of those things they need to do is to compress your heart by pushing down on your rib cage against your backbone, your spine, pushing into the heart to compress it. And they did that for 49 minutes on a 6-year-old child. And I'm not saying that whoever did the CPR did it wrong, although Dr. Bodden did say that it was much longer than it probably should have been. I'm not saying that the CPR killed Corey, because it didn't. But what they're trying to tell you, what did kill Corey had absolutely nothing to do with him, and it was all CPR related. And how we don't need to listen to Dr. Bodden. He was paid by me. Their expert was paid by them. Guess who wasn't paid? The medical examiner, Dr. Ragasa, the guy that actually did the autopsy. The person that when he did the autopsy noted in his findings, C, injury, CPR related. Their medical examiner, Dr. Ragasa, who didn't testify here, the only one that doesn't have any skin in the game, he's the one that indicated that the injuries to Corey's heart and liver were possibly as a result of CPR related injuries. Dr. Bodden testified that he's done lung and heart internships and residencies. He's done that. So not only has he worked on dead people, but he's worked on live people. And he has seen these injuries. He says it happens all the time. Does death happen all the time? No. Does CPR cause death? No, you're already dead. I asked that stupid question. Well, could CPR kill somebody? And he said, you're already dead. If you're getting CPR, you're dead. So an injury to a rib, an injury to your spine doesn't really matter. That's superfluous to what lies on the other side. So let's talk a little bit. I really don't want to get into it, but I'll get into it a little bit because I know you want to hear a reason. These searches, the searches he made. So everybody searches things all the time, on your computer, on your cell phone, or whatever. And he deleted searches. He deleted all his searches prior till April 2nd. Oh. So now, if you're going to say to yourself, but Mario, why would he delete all the searches? I don't know. I can't answer that question. But if you were going to delete searches, right? If you were going to delete the searches that are going to hurt you, would you leave the searches in there that are, can my car be tracked? Can my cell phone be tracked? The searches he made about how long until an arrest after an autopsy. Does blood sugar show X? Does a rise in blood sugar do Y? So if you're going to delete searches because you're hiding your criminality, wouldn't those be the searches that you want to delete? They're not. They're there. This is an absolute tragedy. There is no words for the death of a 6-year-old child. When we met you, when we picked you, we told you the type of case it was. We told you what you were going to see here. We explained to you what this was going to be, and you promised all of us that you would take the emotion, set it aside. That's going to be hard. He's 6 years old. It's going to be hard, but you have to. And you were chosen because we all believed you would be able to do exactly that. Now, if you do that, and you just look at the facts, the science, not the superfluous stuff, the searches, the fleeing, the superfluous stuff, the science, the medicine, the medical examiner, the doctor's testimony. If you just look at that, there's only one conclusion you could make, and that's the same conclusion Dr. Baden made. Corey died of natural causes. This is not a homicide. No matter how hard they're going to try to stick this square peg in this round hole, science is science. Dr. Baden explained it to you exactly the way it happened.
I haven't heard of that case, Gwen.
Is it tragic? Hell yeah. Sad? Yes. There's no winner. She's sitting here crying. He's sitting here crying. There's no winner here. Corey died. That's it. Nobody had anything to do with that. So now I'm done.
Thank you.
All right. Some of you may be really happy about it. Some
Yes.
of you may want to say, yeah, let's come back tomorrow and hear Galucci do this all over again. I doubt it. But let me explain something to you. You're never going to hear from me again on this case. You're never going to hear from me again. So I talked about this earlier. The judge actually did. There's something called primacy and recency. They go first, as you saw in the beginning, and they go last, which you're going to see momentarily. So I don't like that, but that's our system, and that's what I have to live with. So I want you to do me a favor. I want, after they're done, and you go back and you deliberate, and you always remember what was said to you last.
Yep,
I want one of
goodness.
you to say, all right, I don't know which one of them is going to do the summation, but when you go back there, and whether it's Ms. Schran or Ms. Lento, and you're arguing back there, and they say, oh, Ms. Schran or Ms. Lento said such and such, I want one of you to turn around and say, all right, what did Galucci say about that? Because everybody here spent a lot of time. Deliberations are exactly that, deliberations. You're supposed to go in the back there, you're supposed to look at the evidence, you're supposed to make decisions, and you're supposed to deliberate. And that's all I ask. Although I'm telling you right now that when you're finished, when you're done, there's only one verdict that I believe you can come up with. And that's that Christopher Greger did not kill or abuse Cora. Thank you.
So what are
Thank
the,
you, Mr. Galucci. Anything from this state before we break for lunch?
No, Judge, thank you.
oh, they're going to go to
All right,
lunch.
so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release you for lunch. I'd ask anybody here who's a spectator, please respect the jurors' privacy during lunch. If you find yourself in the same restaurant, please try to avoid sitting close to them. If the place is crowded and you get to sit close to them, then I don't want you discussing the case. I don't want you making comments that are potentially overheard by the jurors. I need you to do that. The integrity of the process is important the entire time, especially important now. We're in the middle of summations. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can clearly go to lunch together. You can clearly go to lunch alone, whatever you prefer. We used to have a cafeteria across the street, a coffee shop downstairs, so I didn't have to worry about you going down the street and you'd stay in a court complex. But somehow or another, those are all closed. As I said to you, you can't get a bottle of water here unless we give it to you in the jury room, which is sad, but it's the reality. So please leave your juror badges on. Don't let anybody come up to you. If you feel someone's coming up to you or saying something to you, or even staring at you, making you feel uncomfortable, report it to us or any sheriff's officer you see in uniform right away. Continue to follow my instructions. Don't start to discuss it now. The only time you're allowed to discuss and deliberate is going to be in the jury room, and you have to hear the state summation and get my charge. So don't be tempted to start saying things now. Just continue to keep an open mind and wait for everything to be over with. Don't do any research. Don't predict how long. I just avoid discussing it with friends or family. If you have to, simply that we're still in the trial. That's it. Please report back to jury assembly, say about 2 o'clock, I guess. It's an hour and 5 minutes. So we'll give you enough time to, I know it's tough to walk downtown sometimes, stuff like that, get back in time. So we'll say 2 o'clock, and then hopefully we'll get done with the state summation, and hopefully I'll get my charge through today. But we'll see how it goes. Anything from council before we excuse the jury?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks so much, ladies and gentlemen. You can leave stuff in the jury room if you need to, or you can take things if you like.
So I wonder if they get if he gets his instructions out today, if they're going to get any time to deliberate at all today, or if they're just going to start tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine. I might add another slide too.
Oh my gosh. I wonder how the prosecution's going to go. Yeah, 2 or 3 Texas time. Yeah, hopefully the prosecution, I mean, I'm guessing they're going to go at least 2 hours too. I mean, they're going to have to match. I know, right? Yeah, there's so many. Yeah, they're doing closing arguments on the Daniel Garcia. Well, actually, it's on Verdict Watch. I just rewound it to see. They didn't do anything. The defense did absolutely nothing for Daniel Garcia. They didn't cross-examine any of the witnesses. I guess their defense was no defense. So
Anything from council outside the presence of the jury?
No, Your Honor, I just asked, if during lunch, I think they agreed, you agreed, right? Just to look through that PowerPoint, so this way we could get Ms.
Sure.
Ms. Lento, just go right to summation.
To try and would you like one?
Would you like a copy, Judge?
Sure. If you have an extra, that's fine.
Yes, we do.
for
Thank
that.
you.
May I approach?
Yes, please. Thank you. Sorry. All right. Thank you, everyone. See you after lunch.
Thank you.
Please exit.
So if she does have a little girl, then I guess that's how she's able to stay so strong, because there's no way. I don't think I could do it.
Or person connected with this case, which is not Acevedo, with the hands of Daniel Garcia and offense charged as by act, words, or All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. We are going to get going. As I explained to you yesterday, I'm going to read the charge of the court to you. It's not very long, but it is.
It's going to be an hour and 5 minutes.
To read it to you. You don't have to take any notes. You are going to have this order in the back with you when you deliberate. So the law requires that I read it just to make sure that everyone has had it read to them. In cause number 2023 CR 6452, the state of Texas versus Daniel Garcia, the charge of the court reads as follows. Members of the jury. The defendant, Daniel Garcia, is charged by indictment with the offense of injury to a child alleged to have been committed on or about the 24th day of July, 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, The defendant has pleaded not guilty. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of injury to a child if the person intentionally or knowingly, by
Is
act
anyone
or
watching this trial?
omission, causes serious bodily injury to a child. Our law also provides that a person commits the offense of injury to a child if the person recklessly, by act or omission, causes serious bodily injury to a child. Our law also provides that a person commits the offense of injury to a child if the person intentionally or knowingly, by act or omission, causes bodily injury to a child. Our law also provides that a person commits the offense of injury to a child if the person recklessly, by act or omission, causes bodily injury to a child. Child means a person 14 years of age or younger. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death. Serious permanent disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary. Omission means failure to act. An omission that causes serious bodily injury or bodily injury to a child is conduct constituting the offense of injury to a child if the actor has assumed care, custody, or control of a child. A person has assumed care, custody, or control of a child if the person has, by act, words, or course of conduct, acted so as to cause a reasonable person to conclude that the person has accepted responsibility for protection, food, shelter, or medical care for the child. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious, objective, or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause a result. A person acts recklessly or is reckless with respect to the result of his conduct when he is aware of, but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. You are instructed that an accomplice witness, as the term is hereinafter used, means any person connected with the crime charged as a party thereto, and includes all persons who are connected with the crime as such parties by unlawful act or omission on their part, transpiring either before or during the time of the commission of the offense, and whether or not they were present and participated in the commission of the crime. You are instructed that a conviction cannot be had upon the testimony of an accomplice witness unless the jury first believes that the accomplice witness's testimony is true and that it shows the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against him. And even then, you cannot convict unless the accomplice witness's testimony is corroborated by other evidence tending to connect the defendant with the offense charged, and the corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of the offense, but it must tend to connect the defendant with its commission. The witness, Nicole Aguilar, is an accomplice if an offense was committed, and you cannot convict the defendant upon her testimony unless you first believe that the portion of her testimony that ascribes guilt to the defendant is true and shows that the defendant is guilty as charged. And then you cannot convict the defendant upon said testimony unless you further believe that there is other evidence in the case outside of the testimony of Nicole Aguilar tending to connect the defendant with the offense committed, if you find that an offense was committed. The corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of the offense. It must tend to connect the defendant with its commission, and then from all the evidence, you must believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against him. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 24th 24th day of July, 2021, in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause serious bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of Daniel Garcia and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface and or by pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia and or by grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury and or by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Or on or about the 24th day of July, 2021, in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did intentionally or knowingly by omission cause serious bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by failing to seek adequate medical care for Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, and Daniel Garcia had assumed care, custody, or control of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo. Then you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the offense of intentionally or knowingly causing serious bodily injury to a child as charged in the indictment, and do not consider any of the lesser included offenses as instructed in paragraphs 10 through 13, but instead proceed to paragraph 14. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will say by your verdict not guilty of the charged offense of intentionally or knowingly causing serious bodily injury to a child, and proceed to paragraph 10 to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing serious bodily injury to a child. Paragraph 10, now if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 24th day of July, 2021, in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did recklessly by act cause serious bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface, and or by pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and or by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Or on or about the 24th day of July, 2021, in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did recklessly by omission cause serious bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by failing to seek adequate medical care for Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, and Daniel Garcia had assumed care, custody, or control of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo. Then you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing serious bodily injury to a child, and do not consider any of the lesser included offenses as instructed in paragraphs 11 through 13, but instead proceed to paragraph 14. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will say by your verdict not guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing serious bodily injury to a child, and proceed to paragraph 11 to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of intentionally or knowingly causing bodily injury to a child. Paragraph 11 reads, now if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 24th day of July, 2021, in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did intentionally or knowingly by act cause bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface, and or by pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and or by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Or on or about the 24th day of July, 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Daniel Garcia, did intentionally or knowingly by omission cause bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by failing to seek adequate medical care for Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, and Daniel Garcia had assumed care, custody, or control of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo. Then you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the lesser included offense of intentionally or knowingly causing bodily injury to a child, and do not consider any of the other lesser included offenses as instructed in paragraph 12 and 13, but instead proceed to paragraph 14. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will say by your verdict not guilty of the lesser included offense of intentionally or knowingly causing bodily injury to a child, and proceed to paragraph 12 to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing bodily injury to a child. Paragraph 12. Yes. Paragraph 12 reads as follows. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Daniel Garcia did recklessly by act cause bodily injury to a child. Who was 14 years of age or younger by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface, and or by pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and or by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. Or on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Daniel Garcia did recklessly by omission cause bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by failing to seek adequate medical care for Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, and Daniel Garcia had assumed care, custody, or control of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo. Then you will find the defendant Daniel Garcia guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing bodily injury to a child, and do not consider any other lesser included offense as instructed in paragraph 13, but instead proceed to paragraph 14. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will say by your verdict, not guilty of the lesser included offense of recklessly causing bodily injury to a child, and proceed to paragraph 13 to consider whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of misdemeanor assault. Paragraph 13, our law provides that a person commits the offense of misdemeanor assault if the person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another. Now, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 24th day of July 2021 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Daniel Garcia did intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly cause bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface, and or by pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of Daniel Garcia, and or by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and or by a manner and means unknown to the grand jury. then you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the lesser included offense of misdemeanor assault. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, not guilty of the lesser included offense of misdemeanor assault. Our law provides a defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded a defendant, and in the event he elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to the fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against him. You are instructed that you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone or receive any information from anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, iPad, tablet, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any social media platform, internet, chat room, blog, or website to include, but not limited to Google, Facebook, MySpace, Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, or X, to communicate with anyone, any information, or receive any information from anyone about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Written statements made by a witness to investigators or other officers or police reports made by officers and tendered by the prosecution to the defense for purposes of cross-examination are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many items, statements, and reports may be marked with an exhibit number but are neither offered nor received in evidence. The court can only send statements and reports received in evidence to the jury room. The grand jury indictment is not evidence of guilt. It is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence, nor can it be considered by you in determining whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless the element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all evidence in the case, The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all of the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict, not guilty. You are instructed that you are not to let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play any part in your deliberations. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given the testimony. But the law of the case you must receive from the court as contained in these instructions and be governed thereby. You must disregard any comment or statement made by the court during the trial or in these instructions which may seem to indicate an opinion with respect to any fact, item of evidence, or verdict to be reached in this case. No such indication was intended. After argument of counsel, you will retire to the jury room, select your own presiding juror, and proceed with your deliberations. After you have reached a unanimous verdict, the presiding juror will certify thereto by filling in the appropriate forms attached to this charge and signing his or her name as presiding juror. The forms are not intended to suggest to you what your verdict should be. Your sole duty at this time is to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty under the indictment in this cause, and restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else. If the jury wishes to communicate with the court, they shall notify the bailiff. Any and all communication relative to the case must be written, prepared by the presiding juror, and submitted to the court through the bailiff. Respectfully submitted, Judge Maria J. Mesa of the 226th District Court. I will sign the jury charge. I have attached the appropriate verdict forms for your use. And with that, State, you may proceed.
Your Honor, opposing counsel. Thank you very much for your participation this last week, the week before. I can tell you guys have shown up on time and that you have been very attentive throughout this trial. And myself and Oscar and Sarah, we sincerely appreciate that attentiveness. I'm going to go through this kind of page by page and just give you the quick breakdown of how this is going to work. Then Oscar later on, he's going to dig in a little deeper. The first few pages, as the judge read, have the charged offense, and they list what are called lesser offenses. The charged offense is a first-degree felony, and there are some lessers, which are second and third-degree felonies and lower, okay? Obviously, Oscar and I, we're asking you to convict on the first-degree felony, and I'm going to tell you why here in a minute. Then on the third page, you're going to see definitions. Some of these are not really at issue. For instance, child. Was Dominic Aguilar a child? I don't think that's really disputed. His body was put in a small box, 3x3, when it was taken to the medical examiner in Colorado. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or impairment of the physical condition. Bodily injury, those types of assaults usually involve slapping someone in the face, maybe punching them a little, causing a bruise, a cut, a scrape. Serious bodily injury. Bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any member of the body or any organ. That's what we have here. Serious bodily injury. You can see where they've covered it up by putting that mask over his face. You can see in some of the surveillance clips how he walks, holding his hip. His movement is impaired. And obviously we have injuries that have compounded over the days and weeks prior to July 24th, where this child is at risk of death, and in fact, he dies. Acts and omissions. Acts, that's simple. When the defendant punched, kicked, kneed, whatever you recall, whatever he did with his body parts to cause those broken bones, those are acts. Omissions, that's a failure. When you have a legal duty to act and you don't act, that's an omission. And in this case, Daniel Garcia had a legal duty to act because he had care, custody, and control of Dominic Aguilar. Dominic Aguilar's last walks down those stairs were not next to Nicole Aguilar. You'll see it in the video. He was standing right next to Daniel Garcia. And who's the individual who carried Dominic's unconscious body back up the stairs after he threw up in the parking lot? It was not Nicole Aguilar, it was Daniel Garcia. Who is the individual that carried Dominic's unconscious body back down the stairs that last time to place him in a car seat? It was not Nicole Aguilar, it was Daniel Garcia. Daniel Garcia checked into that hotel room. He lived with Dominic Aguilar. You see him walking up and down those stairs with Dominic Aguilar. They agreed to live together, split the cost of living. Daniel Garcia and Nicole Aguilar had care, custody, and control of all four of those kids jointly, the way they had agreed to live and the way they were living in that hotel. All right, the accomplice witness rule. I'm not going to split any hairs. Nicole Aguilar is guilty of the same crime that we charged Daniel Garcia with. She pled guilty to it, and she came in here and she told you about it. Now, what the law says is you have to believe her, basically, and you also have to corroborate her in a manner that tends to connect Daniel Garcia to the charged crime. That doesn't mean you have to corroborate every little aspect of her testimony. You just have to look for evidence that tends to connect that man to the crime he's charged with. And we start with the surveillance video. You've got two exhibits here. State's Exhibit 6. This is just a selection of some of the instances on that stairwell, particularly the ones towards the end, but you also have them checking in, and you have some clips of them walking up and down during the week while they're staying there. This is the full surveillance video. You have it if you want it. I'll warn you, this is a voluminous video, and it will take a long time to go through. But in the interest of justice, we've put it into evidence in case you want to look at it. This video connects Daniel Garcia with this offense. He's there. It's in the room he checked into. He's the one who's with Dominic. And you'll see in that last walk Dominic takes down. Daniel Garcia gives him a little aggressive tug when Dominic is walking too slow. Right after you see him hold his tummy. And you watch that video, you see Dominic hold the tummy, and you watch Daniel Garcia give that little tug. You want to know who did that? Who assaulted that child in the tummy like that? Was it Nicole Aguilar? Or was it that guy who tugged that arm indifferently and with a little bit of anger? You also have corroboration through the text messages that Daniel Garcia sent to Samantha. That didn't come in through Nicole, that came in through Samantha. First, he texts her on his own phone. Then he texts her from Nicole's phone. Now, do you need Nicole for that? No, you see in this video, towards the end, he's got her phone. And you see from the phone records that he's calling his mom from her phone, and the time matches up. You also see from the phone records that her phone continues to call his mom as they go to Colorado and as they're at the border, the Texas-Mexico border. His flight up to Colorado to dispose of the body and his flight leaving the country, that's evidence that connects him to the crime because that is evidence of his guilt. Why is it evidence of his guilt? When somebody's guilty, what do they try to do? They try to get rid of the evidence and they try to get out of Dodge. The phone records, the text messages, they connect Daniel Garcia to this offense. You don't even have to get to Daniela. I know they've spent yesterday calling an expert in to question her credibility. You don't even have to get to Daniela to connect Daniel Garcia to this crime and to corroborate the truthfulness of Nicole's testimony. That's what we've been doing this entire week, is showing you all the evidence that casts all the guilt on this man. So now we get to page 7 of the charge, section 9. This is the charged crime. First degree injury to a child, intentionally and knowingly causing serious bodily injury to Dominic. All right. Now you'll notice when you read this, as with all the other charges, there's a lot of ors in there. And there's a lot of different ways you can place those ors, this or that, to get to his guilt. And here's what I'm here to tell you. You do not have to individually agree on how Daniel Garcia is guilty, as long as you all unanimously agree that he is guilty. I'm going to say that one more time because it's important. You do not all have to unanimously agree on how Daniel Garcia is guilty, so long as you all unanimously agree that he is guilty. So, one of the ways you could agree he's guilty is you could agree that he intentionally caused an injury that resulted in death. Now, I don't think he did that. I don't think the evidence shows that. Now, I do think the evidence shows that he possibly intentionally caused injuries that led to serious bodily injury by way of impairment of his movement, or that he knowingly caused any number of the variations of serious bodily injury on that child. But here's what I think is the easiest way for y'all to resolve this case.
Ask the jury to instruct to disregard
The jury will disregard the last comment by the state.
move for mistrial, Your Honor.
Okay, what I say is not evidence. I'm just trying to help you guys through this charge. Another way you can look at this is also, and there's an or here, you can look at the omission. Now, 6 of you can think it was an act and the other 6 can think it's an omission, and you're still having a unanimous verdict. But the evidence, I think, is more clear on the omission.
I object to him invoking his personal opinion, Your Honor.
The evidence is more clear on the omission. Why do we know that? It's right here. Look at the way that child walks around that first landing on the stairway. Look at the way. He's hurting. He's in bad shape. And we know from our common experience that he didn't get that way just before he walked into the frame. He was in that room all day. You'll see on this video, he's in that room all day by himself, a lot. Something happened to him in that room. And that guy knows what happened to him in that room. And he knows what the condition of that child is. And even before that child walks into frame here, ask yourself, would any reasonable person have called 911, gone to the hospital? I mean, we're in a big city. We got doctors, hospitals, urgent cares, fire stations, 911 services. How hard would it have been, even before he walks into the frame, to get this child medical care? It would have been easy. But instead, they keep walking him down those stairs in pain, out into that parking lot where he vomits, where he passes out. And what do they do then? They take him upstairs and lay him down in the bathroom to see if he'll wake up. And we all know exactly why they didn't take him to a doctor. Because when he first walks into this hotel, the first time you see him walking into that hotel, he's got that mask on. And you know the first thing the doctor's going to do when they take him to medical care, he's going to peel that mask off. And that doctor's, without hearing all the evidence that you heard, that doctor's going to know exactly what happened. So they can't take him there. So what they do, they just say, hey, we'll lay him upstairs, see if he wakes up. And then rather than going down the street to a hospital or a doctor or an urgent care or fire station, they go through the big country of West Texas, through the desert of New Mexico and into the mountains of Colorado, and they push his body down a slope. But that's not even enough. They got to go down and they got to hide it in the bushes. And then they got to flee all the way to Costa Rica because they can't be here because they know it's going to catch up with them. And it did catch up with him. And it's going to catch up with him here with you folks. And I ask you to find him guilty of the first-degree charged offense of intentionally and knowingly causing serious bodily injury. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Groves, are you ready?
Yes. Good morning. So the facts of this case are straightforward for you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We said from the beginning, actions speak louder than words. What do we mean by that? What do we get down to the actual thought about that? Nicole admitted she's trying to manipulate you all members of the jury. She said she stopped taking her medications so that she could look more emotional in front of you all. That's manipulation by her. Just like she and Samantha tried to manipulate Daniela. She told her mom, Nicole told her mom, that she was caught lying when trying to get a deal in this case, a sweetheart deal, because she admitted to you all she would do anything she could to get out of a 5 to life case. Because she was facing a first-degree felony, still is, that's 5 to life. And she got a sweetheart deal from each prosecutors for a cap of 15. And how did she do it? By lying to them, because she told her mom. And she admitted to you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that she was caught lying when she tried to get a deal last month, April 25th, 2024. And she admitted that that was after lying to every law enforcement officer, every family member, every prosecutor, And frankly, ladies and gentlemen, she lied to you. She lied to the FBI and the US Embassy in Costa Rica. She admitted to that. She lied about burying Dominic. And this is after Daniel Garcia is out of the picture. He's not even in that house anymore. And she's lying about burying Dominic. She said, put him in a shallow grave in Colorado. And that's Nicole is the one that's guiding that ship. She's the one making the decisions. Nicole says, we're going to take him to Colorado. And then we're going to go down to Costa Rica to my family. That's Nicole in charge. She lied to her family when she got to Costa Rica. She admitted to that. You ladies and gentlemen on the jury, she lied to her mom. And even more importantly, when she got here in front of you all ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and she claimed that she saw bite marks and a messed up jaw, that is not what Agent Igualada said when he testified, because we asked him, we said, what did she tell you? She told me no marks or injuries. No marks or injuries. And she admitted she lied to SAPD because she was scared they would blame her for everything. And why not? Because she lied to you. And how do we know that? Trying to figure out if someone lied to you or not is one thing. Looking at the science, that's another thing. Let's look at the science for a second. There is no cause of death determined in this case. Now, why is that important? The prosecutor is going to get up after me. And the prosecutor is an experienced prosecutor. He's going to show you horrible pictures of Dominic, what he looked like coming out of that ravine. And it is undisputed, it's horrible what happened to Dominic. But it wasn't Daniel that did that, it was Nicole. The prosecutor is going to show you text messages and all these other things to try to overcome this, but here's the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen. The medical examiner and the experts told you all there's no cause of death. Unknown cause of death. Unknown. No injuries at or near the time of death. Nicole claims all these injuries occurred at or near the time of death. The medical examiner, their own witnesses, said there are no injuries at or near the time of death. No paramortem injuries. No way to know when the fractures occurred. The antemortem part of the ME assessment here is where the government's own independent experts, their own medical examiners, their own doctors, their own science says Nicole lied to you because it's a month or more from the date of death on some of these injuries. How do you square that, ladies and gentlemen? How do you square that?
Evidence not in front of the jury judge. Misstating the evidence, sorry.
A month or more from the date of death. A month or more. Where are we a month or more? July 2021. A month prior to that, June 2021. Nicole told you all, ladies and gentlemen, looked you in the eye and said these injuries happened at the hotel. Happened at the hotel, or hotels if you believe her 1, 2, and 3. That is a lie. Their own experts established that. That is a lie, a month or more from date of death on some of these injuries. Their own experts can't agree on the timing of the injuries. And it's unknown who or what caused those fractures. It's unknown. Now, here's the thing. A case like this is tragic. It's horrible. What happened to Dominic should never happen to anybody. But even more horrible is for someone to flash horrible pictures in front of you all and get you angry and mad and wrongfully convict a young man where the evidence does not prove beyond reasonable doubt. You know, we're looking at, you remember during jury selection, and we were very, very, careful during voir dire a few weeks ago. Remember we talked about reasonable suspicion, probable cause. I mean, probable cause. What kind of evidence would you need to convince someone that it's okay to go kick in someone's door at 3 a.m. for drugs? That was probable cause. This evidence from Nicole, does that even give you probable cause to think that Daniel Garcia did? No. All those lies and their own experts contradicting Nicole. You to kick in someone's door at 3 a.m. over something Nicole tells you based on the facts of this case? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nicole lied when she said all fractures from the week of the hotel. Their own expert said that to you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And we know it's unrebutted from Daniela. They were playing tag throughout the hotel. They were swimming together, she and Dominic. They went to the water park together, she and Dominic. How is that consistent with those cracked ribs a cracked pelvis, and a cracked jaw, all occurring at the hotel. Daniela, can't give you that. And Nicole clearly lied about it. And here's the quote, the very last quote there from Nicole. It was just so random and unexpected when Dominic died in the hotel. It was just so random and unexpected. She can't keep her story straight. You, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, should not be manipulated by Nicole in this case. Thank goodness we have the WhatsApps. The WhatsApps are a roadmap to Nicole in this case. The WhatsApps. August 23rd, 2021. Keep in mind, Daniel's gone. Keep in mind, the body is going to be discovered in 2 more days. August 23rd, 2021. I love you. I can't say it enough, so you get smothered with it. I love you. Where does that come from if she thinks that Daniel Garcia caused these injuries? Good night, baby, sweet dreams. But here's what's even more alarming. Just think about it. The body is found August 25th, 2021. And that night, the night of August 25th, 2021, Nicole says, when they asked me about you, I said, you're a great man and father and you care. Where does that come from? I'll tell you where it comes from. Nicole caused those injuries to Dominic, not Daniel Garcia. And they occurred a month or so prior to the July time period in 2021. That's an admission by Nicole. She caused these injuries. She doesn't say, I can't believe you did these things to Dominic. I never want to see you again. Where's that kind of language? I value what we have too. The night of August 25th, after the body is found, I love you too. I value what we have. I feel bad because you're not with me, and I blame myself for that. That is Nicole, ladies and gentlemen, saying that she caused that damage to Dominic and put them in the position they are. I fucked up as a parent, failed my children. How does that happen? Now, the state would like you to believe that this is Daniel somehow, making Nicole do these things. How's that possible? Nicole picks Colorado. Nicole picked Costa Rica down to her family, not Daniel. And then where's that come to you then? After these WhatsApp lines, we know Nicole has anger issues. She tried looking emotional and contrite and very petite up here. But we know when Nicole found out that DJ was seeing Ivani from her mom, Shirley, on a phone call at the jail, like, fuck, bro, she's a fucking baby. You want to go fucking go murder something? Go do it. Fuck her dad up. That is an angry person. That is someone who's capable of doing anything at all. And Nicole admitted, Siri said not to fight anymore in the jail and try to control herself more. And so then where's that bring us, ladies and gentlemen? Where's that bring us in this case? These incredible things from Nicole. I'll say this, and I'll say it again. Nicole is a monster, not a mother. Nicole is a monster, not a mother. What mother takes a dead child that she caused the death on and she caused those injuries on and straps them into the back seat of a car? What monster does that? Not mother. And then she claims she has sex with Daniel Garcia in Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica. Come on. And this is the one she claims caused the death of her child, Dominic? That's a lie. The truth is, Nicole did that, and you could have told that by her demeanor on the stand just how she appeared on the stand when she was testifying. When Dominic soiled his pants at the hotel, I spanked him so hard and so many times until my hand hurt and I felt the anger. That's a monster. That's Nicole. That's the one who causes problems in this case. That's why these experienced prosecutors gave her a sweetheart deal of 15. Because they're hurting so bad for evidence in the case, they need someone to come in and point the finger at Daniel Garcia. Someone to come in and corroborate what it is that Nicole is saying. She flipped off Daniel and said, what the hell? So she's clearly not fearful of him. And did you notice her demeanor in the stairwell? Because the prosecutors played it enough times, and they're going to play it again, I'm sure, in their closing after I sit down. You remember, not once was Nicole crying. Not once. She was rubbing her head once like this, and the prosecutor said, what is that you're doing right there? I was rubbing my head. They were hoping she would say, I was crying and wiping tears, but she wasn't. I mean, she sits in her car for 15 minutes while Daniel takes Dominic upstairs and she watches social media for 15 minutes while all this is happening. And recall, she claims this is when all the ribs are fractured, the pelvis is fractured, and the jaw is fractured. Yet she sits in the car for 15 minutes. How is that possible? There's no corroboration who threw Dominic down that ravine in Colorado. Now, the prosecutors, they've got a phone call, but the jury instruction that Judge Meza gave you is very clear. Mere presence is not enough to convict someone. Mere presence is not enough to convince anyone beyond a reasonable doubt that they committed an offense. And the other key thing in those jury instructions that Judge Meza gave you is presumption of innocence. You remember we talked about that during voir dire. Presumption of innocence, the red bar I had, remember, all that is not guilty, the red bar, presumption of innocence. And in the jury instructions that Judge Meza gave you, it says the presumption of innocence alone is enough to find someone not guilty. The presumption of innocence alone. How does that play with these horrible things that happened to Dominic? How does that play with these horrible pictures that he's going to show you right after I sit down? It should stand firm, because we talked about it in voir dire. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit someone, especially on the facts of a case like this, where Nicole's an admitted liar, and it's clear Daniela has been coached and subjected to thoughts by other people to testify against her dad. Where's Ivani and the two dogs in Colorado while Nicole is throwing Dominic into the ravine? See, Nicole has all these lies going, but they just don't hold up. She's saying that a 1.5-year-old, 2-year-old in the back of the car is just there while the rope is tied to a steering wheel and someone held down that rope and then she helps back up. What's the 2-year-old and the two dogs doing during all this time? It doesn't make sense. Nicole's lies just don't hold together on that. There's no corroboration about who caused Dominic's injuries. And clearly, Nicole tried telling you all that Daniel said, hey, don't use the phone anymore. She called her mom Surly for money. She called her mom Surly for coyote money to get across the border. Nicole is in charge. It's obvious, and she's the one that caused the injuries in this case. So we know that Nicole has a horrible history with Dominic. And why is that important? Dr. Watts made that very clear to you all. When we look to see if there's suggestiveness or bias or coaching, we want to see what the facts are that led up to this. Well, we know Nicole lied when Dominic was born about who the dad was. Their own experts came in and said, we ran the DNA, and guess what? It wasn't DJ that Nicole put on the birth certificate. It was someone else. And we know that Nicole canceled sick visits on Dominic. Who does that? A monster. Dominic got out of the home and unattended outside in 2018. Just think of that. He's 3 years old. And he gets outside the home and unattended outside. Now, that can happen. You know, you have a child that gets out like that. But how about Dominic at 3 years old? And of course, this is before Daniel's anywhere near the facts of this case. In October of 2020, this is 2018, Dominic got a marijuana vape pen and smoked it. And Dominic had open sores in his groin and buttocks in 2019. How does that happen? It happens from a mother who doesn't care about you. That's how that happened. She's more interested in herself and doing what she wants to do, like smoking marijuana or whatnot. Dominic was potty trained but regressed in 2019, and Dr. Watts was very clear about that. That regression of potty training comes from, very likely, abuse of Dominic. That's why there was a regression in the potty training in 2019. That's before Daniel Garcia even knew Nicole. Dominic was seen by a mental health clinician, and there was concerns about language development, him being in the second percentile. That's indicative of abuse of Dominic well before Daniel Garcia is even anywhere near this case. And Nicole sends a letter to Samantha and drew pics to Daniela. April 3rd, 2023. Just think about that. She writes a letter, Nicole, and draws a drawing of Daniela and sends it to, and the prosecutors, they try to say, well, now wait a minute, Dr. Watts. Do we even know? Do we even know if Daniela got that? And Dr. Watts says, well, I personally can't say he did or not. But what we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is that after she got that letter from Daniela through Samantha, Daniela then out of the blue said, Nicole did nothing wrong in this case. Yet we know for a fact Daniela pled guilty to this case to injury to a child. And she's doing anything she can do to cut her time on this case. Nicole told Surly, we know this, April 25th, 2024, a month ago. Nicole told Surly, her mother, on the phone from jail, the prosecutors were frustrated because of Nicole's answers, and the prosecutor thought Nicole was lying. She tried lying and she fixed the answers. That, ladies and gentlemen, is reasonable doubt. Absolute reasonable doubt. The prosecutor touched on what Daniel supposedly did to show care, custody, and control. Well, Daniel never took responsibility for protection, food, shelter, medical care. Daniela made it clear from the beginning. Nicole said, look, I took care of my kids, Daniel took care of her kids. That is not assuming protection, food, shelter, and medical care. Carrying a child up a stairwell is not taking responsibility for protection, food, shelter, and medical care. Daniel could not have enrolled him in school. He could not have left town with him, couldn't have gotten on a plane with him. Daniel could not have taken him out of the country. Daniel could not have picked him up from school. None of those things, and none of the evidence in this case shows that Daniel ever took responsibility for protection, food, shelter, or medical care in this case. It's clear Daniela misses her dad when she made those statements to Child Safe and SAPD. And Daniela said, I feel safe with my mom, my dad, and my cousin. They asked her, who do you feel safe with, Danielle? And she said, my mom, my dad, and my cousin. And that was August 23rd, 2021, right after these events occurred and the police first talked to her. She wanted to see her dad, September 3rd, 2021. She wanted to call her Grammy to know dad is okay. And there were no reports at school, no behavioral concerns from 2021 to 2024. And we know that she finally recanted, Daniela did. She took it back. She said, I did not see my dad knee Dominic or throw him to the ground. And that's huge, ladies and gentlemen. It's clear that Daniela's been coached in this case. It's clear she's subjected to suggestiveness in this case. And she's not credible when she comes in and says anything negative about her dad, because that's Samantha and Nicole working against Daniel through Daniela. We know in the first interview, Daniela said nothing about Dominic and Daniel. Nothing. Just, I miss my dad, and I trust my mom, my dad, and my cousin. She said it happened at a hotel. She doesn't remember when she last saw Dominic. She doesn't remember going home with her mom that day at the hotel. She didn't know if her mom picked her up later. She lied about Daniel throwing Dominic to the ground or kneeing him, and lied. She admitted she'd lied to Eric Mata from Child Safe on the video. She said we stayed at only one hotel, playing tag, swimming, and eating pizza, and that's unrebutted. How does a kid with broken ribs, broken pelvis, and broken jaw do those things? They can't. It's not possible. The prosecutor's going to keep showing that video of Danny Garcia holding Dominic up by his arm off the ground. If there were cracked ribs and a cracked pelvis, that child would be screaming in pain and just rolling on the ground in pain. That doesn't happen. And Daniela says, I don't remember if Daniel hit Dominic. That was the last question that Bridget Garza asked Daniela when Daniela was testifying in this case. She said, I don't remember if Daniel hit Dominic. And then the prosecutor turns around and says, well, Daniel did hit Dominic, didn't he? Yes, he did. How do you go back and forth like that? And there's certainly no evidence of serious bodily injury through Daniela. Daniela said, I just hit him. That's only bodily injury. It's not serious bodily injury. On October, just one more time to go through this, April 10th, 2024, Daniela tells the prosecutor she lied about saying Daniel hurt Dominic. April 17th, 2024, a week and a half ago. April 17th, 2024, Daniela says she does not remember how Daniel hurt Dominic. She's being coached. She's being coached by Samantha and Nicole. Dr. Watts, her testimony is unrebutted. Daniela has an unreliable memory because of this coaching. She's vulnerable to suggestibility, which occurred in this case, and a victim of being coached, which occurred in this case. It's our position, ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, that on the facts of this case, what you've heard through Daniela and Nicole, the only witnesses who try to put anything on Daniel in this case, respectfully, Daniel is not guilty in this case, and you should find him not guilty of all these charges. Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to set up? Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. May it please the court, opposing counsel. So I guess the defense's strategy is to simply misstate the evidence that was presented to you.
I object to counsel striking at the defendant over shoulders of defense counsel, Your Honor. I ask the jury to be instructed to disregard that. Move
So-
to mistrial, Your Honor.
So if you recall from the experts that came up and testified, the injuries occurred not months, but they were consistent with occurring over days to weeks at a time. Again, that's what's in evidence. What this case is about, that little boy right there, Dominic Aguilar, and what happened to him. I agree with defense. Nicole is a horrible parent. Doesn't even deserve to be called a mother. That is true. If you knew nothing about this case, nothing, let's say you just came in and you saw this video, right? We're gonna focus. Let's focus first on the omission part. And you saw this. You see this family coming down. What looks to be like a family. They're staying in that same hotel room. And you notice, again, it's July in Texas. And then you see this little boy who's struggling to walk down the stairs. His face is covered. It's July. No other kids are having their face covered right there in that video. It's July in Texas, and he's wearing a hoodie. And there he is walking. So one of the comments right now was, when he tugs at his arm and he pulls at it, well, why is he not rolling around the ground screaming? His jaw is broken in 2 spots. That's why. Then you see that. Then, again, you knew nothing. Then you see the defendant coming up there, bringing that child, his limp body, up to the hotel room. And then, do you think maybe we should call for medical care? No, doesn't do that. Instead, here he is packing his bags, leaving. Child's still upstairs, getting ready to leave. What corroborates him taking custody is they were all staying in the same hotel room. They moved from Florida to Texas. That's corroborated by multiple witnesses. And here we have departure date, July 29th. So here he is leaving 4 days earlier, sending these text messages of, Are you awake? I need to drop the kids off. I had an emergency. I got to go back to Miami. Why is he lying about that? Why is he not saying, hey, I need help? This kid needs help. He has access to his phone. And again, remember from the evidence, he tells Nicole, my phone's messed up. Right? That's around midnight, right after you see Dominic being taken upstairs, unconscious. Yet he's using his phone hours later. And then he starts texting from Nicole's phone that he needs to go to Miami, lying about that. Then, what do we see? Him taking this child's body into that car. Then, brought you cell phone records. Go all the way up to Colorado. And his body's found on the side of the mountain. We brought you that. The clothes he was wearing. See that blue shirt? This mountain? Left his body there. He did that with Nicole. Again, we talked about even FBI agents who are familiar with that area had to use rope to come up and down that mountain. So it's consistent even with what Nicole is saying. And I guess the comment was, where's Avani? Where's Avani during this while they're doing this? A 2-year-old, right? I guess he's never heard of car seats. That's where she is, in a car seat, restrained while they are going and disposing of her brother's body. And then the defendant shows up in Costa Rica. Here's a photo of him in Costa Rica. Nicole Aguilar, yes, we did bring her. She is selfish. She is self-centered. She is a neglectful mother. I put that in quotes because she doesn't deserve that honor to be called mother, but legally that's what she is. So she lied to police about this case. That is true. You don't have to like her. You don't have to like her. But from what she said, can we corroborate what she said? Does that evidence tend to connect when we corroborate it? Her actions are consistent with her CPS history from Florida. She is a neglectful mother. That's consistent. She let this happen to Dominic. He caused those injuries, and she let it happen because she was more concerned about herself and having a boyfriend or whatever. And you heard from their own expert, she didn't have any history of physical abuse in Florida. And Nicole's testimony is consistent with what we see in the evidence. We stayed at 3 different hotels. We got that corroborated by Samantha. There are the addresses right there. There was an intent to move to San Antonio as a family. It's corroborated by Shirley Acevedo when they left Florida. It's also corroborated by Samantha, in particular of this text right here, where they're talking about him moving. This is, of course, after he lies about going to Miami. Instead of going to Miami, he's going up to Colorado to go dump the child's body on the side of a mountain. But if you notice, they're discussing between Samantha and Daniel about his intent to move here, to be involved in their children's school. Daniel assumed care, custody, or control of Dominic. You see him in those videos with Dominic. The abuse of Dominic happened by Daniel, happened across 3 different hotels. That's consistent with the anthropologist's findings that the injuries to Dominic's bones were days to weeks old. Days to weeks old. Consistent with what we see on video. It's also consistent with findings from Dr. Burson and Dr. Molina that the abuse was not a singular event, that it was abuse across multiple events. So here we go. Daniel punched Dominic in the face multiple times. What we have, when they first arrived on the 20th of July, his face is already covered. Why? Because he wants to hide it from everybody. Because he knows as soon as you take that mask off, he's got a swollen face because he's been punched in the face by that man. By that man sitting right there. He's got a crack in the jaw, in the front. He's got a crack in the back. It's a 5-year-old boy. Daniel hit Dominic with his fist and knee in Dominic's chest and stomach area. Anthropologists noted that there were breaks in multiple ribs. Looking at this video, again, I'm going to show you this video because that's what happened. We can go back in time and look to see what was going on. That's why I'm showing you this video. You see him holding his side. You see him struggling to walk. Dr. Molina also stated that that type of injury could eventually lead to pneumonia, which could eventually lead to death. And we see it consistent with their findings. And here's one of Daniel and Dominic by themselves. Dominic would get punched in the butt multiple times by Daniel, while Daniel would hold his face into the mattress and just repeatedly punch and punch and punch him and punch him across multiple hotels. You see him struggling to walk. Our experts described that those injuries are there in the pelvis region. It affects his way to walk, and you see it in the video. Dr. Burson stated that these injuries are the type that would require medical intervention. And actions do speak louder than words. I agree, they do. So what actions did the defendant take? He lied about why he needed to leave San Antonio, lied about a job opportunity in Miami. He disposed of Dominic's body with Nicole Aguilar in another state, and ultimately fled the country. Dr. Molina, injuries sustained by Dominic qualify as serious bodily injury. How do we know that the defendant knew he was causing serious bodily injury? He had Dominic's face covered. He had him covered up from head to toe. He knew that if Dominic was taken to a hospital, the kids would be taken away. He disposed of Dominic's body to keep that evidence from you. He told Nicole that they should hope an animal would get to his body. And he got his wish. We brought you Dr. Flint, who described how maggots ate Dominic's soft tissue. And that's why he became a skeleton out there. That little 5-year-old boy, that's what became of him. Maggots ate his brain, can't analyze what happened to his brain, because him and Nicole disposed of his body. Dr. Flint also corroborates that the body was disposed around July 26th of 2021. Nicole eventually took law enforcement to the body. Also told them the address of the hotel, the last hotel they were staying at, which allowed law enforcement to get that surveillance video, the one that we've been seeing, the one that's been presented to you. Daniel tells Nicole that his phone isn't working. Again, as I mentioned earlier, hours later, he's texting Samantha from his own phone. We can see it on video. Right here. There's Nicole handing the phone to Daniel. Notice how his hands are wet, consistent with the statement that he took the kid into the bathtub and put water on his face to see if he would wake up. Daniel used a rope to get up the mountain after he moved the body because he was not satisfied with where it was. Was Nicole not completely forthcoming? Yeah, she wasn't. She wasn't, because of those water jugs right there. She described throwing them at her own child's body so that that body would roll further down the mountain. And there they are. There's the water jug. Daniel then used Nicole's phone to communicate with Arlen Acosta, his mom. There it is. There's him on the phone. Again, we talked about the UTC conversion time. That call's made at 11:04 a.m. Daniel had his mom send his passport. And here we see, based on the cell phone records, a lot of calls right before the phone leaves the country on the 28th. To Arlen Acosta, the 305 number. You can see him. Daniel then uses coyotes to cross Nicole through various country borders. And that's corroborated with Jorge Rojas, who we brought over here, who said there was no record of Nicole Aguilar crossing into Costa Rica legally, even though she's a natural citizen from Costa Rica. She was born there, but she crossed illegally into her own home country. And there was record of Daniel Garcia and his vehicle, that white vehicle, crossing into Costa Rica. So what were Daniel's plans in Costa Rica? He asked Christian Aguilar about establishing a business or a farm in Costa Rica. It corroborates actually what Nicole stated about their plans. This is kind of like a restart in Costa Rica, I guess. It contradicts Daniel's earlier plans about moving to San Antonio to be closer with his children. And again, looking at those text messages that you'll have, he's even telling her, well, once I'm done with this Miami job, I'll come back because I'll have this safety net and cushion. But again, he's going to Costa Rica. He's got no plans to come back. Why? Because he knows what he did. Daniela Garcia, here's the actual questions. Here they are. You can see them. Put them on this slide. Did your dad hit Dominic? Yes. Did Nicole ever hit Dominic? No. Did you feel safe with Nicole? Yes. And then here's a screenshot from July 25th, 2021, 9:14 in the morning. Daniela and Nicole sitting right next to each other. This is after Daniela has described that she's seen a unconscious, not moving Dominic on the bathroom floor. So what do we see in these videos? This video, July 23rd, 2021, 9:49 p.m. This is the last time that you'll see Dominic walking and not covered up, entire body. Still got that face mask though, but here he is, walking up those stairs. Then all of the 24th of July, the entire day, Dominic is up in that room, not coming down. You're gonna see Nicole come down these steps. So what do these tell us about what's going on? Why is Dominic staying in that room all day? Here she comes. You'll notice her make a gesture to Daniel. She flicks him off. She's upset. Again, I'm not saying you have to like Nicole. She's a horrible mother. But the evidence is on that video. And what we see in the next one. This is, again, Dominic's still in that room. Didn't come out for the 20.
Okay, we're back. It depends on what state, Gwen. Hi, Robin. Welcome. Thank you. I hope a lot of people come back.
Okay,
You're a star, Dan.
thank you, Honor. I apologize for that.
All right. Slide 8. What's the 2 hours late?
I'm
report?
50, Robin.
What does it refer to? It's an inference the state's drawing based on the evidence and the facts. Brianna
Right,
slightly.
okay, so no, it's just not the timestamp.
No, it's not the
Right.
timestamp. It's a number 2, 2 hours late. He's been running for 3 minutes at that
Why
time.
don't you put a question mark after it?
That's fine, Judge.
Clearly, when they added the additional slide, my number is wrong.
Right, yeah, I know. That's all right. We'll work with it. All right, what's the next slide?
Next slide, I have marked as original page 10. And there's a mention of.
Oh, the jury's not in yet. They're still going over the slides.
The defendant's wiping his brow, Judge, so we can infer sweating.
I don't see that in the picture.
That's an appropriate argument. I mean, you're both arguing what you think the evidence shows. It's an appropriate argument. Next one.
Next one, original page 18. Yes, that one. And that is specifically the defendant is enjoying this look at his face.
He's smiling, Judge, if you look at his face closely. Smirking,
I mean, again, that's
smiling.
a,
Looks like joy and
that's a-
excitement.
that's an argument about what the state contends the evidence shows. It's based upon a photo that the jury can draw its own conclusion about whether it's accurate or not. It's overruled. Next one.
22.
That was 18 we were on.
The last one was 18. Now I'm on 22. And I think that's being shown on the screen.
Cootie. All right, that's not.
And the objection is the yelling. I don't believe it was testimony to that effect.
Judge, we'd ask that the jury could infer from the photograph, but also the fact that they watched the video. If they didn't play it, they can ask.
Yeah, Gwen, I
Yeah.
was watching it too. That's why I was late getting back here.
By the defendant leaning in and moving his body as if he's yelling, we can make the inference that he's yelling. We can't say what he's saying, but we can make the inference that he's doing all the things that one would do when they yell.
Judge, I don't think it's an appropriate argument. There's no audio. In fact, this particular clip, you cannot see his mouth moving at all.
I mean, this is a treadmill video with a screen grab at 16:28:32. It shows the defendant's back. He's got his one arm on the treadmill rail and he's leaning over. You can't see his face and there's no audio. So the jury can draw its own conclusion, but he could be whispering to him. So I think you just need to say
The state submits.
speaks or, yeah, you can say state submits if you want, but I mean, everything, all of this is that each side submitting or arguing the evidence shows, but
I added the state submits, Judge. Thank you.
that's appropriate.
Next one is 23, and it might have been the way it was phrased. I think it might have been the state's intent to do otherwise, where they say he puts Corey back on the moving treadmill. The first time you see connection between Mr. Greger and Corey on the video is right before the first fall. And then after that, Corey's trying to get up on his own. So just make an accidental phrasing of it. My objection to that phrasing is it's misleading.
Judge, after Corey falls the first time, the defendant picks him up and puts him back before he falls the second time. And the way it's phrased on there is set up consistent with how Ms. Lento is going to argue it.
I don't
and it's the
know.
way that we
Maybe
prefer
when I
to do
upgrade
it so that
StreamYard, we can
Are you
post
showing
links,
about what
but
happens
I'm using the
before
free
second
version
fall.
right
Are
now.
you showing
So
stills when you do this? Or
not
are you showing
fancy
the
like
video?
that yet.
Bills.
Gwen.
I mean, that's an appropriate argument. There's times it looks like Corey jumps back on the treadmill himself.
I did
and
look
gets
up Carly
ejected
Gregg.
off of it.
She's
There's
just a
other times
baby.
that the
She's only
defendant
14.
picks him up, and the jury can make that conclusion itself. Next one.
Judge, I'm going to point to number 28.
Are they just going to pick apart the entire prosecution closing argument?
And it's after 6 falls, inviting Corey on the head, defendant is still yelling. It's the same argument that I made for the prior slide, but that is the title.
Judge, just so you're aware, I removed the objectionable comment from the last slide. I do not agree with counsel about this one for the reasons that I put forth on the record, and I could put the state submits in this one.
We
as
are
well.
back. Hank, hi. Welcome.
That's legitimate. That's fine.
Thank you.
They're going over the prosecution
Next one.
slides
Moving on
for
to
their closing
page
argument
40.
right now. Basically just picking it apart
Captioning defense witnesses. I mean, obviously, the state would be.
out of the presence of the jury.
But the representation that the state somehow called the witness, that's how I read it, and that would be my objection.
I put the words defense witnesses above them to make it clear.
And Judge, just for
And
efficiency.
also,
Play a role in the state's.
Sergeant
as
Coles
well.
also was called as a defense witness. So you should make that,
And on my other computer, I have Daniel
Yeah,
putting the word
Garcia
both in
and
parentheses
jury
under
deliberation
Sergeant
waiting for that verdict.
And just for efficiency, Judge, it's the same slide on 127, so it would be the exact same argument that I made.
all right, can you go back to the slide that says defendant kept Corey out of school on March 26th?
Yes, Judge, hold on one second.
I can't remember who said it earlier, but I am surprised they don't have any other pictures other than that one picture where Christopher and Corey are sitting on the sofa and Corey's asleep. Like, you're right, they did go
Yeah,
to
sure.
Key West. They don't have any family pictures.
We know
That's it.
defendant has already abused Corey on March 20th. That runs the risk you're implying knowledge outside the evidence. Prosecutor can't imply you have some other knowledge change that. Yeah, I was gonna say the evidence shows, or the
No,
state
you're not
submits
late,
the evidence
Nicole. We're
shows
just going
defendant already
over
abused Corey on
the
March 20th,
prosecution
or some words to that
PowerPoint
effect.
That's fine. I say the evidence.
outside of the jury.
Just avoid using "we know."
Yeah.
Or any other ones from the defense?
There's one 53, Judge, where it's.
What is it?
53, it was the original 53, Dr. Deacon corroborated, how it starts.
Right. There's actually most of those are all like that. Dr. Deacon corroborated, Dr. Uncorroborated. So you're making an argument that their testimony corroborated it. Is that right, Ms. Fromm?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
I mean, the entire slide read in context to show that the state's making an
Usually
argument that
for
the
closing
testimony of
arguments,
those witnesses
each
corroborates
side
the state's
can
allegations.
Yes,
object
Judge, it doesn't say Dr.
to closing
Deacon said that
arguments,
Corey
but
was
for the
murdered.
most part,
Obviously, she didn't see Corey after.
the
You
defense
probably, I
Testimony.
think you should
judge
just add,
gives them more
you should add
rope
that,
than
the
he
evidence
does the
shows
prosecution because they are defending
Dr.
someone
Deacon's
for their
testimony.
life,
That's-
basically. So
It's always safe to say the
Uh,
evidence shows.
I changed it to Dr. Deacon's testimony corroborated evidence that Corey was
the only
murdered.
time they usually object to either
That's right,
side
yeah.
is if it's not in agreement with what the evidence actually shows. And if it's outside of the scope of what the judge tells the jury instruction for the charges. So if it's also the judge tells the jury that closing and opening arguments are not evidence.
I have
So-
more, I just didn't want
I didn't understand your response, so go ahead. If you have more, go ahead.
Page 66, specifically second to last line, the only person that has abused Corey is defendant. Now, Your Honor had made a number of rulings prior to trial, which we all abided by, but I do think that's misrepresentative of information that was not put before the jury and they shouldn't be aware of. But it indicates, obviously, the people's theory, but this idea of ongoing abuse by others is also something that I think all counsels are very much aware of as having.
You gotta show me a slide first. I'm having a hard time flipping through these pages
This
here.
one, Your Honor.
It says treadmill. We're talking about the treadmill video, Judge.
And Judge, there was a lot of comment in closing by defense counsel about this big happy family, which was not the case at all based upon all the information we kept out. Based upon the evidence in the case, that's what the state's arguing. And the state took it to be the same, which is why we didn't object to Mr.
So the-
Gucci when he said it.
The objectionable line is the only person that has abused Corey is defendant.
We are all amazing in this chat, in this group.
This trial. There's
In the
really
POV
nothing
group, we're all amazing.
on other people that were
We do not minimize that.
And there was a preliminary ruling about it. So I just think
It's an appropriate comment based upon the evidence in the case.
Judge 69. That's the
Wow,
same
they
as
are
what
really picking apart the
previously
prosecution's.
the heading.
Right, okay. We changed that. Very good.
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
Corroborates.
And Judge, I am trying to move along swiftly.
No, it's okay.
There's just a few more.
Go ahead.
109 throws Corey in the back seat, very last line of that slide. I just don't recall testimony to that effect or evidence to that effect.
Well, we have a picture of the back seat of a car with no car seat in it when the defendant's car is recovered, and we see him pulling him out of the back seat at the hospital. So it's a reasonable inference that he threw him in the back seat.
And I don't think it's a reasonable inference, Judge. I think it goes to the sympathy of the jury, and that's what I said.
I mean, it's arguably like an other bad act because it's a motor vehicle offense not to have a child in a booster seat. You can't see the back of the car at Soch, and when the car is recovered 3 days later in Tennessee, I mean, the child's already deceased. So was the seat taken out by then? So
I wasn't trying to argue about him not putting him in a car seat. The argument is that he puts him in the back seat of a car instead of in an ambulance.
I don't think that's how that reads. If that's the argument, that's not how.
The only reason I brought up Alcoa was because it's the back seat. There is no car seat. So we
Right.
have the opportunity to lay him across the seat if you wanted to. That's not the inference is throws him in the back seat instead of calling an ambulance where a sick, dying child could be properly treated.
well, you can say that. That part's fine, but I don't think you should say threw him in the back seat. You should say took him by car instead of by ambulance or words to that effect.
We can say that he was in the back seat though, right, Judge?
Yeah, I mean, the video seems to show he's taken out of the
Yeah.
back seat,
Okay.
I don't even know where.
better than the
It's
front
only
seat.
on the bottom.
Just have one moment.
Either arrange for overtime or see if you can stay. At this point, it's 2:30, so with 100, how many slides you have? 160 or something like that?
Holy
139.
moly. Okay, was it just me or did that girl look like she picked her nose and ate her booger? I'm sorry.
Indented. She never had a chance to say goodbye. That may be the state's position, but it goes to the sympathy of the jury, not the elements the state needs to prove.
They have
Judge, the reason
100.
I put that in is Ms. Michelot doesn't know which hospital Corey is at, despite trying to find out. And she testified about her calling around and the defendant not providing her with the name. In addition to that, she literally calls, based upon the testimony of Sergeant Coles from the call log, during the moments that Corey dies, and the defendant misses the calls and never tells her anything, and she doesn't find out about his death until she misses her chance to say goodbye, and the police knock on her door around 6 o'clock.
Oh, that's just heartbreaking.
But it's not appropriate to try and elicit sympathy that the mother didn't have a chance to say goodbye. The rest of those things are fine, that she didn't know what hospital was at, they didn't identify the hospital, but you shouldn't, either party having a chance to say goodbye or not having that chance is not relevant evidence under evidence rule 401. That is a
Well,
tendency
nor
and
was
reason
the
to prove
whole,
or disprove any fact of consequence.
I removed it, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, anything else?
stuff the defense talked about.
All right, so I anticipate you're probably gonna take all afternoon, then we have to make a decision. Do I charge the jury then today? Or do we come back tomorrow to do that? What time do we go to? I don't know if someone may have plans or.
Judge, we would prefer just to get this done today.
Me too,
Yeah.
sure.
Possible.
Yeah.
So.
Me too, definitely, yes. All right, let's go get the jury, please.
They have 160 plus pages. Are you serious? They literally just got to pick apart their entire closing argument. Yeah, I know. You're right. Jersey Devil, this is crazy.
You had a question mark about right? On number 8. 2 hours late, question mark?
We added a question mark, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Guy out the Zoom connection just disconnected in the overflow courtroom. Or actually here, apparently.
The judge might know.
You got to stay there, but it's good. Oh, all right, yeah. Thank you. Tomorrow night. Okay.
One sip.
So the Zoom connection here, we lost the connection to the overflow. I don't know if it's because we have both TVs on the PowerPoint, but we had that earlier, so. Jurors are coming that way, so once more this way. No, we wanted to play the PowerPoint place, simulcasting to courtroom 14.
Hi, Delilah. Wait, did I say your name right? Delia?
Oh, you might read it home. Like a seance going on in here?
Keep the room cool. All right, thank you. You can be seated, everyone. The jury's in the jury room. All right. First, as to the Zoom connection, I'm advised it's back connected now, and the PowerPoints are on both TVs. Secondly, the PowerPoint references aggravated manslaughter and manslaughter. We've never told the jury about that previously. I'm obviously going to say in my final charge, you want me to say something now, just briefly, that in my final charge, I'm also going to instruct you on aggravated manslaughter and reckless manslaughter. So if Ms. Schroen mentions it, that's why.
We do.
There's
It's
a couple
on the
slides that
slide.
just say what the elements are.
Then please.
All right. And then Ms. Grimaldi, my law clerk, indicated to me that on the way over, some of the jurors are saying it's a long day. They're kind of tired. You know, again, I don't think it's comfortable in the courtroom or in the jury room. But I'd ask if you're going to be long, maybe at some point find a logical time to break, and maybe we don't charge them today if the state goes to about 4:30 or 4 o'clock or something like that. Just something to throw out there, but I don't want to.
Judge, I defer to you. Ms. Linto can have as much time as she needs. And
My only point is, if you go till after 4, am I really going to have them stay another hour? At that point, it's not intended to be a marathon for them. So if some of them are saying they're tired, I can ask them at that point if you like, but I just want you to just pass along the information I have. So I can certainly say to them, how do you feel? And
Well, Judge, why don't we see how long it goes for and then see how they feel about it, and then we can make that decision.
well, if you do a minute a slide, it's going to be over 2 hours. So that's why.
I don't think the slides are going to be a minute each, though.
Okay.
You know, some of them are pretty quick, so.
All right.
But-
All right. Anything else before we bring jury out?
Let's
Take a
go.
knock. Okay.
Oh my
Good.
goodness. They're, as I tell my boyfriend, he does, they're fiddle farting. Well, the defense just had to pick through the entire 160 plus slides that the prosecution has. Yeah, he should have gave them time limits at the beginning of the day. Most judges do. Especially this trial, because they've had such limited witness testimony, or I guess it's felt limited because it's been so spread out. And I honestly think the treadmill video speaks for itself. I don't think they need to spend.
You can also relate to me, one of the jurors indicated they have a personal obligation in the southern part of the county about 5:15. I'm sorry, 6:15, but based upon the location, I think they need to be out of here by 5 or 5:15 the latest to get there. So can be guided by that as well. But we'll see how long the state goes.
That's very true, Jersey Devil. That's exhausting. Well, I don't think they're going to get their jury instruction today, you guys. We're going to have to listen to that jibber jabber tomorrow. And remember, one of the jurors has to leave early tomorrow for a wedding. And they still have to decide which jurors they're going to keep and not keep.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is like that bad fair that comes to town every year. That your kids beg you to take them to, and you know it stinks. He's not looking too hot. He looks like he wants to throw up. Yeah, there's been more wasted time than used time for this trial. It's really just been a complete joke. But I guarantee that will be his appeal. An inadequate defense. Is the jury coming from Mars? What the heck? Okay, it looks like the jury for the Daniel Garcia trial is either coming back with a question or they're coming back with a verdict. Well, at this rate, they're definitely not going to get jury instructions today. This is wild. I wonder what other excuses they could have. Let's see. The heat, construction, finding parking. I have a wedding. I have to be on the other side of town. I got to run in my pantyhose. I have to let my dogs out.
Appropriate for me to make sure you get both summations on the same day. So I don't want to stop early, but at this point, since it's already 20 to 3, we'll see when the state finishes. And I think it's becoming more and more likely I'll end up giving you the jury charge tomorrow, unless the state's very quick. But obviously, the state has the ability to go long or short, depending. If it is long, if it's like a 2-hour summation, then we're going to take a break in the middle somewhere. So I asked Ms. Strone to pick a appropriate time. I think it's going to go very long. I'm going to give you my final charge after the summations, whether that's today or tomorrow. And one of the things I've done is I've already shared it with the attorney, so they know what I'm going to charge. So on count 2 murder, I'm also going to charge the lesser included offenses of aggravated manslaughter and reckless manslaughter. I'm telling you that now because Ms. Strome may comment, or Ms. Lento may comment on those 2 lesser included charges at the time of the state summation. So I just want you to know that in advance, and I'll give you all the elements of those, and I'll explain all those to you in my final chart. I want you to be surprised if you hear about it from the state. Anything further from counsel?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. And it's Ms. Lento, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Whenever they throw those lesser included charges in there, it's because they don't have confidence enough in the higher
Corey
charges.
Travis Mitchell love the solar system. And this case is about Corey. This case is about punishment. On March 20th of 2021, Corey's mother brought Corey home 2 hours late. Corey was punished. He was put on a treadmill. We have a video of this treadmill. On April 2nd of 2021, Corey was brought home 14 hours late. Corey was punished. The person who loved him the most inflicted blunt force trauma, which is child abuse. His heart was lacerated. His liver was lacerated. This case is about punishment. I first want to go over some of the arguments that the defense made, specifically the defense attorney.
Welcome back,
in his
Jenny.
closing argument. The defense attorney argues that Corey died of natural causes. and he's arguing that Brianna's conduct is a ruse to get custody. This argument makes no sense, ladies and gentlemen, right? This was not a ruse that somehow Brianna is making up bruising and taking Corey to the doctor regarding bruising. There's a video that you have seen where you could see the defendant abusing Corey. The defense attorney talks a lot about endangering. Well, you as the jurors get to decide whether what's seen on that video constitutes endangering. And I'm going to talk about this more later, but in terms of the endangering statute and what the state has to prove, the state is not required to even prove physical injury regarding the endangering charge. However, there is evidence of injury to Corey's head, and you hear that from Dr. Andrew when he talks about the contusions that are found underneath the scalp. Defense attorney speaks about substance abuse. Corey did not die because he ingested drugs. There's no evidence of that. So what is the purpose then regarding talking about this? The purpose is to lead you on a path away from the facts of the case and the evidence which is in this case. And the text messages in which the defense counsel is referring to, at the end of it, Brianna talks about the defendant and what's going on with him. This is what is stressing her out. The GoFundMe, right? There's testimony about this. This went for funeral and burial costs for donations. This 33-second video. In the video, you can hear Brianna sighing response because she thinks that the defendant is at home, because when she gets there, his car. Brianna lives in Englishtown, not Jamesburg. When Corey gets off the treadmill, he staggers. And Dr. Deacon had more things available to her than Brianna's words. And again, this goes back to the ruse, right? How could this be a ruse? What happened on the treadmill happened before this. Corey was a patient before with this doctor, and there was also testimony that she had spoken with DCPMP. Kim Peace's letter was from the beginning of the school year. The Key West vacation, which is referred to, there was nothing stopping the defendant from going to Key West. And again, we're going to talk about what is required for murder, and there is no premeditation required. So what does that make a difference? The garbage, right? State's not arguing that he was trying to cover up things. It basically tells you a timeline of what happened that day. And that's why the garbage was delayed. Nurse Doyle testified that he did not realize the seriousness of Corey's condition because of how the defendant presented it. The critique of the medical staff at Southern Ocean Medical Center had nothing to do with Corey's death. So why are we commenting on it? The CPR was started and stopped. It was not continuous CPR for 49 minutes. Carnival, the nurse, testified about this, right? Because what happened was Corey had lost his pulse, right? And then he regained it because they were taking him to the CT scan. So it was not continuous 49 minutes of CPR. The blunt force trauma injury, right? A strike or a hit, that's blunt force trauma, may have not left a visible bruise, right? This is what Dr. Andrew was talking about, right? It may not have left a visible bruise, or the bruise may have not come out, or it may have been bruises that were underneath the surface, right? So those are all of the different things as to why what would be there and what wouldn't. So I believe defense counsel said in his summation that the state was saying that all the bruising was specifically underneath. And that was a testimony about that. Sergeant Studdy attended the autopsy and spoke about it. And Dr. Agasa never determined that the death was natural. This treadmill video, which was recovered by the prosecutor's office, speaks for itself. Everything that you need and want to know is captured on this video. The judge at the end of the case is going to talk to you about the law and is going to charge you about the elements, right? The judge is going to tell you that you can use this video as a specific kind of evidence, right? You can use this video to show or to consider what the defendant's motive was, what his intent was, that what happened on April 2nd wasn't an accident or mistake, right? So that's how these two things correlate. The state is not saying that Corey died as a result of the treadmill. What we're saying is what happened in the treadmill shows the defendant's motive and his intent to what he did on April 2nd. And the judge is going to instruct you as to that type of evidence. The treadmill, right? March 20th, 2021. We know
see that
that on
side
that
eye?
particular day that the defendant is angry. He is angry at Brianna and he is angry at the situation. How do we know this? Because he says so. We have the text messages. We know that his purpose and his intent that day was to punish Corey. You can see the text messages, right, of what he specifically says. And if you look at the time, that is right while this is happening with the treadmill. You're almost 2 hours late. What the bleep? And then it continues. And the last text message, this is beyond pissing me off. My entire plans for today are ruined. We know that it was his intent to punish. If you look to the treadmill footage or the videos, there was a few of them. The defendant tells Brianna, I'm at the clubhouse gym. Just drop him off here. He's not at the clubhouse gym, right? This is a clip from the first video, and you can see in there that the defendant is actually walking to the clubhouse gym, right? So what does this show us? It tells us that the defendant wasn't merely working out at the gym and trying to have a nice workout with his son. It shows us that it was his specific intent to punish him that day. Bring him right to the gym. When it's a clip from the other video, when they start entering the gym area, you can see that the defendant doesn't greet Corey. He doesn't look at Corey. He doesn't talk to Corey. He's going to punish him. He sends Corey straight to the treadmill, right? This is not, I'm working out, let's get together, let's get in shape, let's run on this treadmill. Corey knows how to turn on the treadmill by himself. What does that say? Brianna, Corey's mother, is 2 hours late and dropping him off. In the second video of the treadmill, you can see this, and this is a clip. What is the defendant holding up? He's holding up the number 2. And why? Because he's making sure that Corey knows why this is happening. You're being punished 2 hours late. That's why there's a number 2. You can see that during this video, the defendant is upset. He is angry. He is pacing. He is clenching his fists, as you can see there. Corey's on the treadmill, he's clenching his fists. The defendant is sweating, not because of the workout, because he is enraged about the situation, and he's taking this out on Corey. The treadmill, ladies and gentlemen, is the defendant's mechanism for abuse. And you can see this. He invades Corey's space and he goes right up to him to intimidate him. Corey knows how to operate the treadmill. He does not need someone to operate it. Corey runs on this treadmill for 10 minutes before the defendant then increases the speed, and then he also increases the incline as well. You can see here in this video, or a clip of the video, I should say, that the incline is increased on the treadmill, not just the speed. If you look at one picture, you can see the front is down, and the second picture, it's raised. Corey falls 6 times on that treadmill. Right before his first fall, the defendant knows it's coming. He actually stands behind the treadmill, his hands on his hips, waiting for Corey to fall. And why? Because he's increased the speed in the incline. Corey falls off the treadmill the first time. Corey is airborne. The defendant lets Corey fall. The defendant actually makes room for him to fall. The defendant doesn't stop. He doesn't check on Corey. He doesn't do any of these things. And you can see when this is stopped of the impact of what is happening to Corey right there. The defendant forces Corey back on a moving treadmill. And the defendant then picks up Corey by the front of his shirt, and Corey's feet are now dangling. And you can see that right there. And again, as this continues, he's picking him up by the top of his shoulders and shirt. And you can see Corey's legs that he does not want to get back on that treadmill. He treats him like a rag doll, right? He's picking him up. His legs are swinging. And if you look at the defendant's face in this clip, he's like smiling and smirking because he's abusing him. This is what the defendant does while he's trying to put Corey on a moving treadmill. You can see where his mouth is. The defendant bites Corey's head. You can see here that the defendant's mouth is wide open. And then you could actually see how he continues to push down with the bite on Corey's head. And Corey's legs now are starting to go get pushed down as compared to the first picture because they can't keep up. What kind of father would do this to their son? We know, and the injury here, because of this bite, is talked about. Dr. Andrew talks about the fact that there are contusions on the top of Corey's head, but underneath the scalp. After getting Corey back on the moving treadmill, the state submits that the defendant then continues to yell at him. Corey falls off the treadmill a second time. Corey looks up at the defendant after he falls the second time, and the defendant does not stop. Corey falls off the treadmill a third time now. You can see here that Corey is completely flat. He's on his face on the treadmill while the defendant stands by with his hand on his hip. Corey looks up at the defendant, and the defendant still, at this point, does not stop the treadmill. Corey falls off the treadmill for the fourth time. Corey is looking up at the defendant, his father, and his father stares back at him. Still not done yet. Corey falls off the treadmill, fifth time. His father has no regard for him whatsoever. Corey falls off the treadmill, sixth time. Corey tries to balance on the side of the treadmill while it's moving. And you can actually see in this picture that Corey is more afraid of his father than getting back onto that machine. After 6 falls and biting Corey on the head, the state submits that the defendant is still yelling at Corey. After 6 falls on the moving treadmill, the defendant does not check on Corey, or we can see here, he doesn't even hold the door for him when they're leaving. Before this, you can see in the video that when Corey gets off of the treadmill, he wobbles. The defendant continues to mistreat Corey even when leaving the clubhouse. Corey is 6 years old, and you can see where the arrow is, right? He's at the door at this point. What does the defendant do? He turns his back and just continues to walk in the street. Corey just fell 6 times. He's going into a street. He's 6 years old. Is he holding his hand? No. Is he checking on him? No. Is he doing anything to make sure that that little boy is okay? Absolutely not. On March 21st, the next day, defendant's parents see the bruise on Corey's forehead, and this is from the treadmill. Corey tells David Greger that he fell on the treadmill during a family discussion. On March 22nd, one of Corey's teachers noticed that the bruising was there and sent Corey to the school nurse. His teacher was actually off that day, Kim Peace. She then returns to school on the 23rd. Kim Peace, the teacher who was with Corey every single day of his life while he's in school, observes this injury. And she describes it as, I saw kind of like a burn, not a burn, but it looked like kind of a rug burn on his forehead. Yeah, because he fell off a treadmill. Kim Peace speaks to Corey about this and the injury, and she describes that Corey was quiet and gives one-word responses. Kim Peace is concerned about this, and she speaks to her coworkers about what she saw. On March 23rd, Brianna sees Corey during her visitation at the defendant's apartment in
Hi,
Margate.
Hannah. Welcome to the chat.
And Brianna sees Corey, and she also sees this bruise on his forehead, and she describes it as being very odd shaped, and it kind of looked like an imprint of something. Yeah, because it's a treadmill. She also says that he had a bruise on his chest, and it looked like a scrape. She talks about Corey seeming upset and scared. For your consideration, ladies and gentlemen, which is count 1 in the indictment, is endangering the welfare of a child, right? For abuse and neglect. There is no question whatsoever that the defendant is guilty of abuse and neglect of Corey. What do you have to consider for this charge? Number 1, that Corey was a child. He was. Number 2, that the defendant knowingly caused the child harm that would make the child an abused or neglected child. The defendant knew that such conduct would cause the child harm that would make the child abused or neglected, and that the defendant had a legal duty for the care of the child. Well, it's his father, so he has a legal duty. He knew what he was doing, right, when he put him on the treadmill and punished him. And the judge during the charge is going to talk about all these different things which could constitute child endangerment, right? We don't have to prove all of them. We only have to prove one of them. And the state does not have to actually prove a physical injury. Only risk of a physical injury is enough. The infliction of mental suffering or pain, that is enough. One of the sections talks about exposing a child to unnecessary hardship, fatigue, mental or physical strain that may tend to injure the health or physical or moral well-being of that child. And you are going to see when the judge charges you with the law of how many sections of this could apply based upon what is in that video. Not only did the defendant abuse Corey on March 20th, the defendant knowingly inflicted serious bodily injury that ended Corey's life on April 2nd. And ladies and gentlemen, when you have a criminal case, it is like building blocks, right? That's what you do. Each witness testifies and each witness corroborates one another. And that is how you get to guilty. And there were many witnesses that testified in this case, and each witness testified to a particular part of the case. And when they corroborate each other and all the evidence that comes into the courtroom from the witness stands, that's how we get to guilty. The video is evidence, and Judge Ryan is going to tell you this, of the defendant's motive, his intent, and or absence of mistake on April 2nd, right? His motive is to punish because he is angry at Corey's mother. His intent to commit child abuse, to knowingly and purposely inflict serious bodily injury, right? Which is the blunt force trauma injuries, which results in Corey's death. Corey didn't die of football injuries or from a football, right? This isn't a mistake. It's not pneumonia. The defendant lacerated Corey's heart, lacerated his liver, and Corey's lungs were bruised. This is why Corey died. Purpose and knowledge, right? These are states of mind. And the judge is going to tell you when he charges you, well, what is that, right? Someone's purpose or their knowledge. This is a condition of a mind. And you're going to hear that this can seldom be seen from a witness, right? The state's never going to be able to put on a witness to say, oh, this is what's in the defendant's mind. So what do you have to do as jurors? You have to make inferences, right, from the conduct. What did the defendant do? What were his words? How did he act? You have to look at the surrounding circumstances, and you have to infer this. And all of the defendant's words and all of his actions show that the defendant knowingly or purposely ended his son's life. Defendant kept Corey out of school on March 26th. Why? Because he was trying to hide Corey. He was trying to hide these bruises, which the state is not saying that the bruises are the cause of his death. It's the blunt force trauma. But what is happening with the bruises is that this is what everybody is seeing. This is what everybody is noticing. This is the catalyst of how we get there. The defendant on his phone searches on the 25th will red marks turn into bruises? The defendant kept Corey home from school on March 26th, the next day. The defendant did not verify Corey's absence that day. And that is the day that Brianna contacts DCPMP, not the 28th, on the 26th. And this is important because this is when this all starts unraveling for the defendant. And why? Because Corey comes into school and he has a bruise, and now the teachers know. So what does he do? Takes him out of school. Football did not abuse Corey, okay? Corey goes to football tryouts on Saturday, March 27th. Brianna is present. Corey is not injured, right? This is 6-year-old flag football. And after this, Brianna then takes Corey for a visitation at her house until Sunday, March 28th. Ladies and gentlemen, and anybody in this world knows that kids get bruises, right? They can be playing and they get a bruise, right? Children get bruises. This is not the state's argument. Again, bruises are the catalyst. But what they do tell you is what Corey is not telling you. They're telling you what Corey is too afraid to say. Defendant continues hiding Corey by making him a virtual student. On Sunday, March 28th, Brianna sees bruising on Corey, right? And this is because she has him this weekend for part of the time because she takes him home after the flag football. And she sees that he has a large bruise on his chest, and it looked like fingerprint bruises all over his arms and legs. And then she talks about something else on the side of his hip. And when she brings back Corey from visitation, she goes to the Barnegat Township Police Department, right? And we had that testimony of the 2 police officers who came. Then the police do a welfare check at the defendant's apartment. The police see the bruises, and the police talk to Corey, but they don't separate Corey from his father. They call DCPMP. Interesting, though, is while the police are at the house, the defendant doesn't say anything to them about Corey being quarantined or Corey being exposed to COVID. After the police are at his house, the defendant sends this class dojo message to the teacher, Kim Peace. And what he says is, Corey's other side of the family had left the state and saw him this weekend after being at a mass gathering. Brianna learns that Corey is kept out of school. She confronts the defendant about this, and the defendant blocks her on the phone. There was testimony. Corey was not exposed to anyone with COVID, and no one attended a mass gathering or funeral that weekend because the defendant is trying to hide Corey. All this is going on. He tries to do this while it's virtual, but the teacher is still able to see bruises when he's a virtual student. Corey attends school virtually now this week. Kim Peace, his teacher, says she sees bruises on his cheek, and these are not the same ones as March 23rd. Kim Peace talks to the DCPMP worker, and Kim Peace voices her concerns about what is going on. Tuesday, March 30th, Corey is now attending school virtually. Kim Peace says there's still bruising. She speaks to another DCPMP worker, and she says, I don't feel good about what I was seeing and what I was hearing. She's with Corey all the time. Brianna contacts Corey's pediatrician for an emergency appointment to address her concerns on bruising, and she does this on March 30th because all of this is unraveling. And she also speaks to DCPMP about this appointment she's making because she is concerned. March 31st, Corey again attends school virtually. Kim Peace sees the bruising. Brianna files an emergent application for custody because, as she says, she is now in fear of Corey's life. Brianna acts on her concerns, Corey's mother, on Thursday, April 1st of 2021. Brianna picks Corey up about 4:30 and takes him to Dr. Deacon, who is Corey's pediatrician. She then takes Corey to Community Medical Center, and then she then takes Corey to Jersey Shore University Medical Center. Dr. Deacon's testimony corroborates evidence that Corey was murdered, okay? Corey is examined 24 hours before he dies. Dr. Deacon sees 14 areas of bruising and lesions. Corey has no fever. Corey is breathing fine. Corey has no symptoms of pneumonia. Dr. Deacon calls DCP&P. Dr. Deacon calls the emergency room at Community Medical Center so Corey can have blood work. Dr. Deacon did not think it was safe for Corey to go home. That's why she's calling the hospital. Corey tells Dr. Deacon that the injuries are from football and from falling off a treadmill, right? And again, ladies and gentlemen, maybe some of the bruising was sustained of a kid just playing. But we will say that if they are sustained when the defendant is playing football with him, still under his care. Defendant cancels the CPC evaluation because he does not want a specialist to evaluate Corey. Corey had a CPC, right? And there was testimony about this from Child Protective Services and through a witness that had this evaluation on April 2nd, and that the defendant canceled this appointment, and that he would not let Brianna take Corey to the specialist without him. And we know that the defendant received an email with a court order at 4:43 allowing another 7 days for this CPC evaluation. And you can see right here in these text messages where the defendant texts Mark, who had been identified as a DCP&P worker, and he says there, hey, I can't get off work tomorrow. I just asked my manager, so I can go next week. Just let me know the number to schedule, right? So here he can't get off work. But if you look at the next text message, hey, so I'm going to take off work tomorrow because Corey's mom decided not to bring him back from visitation. And I'm going to have to go to court tomorrow morning since Natalie isn't working. And who do I reach out to? The defendant can take off work. He can't take off work to have Corey evaluated by a specialist, but he can take off work when he wants to file against Brianna. Because the defendant doesn't care about Corey. He doesn't care about his health. He doesn't care about his safety. He doesn't care about any of those things. The only person he cares about is himself. On 4/1, this court order comes out, and Brianna actually receives the family court order between the time when she was at the pediatrician until she's on her way to Community Medical Center. And there was testimony about this, about what this court order said. And in this court order, it says the court reviewed the letter of investigatory findings, right? And Brianna's request for custody was denied. But it did say that there had to be a CPC evaluation agreed upon by both parties, right? Because at this time, they're both custodial parents of Corey, and there also had to be a pediatrician appointment within 7 days. But Brianna had already taken Corey to the pediatrician, and she had already spoken to DCP&P about this. But what's really interesting about this is that the court did not have the video. The court only reviewed a letter, and Brianna did not receive custody. Corey is taken to Community Medical Center. This is on the advice of Dr. Deacon. Brianna brings Corey to the hospital. Brianna's visitation is almost over when she receives this court order where she's not going to be granted sole custody. Corey is examined. He is absolutely fine. Corey does not have pneumonia. Brianna is given the option to drive Corey and to sign this release. It's noted in the records, and there was testimony about this, that Brianna had to bring Corey home. And she has to bring him home because this court order came out and she was denied her request for custody. Defendant does not want a doctor to examine Corey on April 1st because he does not want Corey talking to doctors without him, because he is afraid that Corey is going to tell. And this is what this is all about. The defendant on April 1st, you can see this, exerts pressure on Brianna to leave the hospital. And that is because he does not want Corey to be evaluated. He calls the hospital, he calls police departments, he goes to the Barnegat Police Department. The following morning, he accuses Brianna of kidnapping. The defendant pretends he is clueless as to Corey's mother's whereabouts, but meanwhile, he talks to her. There is a text from the defendant to Brianna at 7:26 on 4/1 while Brianna is at the hospital, right? And before Brianna's visitation time hasn't even ended, right? Because she has till 7:30. This is at 7:26. Where are you? It'll be past 7:30 and I will take over and be with my son. I have no idea where you are. She tells him, I'm driving to Jersey Shore Medical Center. I'm doing what a caseworker for DCPNP told me to do. The defendant and Brianna speak that night on the telephone, right? The defendant calls Brianna at 7:27, and we know all this, right, through Sergeant Coles, because we have all this information from these phones, and we have the call logs. Defendant calls Brianna at 7:27. There's a 37-second conversation. In the meantime, around 8 o'clock, Brianna now is at Jersey Shore University Medical Center. The defendant called Brianna at 8:42, and there was a 1 minute and 12-second conversation. Brianna talked about this in her testimony. She testified about this conversation. She says that the defendant argued with her about being at the hospital and that he wanted her to leave the hospital with Corey. Then after that, what happens is her phone dies for a short period. They were in contact the entire night except for this short time when her phone dies. In response to this, and this says everything, what does the defendant do? He searches Neptune police number at 8:43. He searches the Jersey Shore hospital. He calls Jersey Shore at 8:43, has a 38-second conversation. He calls the hospital at 8:44, has a 5-minute and 36-minute conversation. Calls the Neptune police, right? Because that's where the hospital is located. So he's calling the police over there too. 10-minute and 14-second conversation. He calls Jersey Shore, talks to the hospital for 12 minutes. Then he texts this girl, Marcy, who we met on the internet, who we actually never met in person at this point, and says, at police station now. And we have that text message. Why? Because he goes to the Barnegat Police Department. He calls the Barnegat Police Department. He texts Laura, who we heard testimony is now his girlfriend, and she says to Laura, this other girl, 2 hours late and she's not responding. Oh, really? Because there's text messages and you just talked on the phone. Defendant calls Neptune, 7-minute and 12-second conversation. The defendant speaks to the DCPNP worker, 1 minute and 18 seconds. He texts another girl named Amy, 10-minute at 10:17. The defendant calls the Stafford Police Department at 10:51, and there's a 6-minute and 8-second conversation. Why is the defendant doing this? Because he is afraid that Corey is going to tell. He is afraid of what the doctors are going to see. The defendant knows where Corey is and why. Brianna tells him, the defendant tells others. There's a text message that defendant texts Marcy at 7:48, and where he says to her, she has him at the hospital getting blood work, not going to be back for a while. The defendant speaks to Mark from DCPNP numerous times, 4:26, 5:26, 7:24, and 10:06 p.m. The defendant spoke to the correct hospital where Corey and Brianna are, and the defendant spoke to the police department where the hospital is located, because he knows exactly where she is. Defendant deflects and he gaslights Brianna. This is what he does. And he tries to discredit her, manipulating people and the situation, because he does not want anyone to see the real Christopher Greger. The only person that has abused Corey is his father. And we know this because it's captured on a treadmill video. Defendant is not worried about Corey being with Brianna, right? The defendant doesn't care about Corey's health. He doesn't care about his safety. The defendant cares about preventing Corey from disclosing. That night, when the defendant realized that he could not stop Brianna from leaving the hospital, he could not stop him from being evaluated, what does he do? He doesn't wait up for Corey to come home. Doesn't care. I mean, your son is being evaluated at the hospital, right? If you really cared, you would have stayed up to see what's happening. But he doesn't do that. He goes to sleep. He then starts the next day filing his emergency application. Why? Because he's got to get in front of this, because he doesn't know what Corey said. The defendant does not care about Corey. He cares about controlling the narrative. At 11:43, the defendant says, "Why are you ignoring me?" to Brianna. And she explains to him, and this is later that night on the 1st, "My phone died and I just got a charger. I am at the hospital because DCPNP spoke to doctors and they told me to come here. You could have come here from the beginning. You said, no, drop him off. We could have taken turns the whole time. I'm not doing anything wrong. Stay up and I'll drop him off soon as we're done." She writes, "You're not going to stay awake." At 12:48 a.m., she writes, "How are you going to go to court and say anything about me keeping him? You won't even stay up for me to drop him off. I'm offering right now." The defendant just doesn't respond. The next message is not until 6 a.m. the next day. Brianna had to take Corey back because she has to comply with the court order. The state submits that Dr. Ong corroborates evidence that Corey was murdered. Dr. Ong is a pediatric emergency room doctor at Jersey Shore. He sees Corey less than 24 hours before Corey dies. Corey is admitted to the emergency room, not the hospital, just the emergency room at 9 p.m. Corey was afraid to answer Dr. Ong's questions. He is described as scared. He does a head-to-toe examination. His chest exam is normal. He is not in respiratory distress. He is not wheezing. There's no murmurs. There's no hypoxia. There is absolutely nothing wrong with Corey. His lungs were clear. The doctor maps all of these bruises, and he describes bruises and abrasions and bleeding under the skin. Corey is examined 3 times before he leaves Jersey Shore. There is a skeletal survey that is done. And the doctor explained this. There's 19 radiographs, right? What are these? These are x-rays. Corey gets a chest x-ray done that night. And the doctor tells you that there's no infiltration noted in his lungs, right? So Dr. Ong is not just taking Corey's word for it or his mother's word for it. He orders these tests. He also speaks to DCPMP, and Corey is released home with his mother a little after 1 a.m. on 4/2. The discharge instructions from Dr. Ong, and he testified about this, is that Corey was supposed to follow up with a child abuse specialist who was not at the hospital that night. And why? Because it was Easter weekend and he wasn't available. His oxygen and blood pressure were normal. He was negative for SARS. He was negative for COVID. You know, the reason he was kept out of school for virtual. He was negative for flu A, B, and RSV. Dr. Ong did not see the bruise chart, right, which was done by the pediatrician. This is his own assessment as to what he saw. And there's no sign of infection, because what Dr. Ong does is he also orders his own blood work or lab work. And Corey's white blood cell count is not elevated whatsoever. And there's absolutely no sign of infection. The evidence shows that there was nothing wrong with Corey when he was returned to the defendant at 9 a.m. on April 2nd, 8 hours before he died. Corey was released after 1 a.m. from the hospital. Brianna drove from Neptune to Englishtown after the defendant did not respond to her that night. Brianna and Corey slept together in the basement. Brianna was with Corey. There was no evidence that Corey had a fever, was sick, or injured other than the bruising. What do we know? We know that morning that he ate breakfast. We know that Corey played on Brianna's phone during the car ride. We know that Corey was talking without coughing or straining, right? This accidental recording, right, that happened is right then in the morning when Brianna is dropping off Corey. And the defense attorney in his argument is making this argument that there's a noise heard. What you hear is Brianna sighing because she thinks that the defendant isn't home because she doesn't see his car. We know that Corey was able to walk and also climb the stairs to get into that apartment. There was nothing wrong with Corey. The defendant inflicted serious bodily injury resulting in his death, and it was blunt force trauma. This is the defendant's final act of child abuse on April 2nd between 9 a.m. and 1:03 p.m. The defendant was the only person who was with his son when these injuries were inflicted. Corey did not die of an infection. He died as a result of this trauma. His heart was lacerated, his liver was lacerated, his liver was bruised, and also his lung was bruised as well. When Corey was brought to the hospital, right, his body is already shutting down due to the blunt force trauma. This is what results in cardiac arrest, seizure, then death. Corey died of blunt impact injury of the chest with laceration of the heart, contusion of the left lung, a laceration and contusion of the liver. And this was a traumatic cause. And that was the testimony of the forensic pathologist, right? Dr. Andrews' testimony proves that the defendant murdered his son, Corey. The cause of the death, as per the pathologist, was a lethal train of events and without which death would not have occurred. Meaning, like, there's no natural cause for this death. He inflicted upon himself. It's blunt force trauma. It's a strike, a hit. That's what blunt force trauma is. He also talks about the pattern, distribution, and varying ages of bruises indicative of child mistreatment. And Corey had contusions over a wide area of his body of varying ages, from under his chin, his head, his trunk, his extremities. And this is where we get back to this bruising again. It's not that a kid has a bruise, so all of a sudden, it's child abuse. That's not what anyone is saying. It is the pattern of bruising. It is the amount of bruising. It is where the bruises are located. And this is what Dr. Andrew is talking about. He observes deep contusions that did not correlate with contusions on the skin, right? So that would be contusions underneath your skin. And he was able to see this in the slides and with the autopsy photos. The bruise near Corey's shoulder blade is not typical from a child running and playing. The bruise on Corey's chest was in a very odd place, unless there was a good explanation for it, right? The doctor talks about Corey's cause and manner of death. Dr. Ragasa performed the autopsy on April 3rd of 2021. Dr. Ragasa concluded that the death was undetermined. He did not conclude that this was from natural causes. The state sought the opinion of Dr. Andrew in February of 2022. And it's not to say that Dr. Ragasa's autopsy, right, what he did in the autopsy is the issue, but is the interpretation of his findings. Dr. Andrew is a former pediatrician, and he's also a forensic pathologist, right? And the defendant is now placed under arrest on March 9th of 2022. Then Dr. Ragasa amends his report in August of 2022. This case was also reviewed by Dr. Falzone, who is the chief medical examiner for New Jersey prior to this being amended. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, the prosecutor's office contacted the doctor. There is a 6-year-old who has passed away, and Dr. Ragasa, in the report, which was testified to, talks about a laceration to this child's heart. And yes, he wanted to see what happened to the 6-year-old. Dr. Andrew talks about Corey's lungs. There is a large left lung contusion, and this is not pneumonia. So there was some testimony about this the other day that there was noted in the autopsy report that there was just congestion in the lungs. Dr. Andrews tells you that this is a lung contusion. It's a lung bruise. He also talks about post-mortem CT scans and how they are not reliable. Here, this was read by a clinical radiologist at the hospital, and he tells you that it takes special training to interpret the results of post-mortem CTs because they don't look the same in dead people as they do in living people. It's not that radiologists can interpret CT scans, it's that it's a post-mortem scan. Dr. Andrew talks about Corey's heart and the injury. He tells us that he had a visible contusion on the outside of the heart. The internal examination of Corey's heart shows a laceration or tear in the tissue near the apex of the heart on the inside wall of the heart, right? So what does that mean? This injury was located in the inside of Corey's heart, right? It has to get cut open the heart to even find this injury. It's inside. And he talks about this being a tear of partial thickness, right? So what did he say during his testimony? This tear or this laceration, it didn't pierce all the way through the heart. That's why he's saying that Corey did not die immediately, right? Because it's not a hole. And he also tells us that the laceration and tear, it's not a matter of size, it's a matter of where that is located and what it's doing, right? One on the left ventricle and lower left. And Corey's heart could compensate for several hours because it didn't pierce all the way through. And he also told us that Corey did not bleed out from these injuries. And this wasn't an instant death. And he tells us that this is trauma. And what happens is your heart tries to compensate. And then ultimately, your heart decompensates. And then what happens is you go into cardiac arrest. And that's why Corey went into cardiac arrest. He also talks about stress cardiomyopathy in Corey's heart. And ladies and gentlemen, what he's saying is that there's this marker that Corey is suffering ongoing stress. Look what's happened to him. Dr. Andrew also talks about Corey's liver. And there's 2 injuries which are located on the liver, right? There's a laceration or tear in the liver tissue on the right edge, the right lateral aspect of the liver, right? And he talks about the photos clearly show that there is also a contusion that goes fairly deeply into the liver tissue itself. And under the microscope, this was not a super fresh injury. So this is not an injury that could be attributed to CPR. Why? It's not a fresh injury. And he describes this as being an ugly injury, but this was not life-threatening. This is not what killed Corey. And he talked about there was a contusion or bleeding underneath the capsule of the liver on the front edge of the liver. So what he's talking about are 2 separate injuries, okay? But Corey's liver is lacerated on his lateral side, the lateral side of the liver. This is not caused by CPR. It's the lateral side of his liver. That's where the laceration is. Dr. Andrew also talks about Corey's scalp. And he says that when looked at the skin underneath the skin, there is a contusion on the top of his head and a couple of contusions on the backside of the scalp that you couldn't see on the surface. And this is what I was referring to before regarding the bite on Corey's head. The injuries in Corey's condition provide the timeline from when the defendant inflicted blunt force trauma injury on his son. Dr. Andrew is able to determine that these blunt force trauma injuries were inflicted on Corey between 9 a.m. and 1. And what he does is he reviews slides, which are tissue samples, right? Which they take from the autopsy, and he observes an inflammatory response with the inflammatory cells, which are located in Corey's heart and liver. And this inflammatory process involves the appearance of certain repair cells to the area of injury, which results in a predictable time frame. So this is this inflammatory process, and it's a well-established. So the laceration to Corey's heart and liver occurred roughly at the same time. And that's what he says. The injuries that Dr. Andrew notes are more indicative that Corey is struck or hit multiple times than that these injuries were somehow caused by CPR. Dr. Andrew tells us that given the age of these injuries is entirely incompatible with them been produced by CPR, because they wouldn't have had this inflammatory response that takes hours to develop, right? And he also talks about CPR on the right side of the chest. CPR is done on the front of the chest. And like I said, the anterior liver injuries are not uncommonly seen with CPR, but not an injury on the side of the liver that goes deep into the tissue. So as we was talking about, this lateral injury, which is a deep tissue liver injury, it just simply can't be caused by CPR unless you're doing liver CPR to bring back breathing. In the context of discussing the CPR injury, the doctor tells us that he has never seen a heart or internal laceration of the heart like this in regard to CPR related injuries, right? So again, it is the fact that this laceration is found deep inside of the heart. And he talks about this inflammation process as well. So the location of the heart and liver injuries are more indicative of the defendant striking Corey more than once, right? And this is something that you have to use your common sense about, right? They're happening at the same time. It's likely more than one thing. Because how is it possible to have an injury to your heart and to your liver on the backside? Certainly not possible to occur with CPR that happens in the middle of your chest. Corey did not have an infection, and we know this from Dr. Feingold. She is a practicing doctor specializing in pediatric infectious disease. She is board certified in her specialty. She actively works in a hospital, a trauma center, and teaches medical students, and she has all the technology available to her. And she reviewed numerous pages of discovery, and she tells us that she didn't see anything that suggested infection. And when asked if her opinion was to a degree of medical certainty, she responded, absolutely. Corey did not have any signs of infection leading up to his death. IV pediatrics, there was no evidence of any kind of infectious process. Community medical center, he had no signs of infection. Jersey Shore, he had a normal white count, no respiratory viral infection, and he had no evidence of having an infection per the doctor. He ate breakfast, he was speaking without coughing, there was no wheezing or shortness of breath, walking and climbing stairs. At Soch, when he arrived, he was not in respiratory distress. There was no retractions, there was no wheezing, no crackles. There was nothing observed to suggest a lung infection. Any shortness of breath was because he was less than 1.5 hours from his death. So this is what the doctor is talking about, not his breathing being off because of some type of infection, but Corey's body was shutting down. He was going to die very, very shortly. She talks about the elevation in white cell count, right? The blood work that was taken at Jersey Shore, there is an elevation in the white blood cells. She's saying this isn't due to an infection. This is because this is what's happening because he's already suffered blunt force trauma injury. His body is shutting down. Of course, your white blood cells are going to be elevated at that point. And she talks about this as a cell count consistent with a giant surge. And she also talks about the other level, which is a stress response, not an infectious response, but a stress response. And this is also consistent with the elevated glucose levels that were determined in this blood work because his body was shutting down due to the blunt force injury and due to this inflammatory reaction that Dr. Andrew was able to find under the microscope, right? And this is how you know that the injuries are not caused by CPR, right? Because if they were caused by CPR, then that would have been after death. So why would there be any inflammatory process there? It is not caused by CPR. Again, factors that do not support infection. There's no bacteria in Corey's bloodstream, which this factor is not even mentioned by Dr. Bodden in his report. The scan of the lungs is a post-mortem CT scan, right? And Dr. Feingold and Dr. Andrews corroborate each other with their testimony. Post-mortem CT scans are not used in the diagnosis of pneumonia because the lungs are no longer holding air. So it's not that the use of the CT scan is wrong, right? But if you're going to use the CT scan, your lungs have to get filled back up with air for that to be reliable. And that's what Dr. Feingold was talking about. Why? Because you stop breathing when you pass. And the lungs would have to be inflated or insulated for this to be readable and reliable, right? So Dr. Bodden's testimony about, oh, the infectious disease doctor, and she didn't know the availability or whatever it was, that's not the issue. If you're going to use the scan, you have to inflate the lungs back up so the scan is actually reliable. This post-mortem lung swab, this is also something that is relied upon for this idea of sepsis, okay? In this lung swab, what was grown, the staph, is one of the most common bacteria around. And this is from the infectious disease doctor who treats children with this all the time. And this is not a reliable way to diagnose an infection in the living because there is a high risk of frequent contamination. And that could even be for intubation, right? And we know that Corey was intubated, right? And we also know that Corey was at the hospital and everyone was touching him. There was nurses, there was a doctor. His body is transported by a funeral home. The autopsy is done the next day. And she tells us how highly prevalent the finding would be in children, right? We know this about kids. They sneeze, they cough, they have this stuff everywhere. And this is why her testimony is important. And what she tells us is the normal clinical course of this and a pneumonia occurs over the course of days. It doesn't just occur within hours, and it includes a fever, and there's gross abnormalities, which we noted on a chest x-ray, which Corey had, and everything is fine. There would be an abnormal pulmonary exam, and there would be pus, right? And Dr. Bodden said that in his report, there's no indication that there was pus or an abscess on Corey's lungs.
Ms. Lento,
Yeah.
we've gone about an hour and 10 minutes, ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen. So before Ms. Lento transitions to Dr. Bodden, why don't we take a short break, stretch everyone's legs, give the court reporters a break, and then we'll come back out.
All right.
So I think she's much more organized than the defense attorney for sure.
p.m. The jury's in the jury room. Any counsel outside the president's jury?
No, Judge, thank
All
you.
right, so let's try and keep it short, and we'll wait for the jury to knock, but hopefully 10 minutes or less. Thank you.
Please exit.
I think so far she's doing really well. She went through it much better, especially that treadmill video. She went through it much neater than he did. And by the way, did you hear that he has a girlfriend? Like, what chick would be with him after seeing that treadmill video? And apparently it's the same girl that was with him when all of this happened. I don't know any woman. I don't know. Hope she finds Jesus. Yeah, she does very well. I agree. She doesn't skip a beat. So I think she does very well. I like the way they have it buttoned up. I think the only part I didn't like was at the beginning when she said that Corey was hurt by the person who loved him the most. I'm hoping that I missed the part where she said by the person that was supposed to love him the most. I don't know, because I don't think Christopher ever loved him. No, she's not done. She's taking a breather, China. The judge is like, you have to be finished by, I guess, closer to 5. One of the jurors has to go away to the other side of town or south side or something like that. So they're not going to. Yeah. Did you hear it, Julia? I think at the very beginning of her closing, she said Corey was hurt by the person who loved him the most. And I was like, what? That's not right. But yeah, he's not going to get to the instructions today. So unfortunately, they will not be deliberating today. They will start deliberating tomorrow, but fingers crossed. This is in our favor. I believe they will come back with a verdict tomorrow. So another day of work, quote unquote, YouTube. There was a verdict that was brought back in the Daniel Garcia trial. He was found guilty. I kind of figured that was going to happen. That was a sealed fate right there. Yeah, that was that. I think that in her closing, that was literally the only hiccup, was that she said the person who loved him the most hurt him. So no, I disagreed with that. But other than that, her closing has been very, very clean. Yeah, Selena, I'm very happy with the verdict. They were pretty quick. I knew they were going to come back guilty on that one. They didn't say. I think they haven't done the sentencing on him. I think they have to come back for that. I will say all the smirkiness that Christopher's doing. Keep in mind that he's literally looking at the jury. The head nodding and the facial expressions, all of that stuff the jury is seeing. I think he's really irritated that he did not get to speak, that he didn't testify, because he's doing a lot of facial expressions, a lot of no, shaking his head no. He's actually mouthing words. So I think he is really upset. Yeah, he didn't get to speak his mind. So the jury is seeing that, though. So yeah, Selena, that trial was terrible. Oh, did you? I couldn't tell what I think he's pretty ticked. Yeah, he's mouthing some stuff. He did choose not to testify, but I think last week he wanted to, Debbie. Welcome, Debbie. He wanted to testify. But I think his attorney talked him out of it yesterday, so he opted not to. But you can tell by the way the closing arguments are going that he's pretty upset that he didn't get to speak his mind. He's too narcissistic. He really wanted to say something. I mean, I think he wanted to give his own explanation of that treadmill video. I mean, because you can, I mean, it's on video, obviously. We look at that video and we see what we see, right? But he for whatever reason, I guess he thinks he can explain that video away. Oh yeah, that attorney would have chewed him up and spit him out. But I would have, hey, I would have loved to have heard what kind of explanation he could have for that video. I really, what explanation would you have? I would love to hear it. Because I think her narration of that video was awesome. It was hard. It was hard to see. I have not watched the video, but the one time, and I've posted it on my shorts and on my TikTok, but I have not watched it other than the once until she showed the stills of it today. But it's very, very hard to look at. So, but I mean, I would love to see him explain that away. Because he seems like the way he's moving his head and the way he's mouthing, you know, he seems like he has a lot to say, you know. Yeah, I didn't notice it until she did the stills and was like narrating it kind of and explaining it. Everyone said that he inclined it and made it go faster because that's what I was saying about Orange Theory. Like those people are nuts. Like they do that speed, and I mean they're like on level like 12 and crap. I don't know how they're doing it. I don't know who's chasing them. I'm like, who's chasing you? Where are you going? But yeah, he had that kid going pretty fast. I mean, it's faster than I would run on a treadmill. They are. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, for a long time. I mean, shoot. 2 minutes is fast for me. When I did Orange Theory, you do like, okay, you could do a 30-second all out. Like that's all out. 30 seconds. Psh, whew. I thought I was going to die. So I'm watching that poor little boy run about 15 minutes and I'm thinking, good Lord. And I thought 30 seconds was a long time. That's crazy. No. And he never stopped and he never complained. Like he never once said like, I want to get off or anything. Yes. Hi, Betsy. Welcome. Yeah, they did see the treadmill video. That treadmill video is ingrained and burned in their minds forever. Yeah, they've seen it. And he never once complained, and he kept getting back up and getting back up and getting on it. And what's crazy is he I mean, bless his little heart. Yeah, he never you could tell. Yeah, you could tell he was scared. He kept going. And he kept jumping right back up on that thing like not one time. Yeah, you can never unsee that. It's awful. I'm actually shocked that has been shown to the public. Because a lot of times when they have kid cases, they don't show that stuff. Yeah, the for the closing they actually didn't show the whole video for the closing, but for the trial they showed it and it was crazy. I was really shocked that they showed it. But did you notice when they showed Christopher's parents, they weren't like upset. So they've seen that video before. Because if they had never seen it, as they've claimed they've never seen it, you would think they would be like completely broken and in absolute devastation, seeing as how they didn't want to see Corey be hurt. I don't think they really had that much of a connection with Corey either. I mean, Yeah. I don't think they had that much of a connection with Corey. I really, honest to goodness, think this was just spite, out of spite. Just there are some people out there that are literally just out of spite. And it's no wonder that Brianna, had an issue with substance abuse, because, I mean, you have your child taken away from you after you've had your child his whole life, and these complete strangers come along and actually, really, to avoid paying child support, they just take your child. I mean, what the heck? That would drive any mother insane. Yeah, I don't think anyone can judge her for that at all. I think the defense attorney trying to make her out to be that way for that is wrong. No one should judge. Christopher, on the other hand, we can judge him. I mean, God's definitely judging him. God will get him. Even if he does get right with Jesus, he's got his day. Not just in court, but definitely we all do. We all have our day with God coming. Yeah, I don't know what the laws are in New Jersey, but someone said yesterday that he knew she was pregnant and he didn't want her to have the baby. That's right. There are definitely consequences. Oh, it was 23, China. That's right. Yeah, Betsy, it's very heartbreaking. It's awful. I just don't understand it. We've been talking about this a lot, that there are so many cases lately that are just involving children and parents, and I don't understand why these people are treating their children this way. It's so
We're
sad.
back on the record. The jury's still in the jury room. Corporal Bennett, did you tell them to knock her?
Yeah, want me to knock? I thought we just gave them a timeline.
Right, why don't you knock and ask them if they're ready, please?
You guys ready?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's like an epidemic for some reason, or at least it's being highlighted more. I don't know. You know how it is when it's like a chain reaction. Like the barge that ran into the bridge in Brooklyn. Now it seems like there's barges running into bridges left and right. So it's the same thing. These poor kids. Seems to be the only trials that are going on right now. I did when I had previously, I did the Gannon Stout trial. That was absolutely horrendous. Hi, Marianka. Welcome. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of, police corruption is getting crazy. I have to agree with that one. Yeah, the case where, did you count how many times she said
We're going to continue with the state summation.
the Child Protective Services was involved
So in
and
regard
nothing?
to Dr. Auden's testimony, he's not board certified in pediatrics or infectious disease. He's hired by the defense. He did not give an opinion with a medical degree of certainty even. He's talking about percentages of what he thought happened to Corey. And he even gives this kind of strange
It's
theory
okay, Selena.
about
That's what we're here for.
a SIDS theory in an almost 7-year-old child. And Dr. Baden is basing his entire opinion on a postmortem CT scan, a postmortem lung culture, and Corey's white blood cell count. But again, we talked about this already. This is the blood cell count from when Corey was at Southern Ocean Medical Center, when his body was depleting from the response and the injuries that he had suffered. Dr. Bodden did not consider the facts, which were crucial and essential in determining the manner of death. And the doctor acknowledged this during cross-examination when he says that facts, right, or the details, and I'm summarizing right now, right, that is essential when considering manner of death. And that's why when you look at this opinion, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? Because it's not congruent with the facts of what's going on in this case, right? Because what's happening is it's an attempt to explain away Corey's injuries, right? Corey presents at the hospital because he has blunt force trauma injuries, right? So let's explain this away by saying it's pneumonia. And now we have to try to explain away what the actual injuries are. Oh, so it's CPR. And the state submits to you that this is why this does not make sense, because it's not based in any fact, right? What is presenting, what is going on with Corey? And that's why none of this was considered, which should be considered when you're determining the manner of death. How somebody died, you're not considering the fact that there were bruises on them. You're not considering any of these things when you're determining a manner of death. It just doesn't make sense. And that's because it's an attempt to explain away the injury. This is what I'm speaking about, right? It just doesn't fit. You're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. And if you look at what was actually happening, right, and Corey's lack of symptoms and all of these lack of things, then we know that Corey did not have an infection, he did not have pneumonia, and he certainly did not have sepsis, especially when there's a blood culture and there's no bacteria even noted in his blood. The fact that this is not pneumonia, right, this is corroborated, as we already discussed, by Dr. Andrew and Dr. Feingold, and by the direct observations of the people who were actually there, right, or the nurses at the hospital who actually treat Corey. Dr. Andrew tells us there is zero, not one scintilla of evidence of sepsis or any other infectious disease process. 6-year-olds don't just die. They don't die suddenly out of nowhere. And we know what this is. It's a murder. We know how it happened. Blunt force trauma, strike, a hit. We know who did this. The defendant, Corey's father. We know when it happened. It happened between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. We know where it happened. It happened at the defendant's apartment and under the defendant's care. And we know why it happened, right? And this is what I was talking about in regard to motive and intent and being able to use the treadmill video from the 20th to determine this, right? The defendant was angry at Corey's mother because she took him to the doctor. She took him to the hospital, and Corey was returned home almost 14 hours later. And the defendant believed that Corey had disclosed this abuse. The defendant caused Corey's death or seriously bodily injury resulting in death. And he did so purposely or knowingly, right? And this is what the state has to prove. Part of it, the judge is going to tell you more in regard to murder, right? You're going to see the state does not have to prove this long plan of premeditation, right? The state has to prove that the defendant caused Corey's death or serious bodily injury that then resulted in death and did so purposely or knowingly, right? And what is purposely? A person acts purposely when it is the person's conscious object to cause death or serious bodily injury resulting in death. And what is knowingly? A person acts knowingly when the person is aware that it is practically certain that this conduct will cause death or serious bodily injury resulting in death. It is the state's argument that the defendant knowingly inflicted serious bodily injury which resulted in Corey's death. Child abuse. We know that this was the conscious objective of the defendant because look at the injuries, right? Look at the type of injuries. You know what you're doing, and this is purpose, when you inflict these type of injuries that are so critical and so life-ending, and they're inflicted upon a 6-year-old. And where the injuries were located, and we kind of touched on this before, right? You could determine that it was multiple strikes. You could determine that it's one strike. It doesn't matter. It is the type of injury and common sense, right, of what the defendant did. You can also consider aggravated manslaughter, which is a lesser included charge of murder. And in that particular charge, the state would have to prove, and this is only part of it, the judge is going to give you more, that the defendant caused Corey's death, and the defendant did so recklessly. And the defendant did so under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life. So absolutely he did this, ladies and gentlemen, right? He caused Corey's death. He did so recklessly. And there was an manifest extreme indifference to Corey's life. So of course, right, with the type of injuries. The third thing for your consideration, which would be a lesser included, would be for reckless manslaughter. And again, the judge is going to give you the law regarding this. And basically, the state would have to prove that the defendant caused Corey's death, and he did so recklessly. Of course. The state submits that the defendant's conduct was beyond reckless manslaughter. It is beyond aggravated manslaughter. And again, when we're talking about motive and intent, right? On March 20th, Brianna was 2 hours late when she dropped off the defendant and he was punished on the treadmill. On April 2nd, you know what the defendant's motive, his intent. We know that this wasn't an absence or mistake. Corey was 14 hours late, and his mom had him at the hospital all night. The injuries to Corey, and we talked about this already, were on 2 separate parts of his body. How he behaved at the hospital and when he fled, the kind of things and the amount of things that he deleted from his phone, his searches, even his garbage pail and his flight, this all shows that he killed Corey. The defendant's actions before and after Corey's death prove murder. The text messages on the morning of April 2nd show that he was angry and trying to get ahead of things because he does not know what happened at the hospital the night before. And he says, I'm going to court because you decided to go when you had 7 days last night, and by your text, you were still there at 12:50 at night. You are a detriment to Corey's health, and I will be going to court today about it. He sends that to Brianna at 6:46 a.m. that morning. By the way, School starts at 8:30, so have him back before 8:30, right? He sends this text to Brianna at 6:46 already that morning on the 2nd. Interesting, there is no school on April 2nd. He sends her a text message that morning on the 2nd at 8:37 in the morning where he says, I mean, considering you did kidnap my son for an entire day and night, the minimum that is happening is an entire day and night is going to be removed from your next visit maximum. Hopefully, the courts will agree with my application this morning and you will lose all rights. Well, I don't see anything in the court orders that we talked about that the defendant gets to be the dictator of custody times and all of these things. But the point of this is that at 8:37 in the morning, he is already fired up about this. The defendant tells people that Corey is fine. 8:56, text to Marcy. He confirms, yeah, Corey's fine after he's dropped off. And then he texts Amy, he's home, but I still applied for an emergent application to remove any visitation moving forward. Right? Good. Did she say why she kept him? Right? This is Amy now. Nope. Really? This is not correct. He knew exactly where Brianna was. Then to Amy to the defendant, he's okay, right? Yeah. Certainly not someone who is infected with hyperspeed pneumonia, causing their death. Defendant is furious and argues with Brianna, but does not say that anything is wrong with Corey. There's another text message conversation where she says to him, stop being so cocky. And ultimately, at the end of this conversation, the defendant says, shows how much evidence there is, doesn't it? You going to be in for a rude awakening today. And this shows you exactly what was going on in the defendant's mind. And cell phones today, right? Text message, searches, all of these things. They are screenshots into someone's mind of what they are doing. The defendant's call to the child abuse hotline at 10:04 a.m. proves that the defendant murdered Corey, right? And this is a significant thing, this call, because there is a lot in there, right? Defendant's words and what he really says. In this call, and there was a transcript, he says he's unsure where Brianna lives. Really? He has no idea where she lives? There was thousands of messages between them. He also says that there's no phone number readily available. He's actually actively texting with Brianna when he's making this phone call. And there was testimony that there was about 800 messages between the two of them. It's also confirmed about the worker saying that there had to be 7 days for the evaluation, right? And what's the reality of the evaluation? Well, the defendant had already canceled that, right? And what he says is that Corey's mother was radio silent from 7:30 until 1 a.m. Well, we know that that's not true. We know about the phone call and the text messages. Defendant's call, as we continue.
You don't really
the
believe that, do
defendant's
you,
words
Sherry?
are that Brianna would not leave Corey's side. Yeah. Because she thinks that Corey is being abused. And then he talks about not being there for his son. And he talks about Corey came home and told me, and the fact that he is so worried. And the reason that he wants to be there for his son, it's not because he cares about Corey. It's because he doesn't want him evaluated and he doesn't want him talking. And this is the most interesting part of this call. And this is what he says. Now, after she had him for an extended period of time yesterday and had him at the hospital and was coaching him to say that I hit him.
Yes,
He
everyone
said it.
has the right.
So my big concern
Welcome
is
to the
just,
chat, Sherry.
you know, that her coaching is going to be disregarded and it's only going to be regarded as him and his statement. So who is he referring to? He's talking about Corey. And what does this show? It shows you that on that morning, the defendant believed that Corey had made a disclosure. But what is even more interesting about it is look at the word he uses. He uses the word hit. Corey never said that he was hit by his father. You heard the pediatrician is that he fell off the treadmill. And this is precisely where the defendant slips up in this call. Because when Corey got home that morning on the 2nd, he inflicted blunt trauma injuries and he hit him. We know what his motivations are. We know what his intent was. Why is he using that word? And this follows with the fact that this is what the defendant does. He diffuses, he deflects, he distracts, right? And he then in this call starts going after Brianna. And why is he doing this, right? We know that he's already abused Corey on this treadmill, right? You have to keep this in mind. This is all after that. So what is he saying in this call? He's talking about, oh, I'm concerned that she's relapsing and she's erratic and there's no rationale behind it. But then he says, well, there's no specific evidence in that regard. Why? Because he has to place blame on Corey's mother because this is how he continues to effectuate his abuse. He then begins to attack her family. And then he's talking about coaching. Coached. Know what happened to Corey. This is what he's calling and saying after the treadmill. Corey never disclosed, and I said this before, that he was hit. He said he fell from the treadmill. The defendant is the only person who ever uses the word hit. And that's because he hit. The call to the hotline is evidence of murder, not pneumonia, in sepsis. Corey
Oh,
wasn't
do tell
sick.
Sherry. I
There's
really
no
want to
report
hear
of Corey acting loopy
what
when
your
he
thoughts
got
are.
home. There's no report of pneumonia 6 hours before going to the hospital and 7 hours before death. There's a confirmation that there is no suspected COVID, right, on this call. There is a confirmation on this call that there are no respiratory infections, coughs, sore throat, or anything like that. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen, right? If Corey would have been returned sick or injured or any of these things, right? He would have been blowing up
We definitely
this
welcome
screener
all
and DCP complaining
opinions.
about Corey's mother. He would have been telling anybody who would listen about this. That's because Corey's
Clean
fine.
opinions.
He would have
in
been
this
texting
chat.
everybody. He would have been telling everybody this. Defendant's actions after the hotline call until Corey goes to the hospital corroborate that the defendant inflicted fatal injuries to Corey that morning, right? The defendant begins texting
Yes,
with
Selena.
Margie early that morning. And the two have never met in person, but according to the text, the two are going to meet for the first time at the defendant's apartment that night. These texts, what they demonstrate is a total lack of disregard for Corey, right? They demonstrate that Corey does not have a pneumonia because it's the same thing, right? If there would have been anything wrong with Corey, he
No,
would
we
have been
know
texting
the
away,
treadmill
"Oh, she
isn't
did this,
the cause
she
of
did
the
that,"
death, Sherry.
because
We're
Corey
not
is
looking
fine.
at just the treadmill. The treadmill is a
Defendant would not miss an
huge
opportunity to
factor
blame
in
Corey's
his
mother
behavior, but we're not
or
basing
complain.
our thoughts
Corey
on the
is
treadmill, of course. Of course not.
Defendant's actions after the hotline call corroborate,
Honestly,
right?
we've all
Defendant
discussed,
texts Marcy at
notwithstanding the
11:53,
treadmill,
right?
his
Oh,
actions
since I
after
took off from work, my son
Corey's
is
death
sleeping,
are
right?
definitely damning to him.
The next text, 12 o'clock, nice. I might take a nap so I don't fall asleep at 10 p.m. on you, LOL. 12:14, do you desire a traditional pizza? It's talking about pizza. 12:19, I am actually really excited to see you. 12:23, there's a photo of pizza and there's more talk about pizza. 12:51, you play chess. 1:01, well, just let me know when is the earliest that you can come. 1:46, I'll be able to set it up. I'm super excited after destroying you and party. He's talking about a video game, okay? If Corey was symptomatic and dying of pneumonia, would this be his text messages? Of course not. And I know that is hard to conceive how somebody could act like this, right? But at 2:06 p.m., right, the defendant sends this selfie picture, okay? The defendant is smiling, right? And there's this ordering of McDonald's. And it was most interesting about this picture. Corey does not look good in the picture, but look, ladies and gentlemen, Corey is not wearing a shirt in the picture, okay? And what does that tell you? He went that day with the clothes his mother sent him in, which was a sweatshirt and jeans and underwear. And Corey's mother identified this underwear, right? And where is that found? It is found in this garbage pail when this was delayered. So we know by this picture, right, what is the significance of this? Corey does not look well. He has a blanket up. All his bruising would be covered, or anything would be covered. But we know that not only was the injury inflicted before 2:06, but we also know that Corey was having symptoms before 2:06. The facts of the case corroborate Dr. Andrews' findings. And this is what I was talking about in terms of the layering of this garbage can, right? And you can see that the soiled clothes are in there because the murder occurred before 2:06, right? And Corey is not wearing a shirt, and we know that Brianna had sent him in those clothes, which were clean. The clothes are under the McDonald's bag. That means that the defendant took Corey's dirty clothes off before 2 p.m., and it's consistent with Dr. Andrew. The defendant's actions after his selfie corroborate that the defendant murdered Corey. At 2:06, right? Don't think I'm moving. 2:13.
I don't know,
Wanna
Sherry. I
talk
have
on
to
the phone?
disagree. She
Is
isn't the one who was
after
after the child
picture.
support. The state made her do that, and he
Right?
actually
And I
did know
understand, ladies and
he
gentlemen, it's
impregnated
hard
her.
to fathom that
He
someone
just
could
didn't
have
want the
such a
child because
lack
she
of
was
disregard for
her
this child.
child. I mean, because she was a child herself when he impregnated her,
3:08,
and I don't know
37,
anything about a bite on the
defendant
cheek.
searches and later
That hasn't been
deletes
brought up.
loss
I'm
of
not really sure what
consciousness,
that is.
sleepy and nauseous. This was
And
at 3:08. The defendant
as
did
far as
not
the child
delete
support
all the
again is
searches.
concerned,
deleted
he actually didn't
specific
want to pay child
searches.
support. That's why his family
At
got custody of him. So
3:22,
if anyone had
right?
anything to gain,
26 minutes
it was
before
actually
arriving at the
him and his
hospital, the
family, not
defendant
Brianna.
sends a text message
She lost
to
a lot.
Marcy where he
And at the
says,
end of the day, she
"I'm
lost her
so
child.
excited,
So
ha ha."
I think we have to take a step back and think about that.
Even after the defendant takes Corey to the hospital, he is
So
still texting Marcy about their plans, right? He's texting her the whole time. Because he does not
yeah, there was a
care
bite. It was
about
on top
Corey.
of
He
his
doesn't
head.
care about his health. He doesn't
But
care
I haven't.
about anything.
We haven't heard anything about a bite on
And
the
he
cheek.
left that kid while he
There
was
was a
there,
bruise
not
on his
checking him in
forehead
his apartment
and a bruise on his
while
cheek.
Corey
We did hear about that.
was
This teacher saw.
passing from the injuries, and then he takes him to the hospital. By 3:08, Corey has lost consciousness, yet he's not brought to the hospital until 3:48. That is the time that he is brought to the hospital. And despite Corey losing consciousness, which is deleted from his phone, the search, he does not call 911. What does that show? This child is in this critical condition, and you don't call 911 and you don't call an ambulance. You know why? Two different things. He didn't want anyone inside his apartment. He just didn't care about Corey. No life-saving measures. He only goes to the hospital after a 13-minute phone call with his mother, right? And this is why he goes to the hospital. He goes to the hospital because he talks to his mother. He goes to the hospital because he doesn't want Corey to die in his house. He doesn't care about Corey. The only person he cares about is himself. He tells Brianna that Corey is lethargic, his legs are hurting, sleeping all day, throwing up, and he just didn't feel good, and asks her to send the insurance card. But he does not say anything to anyone else about being wrong with Corey and the other people that he's communicating with. And at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, this is at 3:30 in the afternoon. And yeah, all these things are happening because Corey is suffering in that house. He does not tell Corey's mother which hospital he is taking Corey to, because the defendant knows that if anyone else speaks to these doctors, that all of this
Yeah, she's
is
finally
going
there,
to be a problem
Marianka.
for him. And instead of taking Corey and calling an ambulance and exercising any type of care for this child, he puts him in the back seat of his car. Corey is in critical condition when he arrives at that hospital. He's not being treated by 911. He's just in the back seat of the car. And that's the back seat of the car, right? With the towels. And that's what he did. Driving to the hospital. And you can see him here. Gets to the emergency room. Oh, it's going to take him out of the back seat. And you can see Corey's condition. You can see his legs. You can see in this particular video the condition of Corey, right? And how he has no strength left, and he's holding on to his father, and his legs are dangling. And as you continue on in this video, you can actually see
Well, it's
the
about to be
part
in
of
the
it
jury's
where
hands, Sherry,
Corey's
so we'll
head
see
goes
what
back.
happens.
And this is what Nurse Doyle is talking about in terms of the.
But we have a good
breathing.
chat stream going here, so
Corey
we
arrives
totally welcome
at the
other
hospital
viewpoints and
presenting with
opinions.
trauma at 3:48 p.m. Corey cannot exit the car, walk, doesn't call 911. Defendant does not make a scene or convey any type of urgency as he casually walks into the desk holding his then limp son, who is less than an hour and a half from his death. And that's what the nurses are talking about, right? Think about it. Any parent, any person, if your child was that sick, you'd be yelling, you'd be screaming, you would be in some type of panic. And that is what the nurses are describing.
But I don't
at
think
the
any of us have
hospital.
heard about a bite on the cheek.
Nurse Doyle tells us that he observes Corey, he is pale, he is lethargic, he is stuporous, he is nonverbal, and agonal breathing, which he describes as death breaths, right? He's taking his last breaths. The defendant provides a clinical description of what is happening to Corey. And again, this is what the nurses are talking about, right? Earlier in the day, around 9 o'clock, he says he's dropped off by his mother. Oh, then he was at Jersey Shore the night before. He had a workup and was discharged. Early that morning, he appeared loopy and drowsy, and there's nothing to note whatsoever to indicate that the defendant actually made any of these observations, right? And the point, ladies and gentlemen, is that he is not acting like a concerned or caring father in any regard. And you can see that in his demeanor, his calmness, right? With a limp child hanging off of you, of how he's acting. Defendant makes excuses and deflects in the emergency room before Corey dies. He's admitted at 3:53. Nurse Doyle is still present, but Corey is mainly cared by for Nurse Carnevale. And when Corey is brought to the room, she describes the defendant as emotionless. She's not talking about the outside. She's talking about when he is inside room 6, when the defendant is talking about the case history, what symptoms, what's happening to Corey. And she is describing this as emotionless, and Doyle describes this as clinical. Because you know why? Parents or anybody, if this was the condition as your child, you wouldn't be able to calmly walk in and say, oh, he's having symptoms. No, that is inconsistent with any type of behavior of a parent or anyone in regard to any person. Defendant now, at this point, right? This is the condition of Corey. He starts talking about Brianna, right? Because what is he doing? He's already here going to the hospital with a purpose, with the purpose to deflect and to distract, right? And the defendant doesn't allow the nurse to even call Brianna.
The trial has been
don't call
long,
his
Sherry.
mother. Oh, she's a drug addict. What does that have to do with anything at this moment? The defendant says that Corey vomited. He complained of leg pain before he brought him to the ER. Defendant tells nobody at the hospital that Corey defecated his pants, right? That shouldn't be an important thing to talk about, but yet he can talk about Brianna, Corey's mother, in this calm state. He didn't tell anybody at the hospital that there was a loss of consciousness. That didn't apparently matter in his calm state while this is happening to his son. He's basically providing unassuming symptoms, right? And criticism of Brianna at the time when the actual facts, the actual symptoms would have mattered most. That's not what this is about for him. Corey is pronounced at 5:03, and the defendant is not at his bedside, right? Pediatric
Hi, Vanessa. Welcome.
CPR was administered, right? And we heard Nurse Carnival talk about it. One-handed pediatric CPR because he was 6 years old. Corey codes and he seizes, right? And what happens is, and this is in the testimony, right? He codes and seizes, and then they're able to get pulses back. Then they get him to the CT scan, right? Because they get pulses back, right? So this is this whole thing with CPR. It's not a continuous act of CPR. They get pulses back, and they try to bring him to get the scan. And Corey codes again. If you see this video, right, where the defendant is now outside of the room, the defendant does not have a breakdown due to grief. He has a breakdown because now he knows that he is going to be on the hook for what happened. He is at the bedside at 4:51.
I'll check it out, Selena.
For a matter of minutes.
He should be
And
found
then
guilty. He's crazy.
chooses to leave, right? In this video that the defense showed you, if you actually watch the video, you can see at one point where there's like the nurse is pulling on him to come back because he just wants to get out of there. His only tears were for himself because what he did. Instead of staying with his son, he flees. Medical staff stayed in room 6 with Corey. The defendant did not. Brianna calls the defendant right before and after Corey dies, doesn't answer. The defendant goes back to the waiting room, and what does he do? He calls his parents. At 5:10, David Greger called the police and told the defendant that he was going to call the police. After hearing this, the defendant leaves the hospital. He goes out the nearest door, right? Not the door that he came into, because you can see him walking in the video. And he casually gets in his car and drives away at 5:20 without any hesitation, upright, phone in hand. Your son just passed away. And this is the most important part of this case, right? If your son had just passed away and you did not know why, right? Oh, this was an infection. This was sepsis. If you had no idea, the last thing you would ever do is leave, right? You would be at that hospital demanding answers. What happened to my son? You would be screaming and yelling. But you know what? The defendant didn't have to do that because you know why? He already had the answers because he knew what he did. Right? If he thought Brianna had anything to do with it, he would have been calling and screaming at her. What? He already had the answers. Right? Because that is not how any normal human being would act in those circumstances when a 6-year-old son just passes away and you don't know why. You would stay there as long as you possibly can. You would do anything to find answers. The defendant is gone before his parents arrive, and his parents have to clean up the mess. The defendant does not search for answers, and no one at the hospital talks about a GI bleed. And you can see him right there when he's leaving the hospital. Oh, man, my 6-year-old just died. So that's what a father does, ladies and gentlemen. He's able to drive. He's able to talk on the phone. The defendant fled because he knew what he did. The defendant was the last person with Corey. He knew that he was going to be investigated, and he knew what he did. So he gave himself distance and time. The defendant put hundreds of miles and multiple states between him and what he knowingly did to Corey. A Barnegat sergeant calls the defendant at 5:24. He rejects the phone call. At 5:25, there's a missed call. At 6:10, he states, "Can your phone be tracked in airplane mode? And can my car be tracked?" This is what he's searching after his 6-year-old son dies. He did not want the police to find his car, his phone, or him. This is not because he is concerned about Corey. He's concerned about himself. The defendant then puts his phone in airplane mode from 6:31 p.m. on April 2nd, right after he's searching, can you be tracked, puts his phone in airplane mode, and doesn't even put it on again until the next day, April 3rd at 2:19 p.m. He then turns his phone back on. And when he turns the phone back on, where is he? He's in Arkansas, near the Texas border. That's how someone acts when their son dies and they don't know how it happened. The defendant's flight
Welcome,
is highly
Massey.
corroborative of his guilt. And the
I know
judge is
it's
also
terrible
going
that
to
he
talk
left.
about consciousness of guilt and give you a charge relating to this, right? He didn't just go to another place in New Jersey or a home of a relative or a friend to say, "Oh, I'm mourning and this is so terrible." But he travels a substantial distance and he does this quickly. He's already in that location by that time. How fast is he going? This is not an expression of grief. Okay, and then what continues to happen is a girl comes down and he meets her at the airport, right? And ultimately, there's testimony from the defendant's father that, hey, that summer, him and his girlfriend are going on the Appalachian Trail, taking a van trip to Maine. He is no longer encumbered by Corey, who is a stranger to him.
I don't know what that means, Sherry.
Back because he is assured by his father.
I think
He
I'm
does
going to
not turn
disagree
around
with that.
until after he spoke to his father for about 25 minutes. And his father tells him, "You got to come back." He knows the status of the investigation and he's not yet been charged. And what does he do? He stops outside of Nashville, of all places. "Oh, my son just died. Let me go to Nashville," right? That's a grieving father. And then he picks up Laura, a girl in Tennessee, at the airport, where he's stopped by the members of the Alcoa Police Department, and his car and his phone at that point are taken. So grieving, I'm going to go meet this girl in Tennessee.
So it is the girlfriend.
Said the judge is going to speak to you in the charge about consciousness of guilt, right? And there's deleted and missing texts and about these web searches, right? The loss of consciousness, sleepy and nauseous. This search is from 3:08 on April 2nd. This is deleted after that time and before when his phone is taken while stopped by the Alcoa Police Department after picking up Laura on April 4th. Between the defendant's last communication with Brianna around 3:20 p.m. on April 2nd and when his phone is taken from being stopped with the Alcoa Police Department, the defendant deletes all of his text messages with Brianna. And we have the text messages because there's testimony that Brianna provided us with her phone. And this involved the testimony of Sergeant Coles. There are no individual text messages with either the defendant's mom or dad before April. The defendant manually deleted things from his phone that were the most damaging to him of what he thought was damaging to him. And arguments with Brianna, discussions, and regarding Corey's treatment or doctor's visits on April 1st. And what parent deletes this after his child passes away, right? Again, you don't know what happens to Corey, but I'm going to delete my phone. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, common sense. These deletions are intentional because there's texts from others within this time frame. There's texts with Amy and Laura, and the texts that are there are only the texts that say negative things about Corey's mom.
So Jersey Devil, I don't think that one juror
When the
that has to be
defendant
somewhere
was
at
in
6:15 is
Arkansas
going to
and
make it.
Tennessee, he searches the internet for alternate facts and explanations for what he did. The defendant knew what he did to Corey and where he hid him, right? So he's trying now to make this fit. Sergeant Coles testifies that these were his searches. What causes a rise in blood sugar and white blood cells? Could internal bleeding raise your blood sugar levels? How does gastrointestinal bleeding happen? Can a GI bleed be slow? There was a murder determined from an autopsy. How long to file charge? Okay, this is not rooted in grief. It shows you, again, phones right there are like an image into someone's mind. Why is he looking up GI bleeds and all of these things? Because he knew where he hit Corey. That's why he's looking them up. In terms of the investigation, the police speak to David Greger. Mr. Greger sees a treadmill video, and he tells us that he's actually the person who took care of Corey, right, and living in Monroe. And this corroborates the fact that the defendant didn't care or really know his son. There was also testimony from Sergeant Scuddy, right, that he had attended the autopsy and that they immediately started their investigation, right? And that's what they do, and that's why we know about the garbage, right? Because Sergeant studied and go on a wild goose chase and start tearing up this apartment for blood when there's internal injuries, because he goes to the autopsy and he knows that it's internal. And what does he do? Starts looking at the garbage, which is an insight to what was happening on that day.
Well, that makes
The
sense.
other
Him looking
sergeant
up the
testified
GI
about
stuff
the
and
defendant's car
Corey
and phone,
defecating
which were
himself.
recovered in Alcoa.
Connect those two
Ladies and
dots.
gentlemen, again, based upon the witnesses that have testified, based upon
And he
the
threw
evidence
up.
that was presented in this courtroom, there is no doubt, firmly convinced that the defendant is the only person who did this to his own son. Corey Travis
Aw.
Mitchell was 6 years old. He was in first grade. He loved the solar system. He was described as being silly and smart. He was murdered by his father, the person who was supposed to protect him and take care of him the most. There's no question what he did to Corey on April 2nd, his final act of child abuse. This case is about Corey. This case is about Corey and how he became the ultimate victim of the defendant's punishment and abuse. 6-year-olds just don't die, and neither did Corey. State thanks you for your time and consideration, myself and Assistant Prosecutor Schroem. Thank you.
Thank you. So obviously it's late. I think we all agree we'll charge a jury tomorrow.
Yes.
Any objection to that? So ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to come in at 9 tomorrow. Probably be better for parking, I would hope. There's another judge in jury selection, so that probably adds another couple hundred people to the parking garage, which is already limited. So coming in at 10 probably gave you some more difficulties than I anticipated. Again, we're going to recess, but you still need the jury instructions. You're the judges of the facts. but you have to apply the facts as you find them to the laws I give them to you. So you can't start to think about things yet. And the only time you're allowed to deliberate, of course, is when you're together in the jury room. So please don't discuss the case. Please don't look up any news articles. I'm going to do it for you. Again, just tell your immediate family and your employer, if you have to report in, that trial's continuing, you're coming back tomorrow, and please don't say anything else. Again, if anyone comes
You
up
guys
to you,
want
if
to
anyone
do
says
this
anything
live
to you, whether at
tomorrow
home or outside,
again
don't discuss it with that person.
through the jury
Don't tell your fellow
instructions
jurors, report it to me
and wait for
immediately
the
tomorrow.
verdict? I think we'll get a
I got two other
verdict
things here.
tomorrow.
You had said you have something tomorrow afternoon. Oh, it's Friday. Okay. So for now, we'll worry about that tomorrow afternoon then. All right. Thank you. I misunderstood. So anything else from council?
No, Judge,
No, Your
thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, ladies and gentlemen.
So hi, Vanessa. So yeah, you guys want to meet tomorrow? Do another live and just we'll end this trial because I think it's going to end tomorrow. I think they will come back with a verdict tomorrow. I don't see how they wouldn't. I think the verdict will be pretty speedy. I agree. I think the jury instruction will take longer than the verdict. What do you guys think? They did put those lesser charges in there. Honestly, usually prosecutors do that because the higher charges are harder to get because they do have the intent in there. And the lesser charges don't have the intent per se. So we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll see. Like I said, I kind of am on the fence about if he intended to actually kill Corey. I think he did intend to punish him, but I'm not sold on the intent to kill him. I think that he freaked out when he found out that he actually died, and that's why he ran. So I don't know what you guys' thoughts are on that.
It's 5 p.m. The jury has left the jury room. Tomorrow morning, the court will open. It'll be an open public court, but once I reach the point of providing the final charge to the jury, our court rules require that the sheriff's officers then lock the doors. So you're welcome to come, any member of the public or anyone else, but once you're in here and I start the charge, you can't get out. So then you're stuck for the whole time.
You're
so,
stuck.
Not obligated to come, but if you're certainly welcome to come if you want to. But my point is that you can't decide after a half hour that you don't want to hear me reading the law and you want to get up and leave. So the idea is that there should be no distractions while the final charge is administered to the jurors. Anything from counsel?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right. Thanks, everyone. If you try and start right on time to get the jury as much time as possible thereafter to consider the case tomorrow.
Yeah, I think unfortunately
See you
most
tomorrow.
of these types of cases, you have the Child Protective Services are involved 9 out of 10 times, but they just are so overwhelmed. They pick and choose which cases and they want to, I guess, handle. And unfortunately, 10 out of 10 times, these situations are 100% preventable. Unfortunately, they just don't get taken care of. And this is one of the another example of a situation that was 100% preventable. And it is shocking and just troublesome to me as to how they could take a child away from their mother when they've been with their mother their entire life and then just hand them over to the father who's never been involved in his life. It's pretty bothersome. But I think you're right, Selena. I don't think he cared how much he hurt Corey, but I don't think that he intended to actually take his life. I think, honestly, if he could use Corey against Brianna for the rest of his life, he would have done that. It would have been wonderful to him to do that. So, but yeah, we will do this again tomorrow. I'm going to check out when Daniel Garcia's sentencing is going to be. And then I don't know how Jersey works. If he has to wait, I guess I'll wait a month after the sentencing for his verdict. I mean, I'm just assuming if his verdict comes guilty tomorrow, it may be presumptuous on my part, but we'll see what happens. So we'll be here tomorrow at 9. Is that right? Is that 9 Central Time? Is that what he said? Or is it 8 our time? I'm sorry. I think I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you so much, you guys. And we'll have a nice, clean chat tomorrow. Let's keep it clean and nice and friendly. We all can have different opinions. Just nice to each other. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate you so much.